Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
Then my mother's voice came from the kitchen. Xia Fan, go open the door. It should be your brother who is back. Okay, Mom. Xia Fan agreed casually, walked to the entrance, and opened the door. After opening the door, the first thing he saw was the face he wanted to see most on this trip. However, next to this face, there is a sweet-looking girl who is the girl who took a photo with the eldest brother in his bedroom wearing a bachelor's gown. Xia Fan. Xia Fan's elder brother is called Xia. When he saw Xia Fan, he looked very surprised. Shouldn't you be in school right now? I know you're coming back today, so I came back specially to see you. Xia Fan said with a smile, then looked at the girl next to him. Hello, sister-in-law. The sweet-looking girl's face suddenly turned red. Xia Fan's elder brother Xia looked at Xia Fan with appreciation, patted Xia Fan on the shoulder when he entered the door, then asked where their mother was, and then pulled the girl to the kitchen. After a while, laughter was heard in the kitchen. Xia Fan listened to the laughter, and for some reason, she was also very happy. This kind of happiness was the happiness she had never experienced since her parents passed away in her original world. Xia Fan, how are your grades in school recently? You'll only have 1 year to work hard, so just hang in there. The eldest brother Xia walked out of the kitchen, put the luggage in the bedroom, and then went to the living room to ask Xia Fan. I am fine, but I'll try my best. Xia Fan pretended to be stupid. How could he know how his academic performance was in this world? But Xiao's expression flashed with surprise. He thought Xia Fan would complain to him like before that studying was painful and he was going crazy. Seeing his expression, Xia Fan immediately changed the subject and asked a tentative question. By the way, brother, how do you feel about Dad? Before he could finish his words, Xiao's face changed and he interrupted him. What's wrong? Did he go to school to see you recently? After saying that, the eldest brother looked back at the kitchen. Seeing his elder brother's reaction, Xia Fan paused and immediately realized that his father, like his mother, had not passed away, but had some major conflict with the family. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a family photo of this family. Only the mother and the two brothers. No, I didn't see him. Xia Fan shook his head quickly. Xiao's expression eased a little. Then what do you want to ask? Xia Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. After a few seconds, he suddenly said, Brother, I suddenly have a question about studying that I want to ask you. Can you come to my room? Hearing this, Xia looked at Xia Fan strangely, but did not refuse his brother. He followed Xia Fan in. However, as soon as he entered the room, he saw Xia Fan lock the bedroom door. Then he heard Xia Fan say, I'm sorry, brother. The two men looked at each other, and the moment they looked at each other, the pupils of the eldest brother Xia began to dilate. After that, every time Xia Fan asked a question, his elder brother Xia would tell him everything he knew. From his eldest brother's answer, Xia Fan learned the differences between this parallel world and his original world. In addition to the fact that the AR game developed by Tianxin Technology has changed from Pokémon to Blaze Ninja, his parents are still alive, but his father was caught cheating by his mother a few years ago, and they divorced. His eldest brother was already 18 years old at the time, so he was not subject to a custody dispute. His custody in this dimension was obtained by his mother after she gave up the distribution of property during the divorce. After learning this, Xia Fan lifted the hypnosis on his eldest brother and went back to the living room, leaving his eldest brother alone, wondering why he was lying in his younger brother's room after he woke up. Half an hour later, the meal was ready and the family was happily sitting at the table. Xia Fan also enjoyed the meal very much. After all, this was the life he wanted most in his original world. The only regret was the lack of his father. At the dinner table, Xia Fan also got a piece of news from his eldest brother. That is, the eldest brother in this dimension will join Tianxin Technology and become an employee there. He will report to the Tianxin Technology branch in this city in the afternoon. When Xia Fan heard the news, he immediately said that he also wanted to go and see it. The mother did not refuse. So after dinner, The eldest brother's girlfriend and mother stayed at home, and Xia Fan followed the eldest brother Xia Yu to the Tianxin Technology branch in this city. On the way, Xia Fan and his elder brother chatted about Tianxin technology. However, the divine technology that the eldest brother mentioned was similar to what Xia Fan had known before, and he was unable to obtain any useful information. Therefore, after chatting for a while, Xia Fan lost interest and just listened to his elder brother describing the beauty of college. He probably wanted him to study hard. Unfortunately, I am not his biological brother in this dimension. An hour later, Xia Fan followed his elder brother to the branch of Tianxin Technology in Shanghai. Big brother Xia Yu left under the guidance of the receptionist, leaving only Xia Fan waiting in the lobby of the company. There's a large screen in the lobby that specifically broadcasts the sale of the Blaze Ninja AR game cabin. Xia Fan looked at the sale and suddenly realized something. That is, he seemed to have forgotten to investigate whether the people in this world would be like the people in his world, unable to get out after using the Blaze Ninja AR game cabin, after using the Pokémon AR game cabin. If they can't get out, why don't people in this world hold Tianxin Technology accountable? After all, the sales of this world are about to reach the third round. In the previous 2 rounds, many people must have purchased it. On this basis, a large number of people are trapped in the game cabin like vegetables. He would never believe that the world would not riot. Thinking of this, Xia Fan asked a young lady for the direction of the toilet, and then walked towards the toilet. After entering the toilet, Xia Fan flashed white light, turned into Mew, entered the invisible contest condition, and flew to the top floor of the building. After a while, Xia Fan arrived at the top floor of the building and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie sitting in an office, sipping tea leisurely. Xia Fan looked at him, then looked around, and after using his psychic skills to sense that there was no surveillance around, he flashed a white light and turned into a human form, suddenly appearing in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was so frightened on the spot that he almost died with his left hand covering his heart. The teacup in his right hand fell down unexpectedly. After the middle-aged man came back to his senses from astonish, his first reaction was to shout for security. But just as he was about to speak, under Xia Fan's gaze, his pupils brightened and became confused. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan left the middle-aged man's office with a hint of anger on her face. The middle-aged man fell asleep on the sofa. He opened his eyes half an hour later, completely unaware of what had just happened. The middle-aged man is the general manager of Tianxin Technology's Shanghai branch. The answer Xia Fan wanted from him sounded fake. For example, when asked whether people who used the AR game cabin had any abnormal reactions, this person answered no, saying that their Tianxin Technology's game cabin was the most advanced on the market and would not cause any abnormal problems to the human body. But such a high-sounding answer sounded fake to Xia Fan. If there was no problem, why did he enter the Pokémon world and couldn't go back to his original world? If Xia Fan had not firmly believed that his hypnosis would not let him get false information, he would not have been able to resist firing Dark Void at the middle-aged man after hearing this answer, making him experience the pain of a nightmare. However, the middle-aged man's answers to the next few questions were still very false. In his description, Tianxin Technology was a world-class company with a good origin and would never sacrifice human lives. However, Xia Fan discovered a problem in these answers. That is, the person would pause when answering, as if there was an invisible force influencing the person's answer. After discovering this problem, Xia Fan stopped asking questions that might discredit Tianxin Technology and instead asked whether Tianxin Technology had registered the information on the purchase of the AR game cabin. The middle-aged man replied yes and pointed out the location to Xia Fan. After receiving this answer, Xia Fan waved his hand, left the office, and walked towards the archive room where the player's information was recorded. A few minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at the so-called archive room. The door of the archive room was locked. According to the middle-aged man, only people from the head office could enter this place. Xia Fan looked at the gate and rushed in directly using a teleport. The archive room is not big, only about 100 square meters, but there are several surveillance cameras. Xia Fan waved his hand, and the next second, These surveillance cameras were blocked by something. Xia Fan took on human form and used the skill Nasty Plot to develop his brain. He then waved his hand and used Psychic to bring all the registered information in the archives to his eyes for quick browsing. 15 minutes later, Xia Fan had memorized all the information in the archives room. After reading this information, Xia Fan waved his hand to wave away the probe obstructions and left with another teleport. A minute later, he returned to the toilet on the first floor of the building and used the substitute technique. After a while, Substitute walked out of the toilet with an expression as if his constipation had finally been cured and came to the lobby, attracting many people's attention, including the attention of his eldest brother Xiaoyu, who had already reported in. "Xia Fan, what are you doing?" Xiaoyu trotted forward and asked with a frown. "I've been squatting the toilet for too long, and my legs are a little numb." Xia Fan scratched his head and laughed. "Brother, are you done with your duty? Drink more water and have a regular schedule in the future." Xiaoyu reached out and knocked on Xia Fan's substitute, then smiled and said, "The registration is over. You will officially start working here in a week. Come on, I'll treat you to milk tea and buy some food to take back." Xia Fan's substitute smiled and nodded, then left with his eldest brother Xiaoyu substitute. As for Xia Fan's real body, he hid in the back and watched. After they left, he started running around the city. From that archive room, Xia Fan found the information of thousands of game cabinet owners in Shanghai. About 10 minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at the home of the nearest gaming cabinet owner. This is a wealthy man's home, and all kinds of valuable anime figures occupy most of the space in the house. As soon as she entered the room, Xia Fan heard an embarrassing woman's murmuring voice. Xia Fan cleared his throat, said sorry in his heart that he didn't mean to disturb her, and then started looking for the game cabinet in this house. After a while, he saw the Blaze Ninja AR game cabinet in a bedroom. Before entering, he saw out of the corner of his eye a man and a woman rolling in bed in the bedroom, next door with the door open. He then cleared his throat again and walked calmly to the game cabin. The game warehouse is a bound item. Once used, it will be bound to that person. From then on, the game warehouse can only be used by that person, and no one else can log in. This was announced before the game was released. At this time, the door of the game warehouse in front of Xia Fan was closed, and only the owner could open it. Xia Fan had no way of knowing whether there was anyone inside, so he could only smash the door of the game warehouse with one fist. As for whether the loving couple in the bedroom next door would be frightened, it was none of his business. With a snap, the game room door shattered under Xia Fan's fist. Xia Fan saw the scene inside the game cabin. There was someone inside, a handsome young man lying there, with cables plugging his body. At the same time, I heard a sharp growl from next door. Apparently, the sound of the game room door breaking scared the couple next door. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He had already identified the couple next door as a couple, because in addition to the game cabin, there was also a photo frame in the room, which contained a photo of a couple. The man was naturally the one lying in the game cabin, and the woman was a very young and beautiful woman. Judging from the photo, they were a perfect match. Normally, if there are such photos in a house, then this house should be a couple living together. In the room where the couple lives together, the man is lying in the game cabin and has not come out. But something embarrassing still happened in the house. The only possibility is that the girl is so bold that she brought a wild man home to have an affair. However, 3 seconds later, Xia Fan was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. After the game cabin was smashed, a girl rushed in first, holding the bedsheet. Her face was the same as the one Xia Fan saw in the photo frame. But the wild man who rushed in right after that looked exactly like the man lying in the game cabin. Xia Fan stared back and forth between the two people with his eyes wide open. But after a few comparisons, the game cabin suddenly flashed red, as if sounding an alarm. At the same time, emitted an invisible wave. Xia Fan suddenly felt a force invading his brain and trying to modify his memory. But this mental force was not strong enough for Xia Fan and was easily resisted. But the man and woman, under the red light, returned to the bedroom in a daze, and soon, Xia Fan heard the embarrassing sound again. A minute later, Xia Fan arrived at the home of the second gaming cabin owner. According to the information registration, the owner is a girl. Her house is not far from the one we just met. Judging from the furniture and design of the house, this is also a wealthy family. It took Xia Fan 10 seconds to find the room where the game cabinet was placed. There was no one in the house at that moment. After looking around, Xia Fan prepared to smash the warehouse door with his fists like the previous household. But just as he was about to swing his fist, he heard the sound of a door opening in the living room. Then a middle-aged woman's voice was heard. "Zian, Mom is back and bought you a lot of your favorite food." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the game warehouse next to Xia Fan opened automatically. There lay a pretty girl, with cables piercing her body. Xia Fan frowned slightly, wondering if the girl was going to open her eyes and walk out, when she suddenly split into two, just like Xia Fan using the skill substitute. After a while, a girl who looked exactly like the girl stood up next to the girl with the cable plugged in. She walked out of the game cabin door, humming a song, and trotted towards the living room with the attitude of a young girl. A few seconds later, the sound of a happy conversation between a young girl and a middle-aged woman could be heard from the living room. As for the girl who was pierced by the cable, she just lay there, waiting for the door to close. Xia Fan, who witnessed all this, swallowed his saliva and sat down on the girl's bed with a silly smile. He understood. He understood everything the middle-aged man said. No wonder he said that no one alerted the outside world that their children were lost in the game cabin and unable to get out. It turns out that this game cabin can actually create humans that are exactly the same as the players, replace their lives, and modify the memories of those who discover the abnormalities. Xia Fan thought of his original parallel world, in which a guy who looked exactly like him lived in his and his brother's place when he was lost in the Pokémon world. After thinking for a long time, Xia Fan lowered his head. Although he felt a little disappointed, he still sighed, "Maybe this is also good. After all, in this way, the eldest brother will not feel the pain of losing his younger brother. If his eldest brother live alone in that world, he believes that his eldest brother will definitely collapse. After all, he is his only relative in that world." After sitting for 10 minutes, Xia Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and left. Go to the next player's home. For hours later, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Xia Fan has visited more than 30 players' homes. Each household has a substitute that lives in the real world on behalf of the player. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This trip to the parallel world was quite rewarding. At least he knew that in his real dimension, there was someone who would live with his elder brother in his place and maintain his own social circle. He also knew that in another parallel world, his parents were still alive, but they had their own lives. Fortunately, it seemed that everyone was living in harmony now. He was ready to return to the space station as soon as the time came tomorrow. Xia Fan. After walking out of the last house, Xia Fan lifted his invisibility and began to walk away, preparing to go home to enjoy his first and last dinner with his mother and elder brother in this plane. However, he had not walked for a while when he heard a shout in his ear. Xia Fan turned his head and saw a black car with a middle-aged man inside. When he saw Xia Fan, he looked very happy, and Xia Fan was also a little happy to see him. Judging from the middle-aged man's appearance, he should be his father in this dimension, Xia Zigong. But the next second, Xia Fan's joyful expression froze because the window of the back seat of the car opened, revealing the head of little Stephanie. Little Stephanie looked exactly like the little Stephanie named Xia Qingru, whom Xia Fan met in the morning. When Xia Fan saw her, he understood everything. He knew who his father in this dimension had an affair with, and he also understood why he felt that she looked a bit like his eldest brother when he saw her in the morning. Because she is their half-sister, she doesn't look like them, but like their father, Xia Zigong. It is understandable why little Stephanie's mother was shocked and nervous when she saw herself. Xia Zigong saw Xia Fan stop, turned around, and told little Stephanie behind him not to get off the car. Then he trotted to Xia Fan alone. "Why did you come to my house to see me today? Is there anything you need my help with?" The middle-aged man tried his best to put on a smiling expression. "Nothing, Dad." Xia Fan shook his head. "I just happened to pass by and took a look." When the middle-aged man heard the word Dad, His pupils shrank, and he immediately revealed a genuine smile. He decisively reached into his arms, took out his wallet, and took out a large amount of $100 bills. You are in your third year of high school now. Studying must be very hard. Take this money and buy yourself some food you like. If there is a girl you like, go for her boldly. I'm not encouraging you to fall in love too early. I just hope that you can maintain your academic performance and maintain good relationships with your classmates. As he spoke, Xia Zigong stuffed the large sum of money in his hand into Xia Fan's hand. Xia Fan looked at him, not knowing what to say. She just tried her best to smile, said thank you, then said that she had something else to do, and left first. Xia Zigong nodded and didn't force him to stay. He just said that his dad would definitely help him get the Blaze Ninja AR gaming cabinet the day after tomorrow and asked him not to worry. Xia Fan paused when he heard this. He hurriedly grabbed Xia Zigong, who looked at him in confusion. Xia Fan thought about it and started to talk nonsense. Dad, don't fight for that AR game cabin. I heard from the gossip that there is a problem with that game cabin. There's a certain probability that it will cause people to become vegetative and they will never wake up after entering it. What? This thing can cause a person to become a vegetable. Is this true? Xia Zigong's eyes widened, obviously frightened by Xia Fan's words. Xia Fan nodded. Really? A student in my school became a vegetable after playing with that recently. It's just that Tiantian technology is too rich, so they suppress the matter. So, Dad, don't help me rob this thing. Also, if I ask you for it in the future, you will do everything you can to shirk it. I'm a bit mean, and I may forget about this kind of fatal thing in a few days, but you must not forget it. You must stop me from buying this thing, or help me buy it, unless you want your little son to become a vegetable and never wake up. Xia Zigong angrily slapped Xia Fan on the head and said, What are you talking about? If you become a vegetable, what will happen to your mother and I? But don't worry, I will never help you snatch this thing again. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called a subordinate, asking him not to help buy the game cabinet. Seeing this, Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Now all my wishes and regrets have been fulfilled. He can return to that world with peace of mind. Xia Fan was speechless and somewhat puzzled. He turned around and looked at the game cabin again, and found that the cabin door that he had just smashed had been repaired at some point. Xia Fan frowned slightly. So what's going on here? Excluding twins, if the person lying here is a real person, then who is the guy in the next room now? Gradually, he suddenly began to understand the middle-aged man's answer at the Tiantian Technology Building, and why no one reported the situation where their family members were trapped in the game cabin and could not get out. However, this is still the first case, and Xia Fan cannot be sure that other game cabinet owners are like this. After a while, Xia Fan walked out of the room, picked up a water cup placed in the living room, and threw it towards the room where the couple was still roaming. With a snap, the cup shattered. After hearing the woman's astonishing voice again, he ran away with a teleport. At night, Xia Fan had his first and last dinner with his eldest brother, his mother, and the woman who might become his sister-in-law. At the dinner table, Xia Fan talked nonsense and told his elder brother not to help him get the AR gaming cabin, no matter how much he begged in the future. The eldest brother was puzzled at first, until Xia Fan said that this thing might cause a person to be in a vegetative state. After the strong warning from his mother, he had to agree. The next morning, Xia Fan was woken up in her room by her mother, who asked her to go back to school early. Xia Fan agreed with a smile and left home after breakfast. However, as soon as he left the house, he teleported to the rooftop, where he enjoyed the breeze alone, waiting for the time to come and be picked up. Xia Fan had little interest in meeting this world himself. He lay on the roof for more than 3 hours. After 3 hours, a door appeared out of thin air in front of Xia Fan's eyes. He walked in, and the next second, there was a flash of white light, and he returned to a white world. Miu is among them. As soon as he saw Xia Fan, Miu excitedly threw himself into his arms and expressed his annoyance at having nothing to do all day. Xia Fan smiled and comforted it. After comforting her, he raised his head and shouted to the white world in front of him, Hey, I have learned what I want to know from that parallel world. Please tell me why you let me go, and why Tiantian Technology did all this. What does Tiantian Technology represent? If I am not mistaken, Tiantian technology should not only occupy my original world and this parallel plane of Earth 9056, but also occupy many similar parallel planes. Xia Fan shouted, waiting for an answer. But this vast white world is silent and still. 5 minutes later, when Xia Fan's expression became increasingly unhappy, a door appeared again in the white world. This time Xia Fan directly held Xiao Huan and pushed the door open. After pushing it open, a strong light came. The light stung Xia Fan, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Rayquaza, Ho-Lugia Kyogre's excited expression. Behind them were Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, all three of them looking a little relieved despite being too excited. Seeing them, Xia Fan was stunned. He looked around helplessly while holding Mew. When he saw the towering pillars behind him, he was sure that he had indeed returned to the world of Pokémon. Damn it, you didn't even say a word and just kicked me out. Xia Fan cursed in his heart. Where's Arceus? Xia Fan looked around and found that all the other legendary Pokémon were there, but Arceus was missing. Lord Arceus said it went back to the universe to figure out how to destroy this thing, and asked us to stay here, Rayquaza said. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, thinking of everything he had experienced that day. He felt that it might be a bit difficult to destroy this thing. The god's technology was obviously much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, Rayquaza asked again, Master, what did you see in there for several hours? How many hours? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Didn't I stay in there for more than a day? No, just about 4 or 5 hours, Rayquaza said. Only 4 or 5 hours. Xia Fan realized that the flow of time inside was different from that outside. Master, you haven't told me what you saw in there. Rayquaza was very curious about the world inside the giant pillar, and so were the Guardian-level legendary Pokémon like Ho-Lugia behind him. They looked at Xia Fan hopefully for an answer. I didn't see anything, but I realized how huge the universe is. There are many, many worlds outside our world. Xia Fan talked to the legendary Pokémon and told them that there were many parallel worlds outside the Pokémon world, where there were different humans and monsters with powerful powers different from theirs, and a company called Grand Duke of Celestial Technology. According to Xia Fan's description, this company controlled all living things, and their world was under its control, but they had never sensed it. However, Xia Fan did not reveal any information about the players or the existence of the AR gaming cabin. I just try my best to tell them that there are always people better than you, and that they should work harder on their cultivation. Otherwise, they won't be able to resist when their world is in danger in the future. After hearing Xia Fan's words, Rayquaza and the others all showed shocked expressions. Looking up at the sky, they imagined that there was a big hand that unknowingly controlled their world. Looking at their shocked expressions, Xia Fan thought of something, looked back at the giant pillar, and said again, "Try to attack this giant pillar again." Upon hearing this, Rayquaza and the others continued their previous cooperation and released destructive death rays towards the giant pillars. Although Arceus was not there, the attack was still possible. However, Xia Fan, who was guarding the giant pillar, found that the pillar's recovery speed was faster than before, and it recovered in almost the blink of an eye. If he tried to rush in again, there was a 99% chance of failure. The other 1% was a miracle that allowed him to get in. Otherwise, it was likely that his head would go in, but his body would be outside. Xia Fan waved his hand to let the beasts end their attack, then asked, "Did Arceus say how long it will take for him to come back here?" Rayquaza shook his head. "No. Lord Arceus just said that if you come out, let us listen to your arrangements, or if something major happens, let me go to the center of the universe to find it. Since it said so, then disperse." Xia Fan waved his hand and asked the beasts to return to their respective places. When you come up with a solution, everyone will gather again. However, after you return to your respective places, you must also keep an eye on the giant pillars in your area to see if there are any abnormalities. The gods and beasts looked at each other, and soon they left according to Xia Fan's instructions. Only Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, the 3 lake gods, Regigigas, and Heatran were left, which were the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, and it was much faster to go back. Xia Fan said to them, "You guys discuss among yourselves, take turns to guard this giant pillar, and respond promptly if there is anything abnormal. As for Regigigas, you don't need to come to guard it. It's troublesome to come out once. And Heatran, you don't need to come either. It's a pain for a fire type to come here." They looked at each other. Regigigas and Heatran shouted excitedly, then took a step forward and decisively started running, fearing that Xia Fan would change his mind and call them over to watch over him. A few minutes later, Giratina opened the reverse world channel and returned to her own reverse world, while Dialga used a dragon breath to open the dimensional hole and return to his own world. Only Xia Fan and Mew were standing on Palkia's back, shouldering the important task of sending Xia Fan back to Midna later. As for the three lake gods Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf, they were left behind to discuss who would guard the place. There's nothing we can do about it because their status is not as good as Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga. Palkia exhaled a mouthful of dragon breath and opened the dimensional hole. Took Xia Fan and Mew through. Once through, they were back in Sky and Medina. At this time, Ash and the others were still sleeping, and Deoxys was watching over them. As soon as he saw Xia Fan, Deoxys immediately stepped forward, talked to Xia Fan for a few words, and then used his tentacles to send Cabine to Xia Fan, saying that this man had seen everything and also saw everything Xia Fan did in Midna, and asked Xia Fan what to do. Modify your memory and delete everything you shouldn't know. Xia Fan said directly, then looked at Mew. This is the job Mew does the most, and he is already very familiar with it. "Master, can I go now?" Palkia asked as Mew modified Cabine's memory. "Let's go." Xia Fan nodded and agreed. A few minutes later, the memory modification was completed. Mew flashed white light, turned into Pikachu, and jumped on his Xia Fan's shoulder. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and put Deoxys away. Then he laid down next to Ash and the others, closed his eyes, and snapped his fingers. There was a sound of snapping fingers, and an invisible force spread from the sound. After a while, Ash and the others gradually woke up from their coma. I looked around blankly and was shocked to see that there was no trace of Arceus, Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga soaring in the sky. Then I looked around again and found that there was no damage anywhere, including the town of Midna below. I was so surprised that I forgot everything. "Mr. Xia Fan, wake up." Dawn woke up and pushed Xia Fan awake. Xia Fan, whose acting skills exploded, opened his eyes in a daze. "What's wrong?" Xia Fan sat up from the ground, looked up at soaring in the sky, and then looked around. "Hey, where are Arceus and the others? Where is the Temple of the Gods? Wait, weren't the ruins destroyed by Arceus? Why do they look the same as before? Nothing happened at all." Ash and the others saw that Xia Fan's expression was even more surprised than theirs, and immediately stopped wondering. Xia Fan may not know as much as they do. "By the way, do you remember what happened when we traveled to Midna thousands of years ago?" Xena said with a frown. "My impression is that when Arceus was about to die, a man ran towards Arceus with the life gem. He jumped into the silver water without caring about his own life. At the last moment of his life, he threw the life gem to Arceus. After that, we came back. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, so I didn't see the man's appearance clearly. I don't know. When Dawn and I were working on a life, orb, and snatch, I suddenly fell into a coma for some reason. I woke up just now." Ash and Dawn looked at each other and said helplessly. At this time, Dawn looked at Xia Fan and said, "By the way, where is Mr. Xia Fan? I remember that Mr. Xia Fan should have gone with us thousands of years ago, but why didn't we see you thousands of years ago?" Xia Fan scratched his head and was about to make up something as usual when Ash Pikachu's voice came from not far away. Xiaojing was standing beside him. Everyone turned their heads and found that a stone tablet had appeared in the ruins of the palace behind them. "Everyone, come and take a look at this," Xiaojing shouted. They trotted over and found two murals carved on the stone wall. One was a scene of Arceus regaining the Jade of Life and returning to his peak, being worshipped by all living beings. The other was a scene of a young man running and throwing the Jade of Life to Arceus. Everyone was browsing the two murals, and when they saw the second one, which was the young man running and throwing the Life Gem to Arceus, they stopped and turned to look at Xia Fan. Because the boy looks a bit like Xia Fan. Xia Fan scratched his head and said awkwardly, Actually, I was just about to tell you that the guy Ms. Hina saw thousands of years ago who risked his life to save Arceus was actually me. After throwing away the life jewel, I fell into the silver water and lost consciousness. I just woke up. After Xia Fan finished speaking, he shouted in his heart that it was fortunate that he did not say the nonsense he had prepared just now. Otherwise, he would be slapped in the face now. When everyone heard Xia Fan's words, they all sighed, thinking that this was a perfect explanation for the mural. Only Dawn was still a little confused and asked, Mr. Xia Fan, why didn't we see you in Midna thousands of years ago? Shouldn't you have arrived here with us? Alas, this can only be blamed on Dialga. Xia Fan didn't even think about it and started to blame others. I don't know what happened. I was teleported to a place thousands of years ago, dozens of miles away from Midna. When I arrived in Midna, the solar eclipse had already begun. Arceus was in a life-and-death crisis. It was too late to find you. I happened to pick up the life gem that fell on the ground. So, I risked my life to give a life gem to Arceus. Fortunately, it succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan heard two thumping sounds. It was Xena and Cabine who suddenly knelt down and bowed to him in gratitude, which scared Xia Fan. No need to do that. This is what I should do. If Midna is destroyed, I believe the whole world will be destroyed as well. Xia Fan hurriedly helped the two of them up. Xena wiped her tears and began to invite Xia Fan and others to their home, and took them to eat all the delicious food in Midna. Xia Fan and the others looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. A day later, the group continued their journey with Hina and Cabine seeing them off. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was a month later. Dawn has already participated in the contest celebration. The final of the celebration was Dawn versus her best friend Zoe. Unfortunately, Dawn was one step short of victory and lost. Zoe won the final victory of the contest. At this time, they came to Sinnoh region, the venue of Sinnoh Alliance, Suzerain Island. Xia Fan and Ash will both attend this conference. Before the competition, Ash approached Xia Fan and hoped that if Xia Fan met him, he would never hold back and should just fight as he should and never hold back. He knew the gap between himself and Xia Fan, and if he won because of holding back, he would be very unhappy. Xia Fan agreed to this. Although participating in this conference might seem like bullying a child, it would still satisfy her desire to be a champion. Is that Lily of the Valley Island? We are finally here. On a ship, Ash looked at the island not far away, excitedly waving his arms and shouting, and the Pikachu on his shoulder also kept making pika-pika noises. Xia Fan, Dawn, and Xiao Gang looked at each other, then smiled at Ash and Pikachu. 10 minutes later, several people got off the ship and looked at the bustling Lily of the Valley Island with smiles on their faces. Dawn looked around and said excitedly while hugging Piplup, "Wow, this place is so lively. It really deserves to be the venue of the Sinnoh Alliance, Suzerain Island." In order to cooperate with this competition, not only the trainers, but also the media and spectators from other places have gathered here. Xiaojiang said with a smile, "Ash, Mr. Xia Fan, you should go to the Pokémon Center to complete the procedures and register for the competition." Xia Fan nodded. Ash, who was excited by the atmosphere, exchanged a few words with Pikachu and shouted, "Very good. Go get the championship." The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of people around. Xiaojiang and Dawn looked at each other awkwardly and shrugged. 10 minutes later, the group of 4 arrived at the Pokémon Center on Suzerain Island. At this time, many people had gathered in the Pokémon Center, including contestants and trainers who came to watch the competition. Here, the 4 saw many rare Pokémon. Even the legendary Pokémon Heatran, they also saw one. Of course, this was a Heatran without god-level power, and Xia Fan's Divine Beast perception did not fail to react to it. There are so many people queuing. Looking at the many contestants lining up in front of the stage at the Pokémon Center, Dawn exclaimed that there were many more people than at the contest festival she had attended. Mr. Xia Fan, Ash, please go and line up quickly. The earlier you line up, the earlier you can register, so you can make pre-match arrangements earlier. Xiao Gang said. Ash nodded, pulled Xia Fan, and was about to queue up, but was rejected by Xia Fan. What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan? Ash asked puzzledly. Xia Fan looked at the line of participants that was already more than 10 meters long and said directly, no need to queue, just wait here and I will arrange it. No need to queue? The three looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Xia Fan did not reply, but walked to the front of the team. In less than half a minute, Xia Fan began to wave to Ash, as if asking him to come over and stand there. Ash looked at Xiao Jiang and Dawn in confusion, and then the three of them walked away together. As soon as they came to Xia Fan, the second and third contestants in the team pulled Xia Fan and Ash to their seats with smiles on their faces, then walked to the end and lined up again while humming a song. Why are they doing this? Ash and his Pikachu looked at Xia Fan with confusion. Xia Fan shrugged and said calmly, because I have the ability to make money. I get money. Ash, Dawn, Xiao Gang, is there something wrong? Xia Fan asked with a smile. No, there is nothing wrong with it. Ash and the other two looked at each other, then shook their heads with their mouths twitching slightly. They knew that Xia Fan was rich. After a while, the contestant in front of Xia Fan finished registering for the competition. Xia Fan picked up her Pokédex and the mobile phone with her personal information and handed them to Nurse Joy. A minute later, Nurse Joy returned the Pokédex and phone to Xia Fan with a smile. The information is correct, and the registration for the competition has been completed. Thank you, Xia Fan said with a smile. Nurse Joy continued. Welcome to the Athletes' Village. This is your room key. As she spoke, Nurse Joy took out another room card and handed it to Xia Fan. However, just as Xia Fan was about to take the room card, Xiao Gang rushed forward and pushed her away. With a perverted look on his face, he tightly grasped Nurse Joy's small hand and said, I have received the key to the heart of the beautiful Nurse Joy. Come, please use this key to unlock the lock on my heart. Xia Fan looked at Xiao Gang, who was full of lust, speechlessly sighed, and touched a pokeball on his waist with his hand. A red light flashed, and Krogunk made a brilliant appearance. He used a paralyzing punch to drag away Xiao Jiang, who was about to climb onto the table to kiss Nurse Joy. Sorry, my friend is just like that. Xia Fan took the room card from Nurse Joy with an embarrassed look on her face, then made way for Ash to continue registering. 5 minutes later, after Xia Fan and Ash completed registration, the four of them began to walk around the players' village behind the Pokémon Center, looking for their respective rooms. Xia Fan and Ash's rooms are next door. After finding their respective rooms, Ash received a flower basket from Palatown Professor Oak with a card on it saying that Professor Oak would not be able to go over to cheer him up this time because he had too much work to do in the laboratory. When Ash saw this card, he called Dawn, Xiao Jiang, and Xia Fan to go to the Pokémon Center again, saying that he needed to find Professor Oak to teleport some of the Pokémon he had left with the professor to the Pokémon Center to form a selection team for him, so that he could bring different Pokémon to deal with different rivals in time. In this regard, he also asked Xia Fan what his plans were for the competition and whether he had decided what Pokémon he would bring. Xia Fan thought about it and simply said no to express his attitude towards the competition. Anyway, he didn't think that anyone could beat any of the legendary Pokémon he owned. Even if a miracle happens and someone has defeated it, it's okay. There are 2 more contestants waiting behind it, allowing you to fight to your heart's content and see whether your non-legendary Pokémon is stronger than his legendary Pokémon with divine status. Half an hour later, after Ash and Professor Oak had a conversation via video call, 5 Pokémon were transmitted from Pallet Town. The 5 are Totodile, Cyndaquil, Corphish, Bayleaf, and Snorlax. With the communication between the 2, new Pokémon will be transmitted later. After receiving these 5 Pokémon, Ash wanted Xia Fan, who was too bored to fight Yan, to help him with pre-match training, because the competition would start tomorrow and the opening ceremony would be held tonight, so there was only one afternoon for special training. Xia Fan agreed and sent Jengar and Deoxys to help with special training. During the special training, The four of them met many friends they had met in the Sinnoh region in the player's village, including Empoleon's trainer Asun, Agron's trainer Conway, and Ash's biggest rival in the Sinnoh region, Paul. They all made some harsh remarks to Ash and Xia Fan, saying that they would be the final winners of the competition. Especially Paul. After he made threats to Ash, he walked up to Xia Fan and told him in a serious tone that he would definitely defeat him this time. Unfortunately, he was facing Xia Fan, the king of Bai. When he heard Paul's nonsense, he directly replied, "Let's fight now. If you lose, you will get money." As soon as he finished speaking, Paul's face turned green. He shut his mouth and walked away, as if he was afraid of being cheated again. After meeting them, Xia Fan continued to help Ash with his special training. During the afternoon training, help Ash's Cyndaquil evolved into Kalava and learned the powerful fire special attack skill Eruption. After completing the special training for the five of them, Ash returned to the Pokémon Center and teleported some other Pokémon that had been discussed. The five were Glalie, Torkoal, Noctowl, as well as Mook and Donphan. As for whether other Pokémon will be transferred later, depends on Rival after the game starts. After finishing the afternoon special training, when dusk fell, Xia Fan and Ash washed up, put on new clothes, and followed the Alliance competition staff to the center of the competition venue. Tonight, the opening ceremony of the competition and a fireworks display will be held here. In the center of the venue, contestants Xia Fan and Ash stood in two adjacent positions, admiring the soaring in the sky fireworks. "So beautiful," Ash exclaimed to Xia Fan while looking at the fireworks. Xia Fan smiled and nodded, then reached out and teased Mew, who was jumping around at his feet. This was the first time Mew saw such a spectacular fireworks display, so he was very excited. "Master, please let Cresselia and I out later. It would be a shame not to let me be alone with her in such a beautiful place." Jengar, who still had evil intentions towards Cresselia, called out in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan thought about it and agreed. After a while, the fireworks ended briefly and the whole venue dimmed. Two spotlights shone toward the place above the venue, where two young boys and girls were holding torches and pointing them at a huge torch. When the torch was lit, the atmosphere in the venue was ignited again. People cheered excitedly. The host also excitedly announced the opening of the Sinnoh Alliance Lily of the Valley Conference and explained that a random draw would be conducted soon to select the first round contestants. After saying that all the beams of light were directed towards the contestants standing in the center of the venue. There are 64 contestants in this conference, so the first round is 64 to 32. A minute later, when the contestants' atmosphere was at its peak, the host's voice sounded again. "We will now announce the contestants for the first round of the Pokémon Alliance contest category." As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen in the center of the venue started to shine, and 32 groups of competitions were displayed on one page. Xia Fan hugged Mew and looked over. In less than 2 seconds, he saw his own rival. It is the name of an ordinary person named Liu Hang. Rival is Mr. Nando. "We've met a strong enemy right from the start. Let's work together, Pikachu." Xia Fan heard Ash's exclamation in his ear. He raised his eyebrows, looked at the big screen again, and found that Ash was indeed a rival with Nando, the so-called bard. In the contest celebration half a month ago, this guy lost to Dawn. I didn't expect to meet Ash at the beginning of this game. After all, he is Ash who has the aura of the protagonist. Although he may not win the championship in every competition, he will definitely win the first and second rounds. So we can only feel sympathy for Mr. Nando. He is a real cannon fodder. Half an hour later, the opening ceremony ended and Xia Fan released Jengar and Cresselia. Then I followed Ash Dawn and Xiaojing to find an outdoor restaurant and eat local snacks. The first round is a 3-on-3 battle. The Pokemon are all in good condition. Which 3 should I choose? After buying snacks, Ash was thinking with a worried look on his face about which Pokemon he should send out for tomorrow's battle against Nando. Xiaogang said while eating a burger, "Mr. Nando seems to be a bug-type and grass-type user, which means that using ice, fire, and flying-type moves will be more effective. Ash's frown disappeared immediately after hearing this. In that case, choose from Glalie, Kalava, Infernape, Staraptor, and Swellow. Xia Fan, who was drinking Coke, interjected, "It's dangerous to hastily conclude that Nando uses Bug-type or Grass-type. Don't forget that in the contest celebration half a month ago, it used Normal-type Lopunny, which has nothing to do with Grass-type and Bug-type. Besides, he is a well-known figure after all. Most people know that his most famous partners are Bug-types and Grass-types. So under normal circumstances, how could he continue to use that lineup to participate in the battle? Besides, you will guess what lineup he has, so he will naturally guess what lineup you have now. In this case, do you know what Pokémon he will send out for tomorrow's battle?" Listening to Xia Fan's talk, Ash frowned again. "Mr. Xia Fan, don't you want to think about the lineup for tomorrow's match against rival?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at Ash in surprise. "Do you think I need to think about rival's lineup tomorrow?" Ash was stunned. Then he suddenly remembered what happened and sighed at Xia Fan. A trainer with several legendary Pokémon really doesn't need to think about the rival lineup. Attribute restraint is simply bullshit in the face of powerful strength. For example, a casual flamethrower of a fire-type legendary Pokémon is much more powerful than the ultimate move of Destruction Death Ray that other Pokémon stockpile can release. After sighing, Ash said, "Then Mr. Xia Fan, if you were me, what would you do?" Xia Fan thought about it and shrugged. "Don't do anything. Just use the Pokémon you think is most suitable to participate in the battle. Why think so much? Anyway, everyone will guess each other's rival lineup. No matter how much you guess, you may not be right in the end. It just adds to your troubles." After Ash heard this, he immediately felt that it made some sense, and his frown eased a little. But just at this moment, shouts from the crowd were heard not far away. "Look, it's the legendary Nightmare God Darkrai and the legendary Dream God Cresselia. They are actually on Suzuran Island." Hearing the shout, Ash and the other two looked towards Xia Fan. They knew that Xia Fan had released Gengar and Cresselia to move freely. "Let's go and take a look." Xia Fan stood up and said, "His Nightmare God Darkrai should not be on this Lily of the Valley Island. He did not summon it here. Besides, his Nightmare God Darkrai should run away if he met Cresselia. It is different from a licking dog Gengar. It does not like Cresselia at all." A few minutes later, on a lake, Xia Fan saw a Darkrai that had nothing to do with him and a Cresselia and a white Gengar that had something to do with him. However, the white Gengar was completely suppressed by the Nightmare God Darkrai and the Dream God Cresselia, and no one paid any attention to it. The situation on the lake at this time was that Darkrai, who had nothing to do with him, was looking at his Cresselia with overflowing love, while his Cresselia turned its head away with a proud look on its face, and the white Gengar was inserted between the two guys, staring at Darkrai with a murderous look on its face. "What's going on?" Xia Fan asked Cresselia and Gengar through the spiritual shared world. When Cresselia saw Xia Fan coming, she flew over immediately, causing the people around her to exclaim, and they looked at Xia Fan with extreme envy. He shouted that this Dream God Cresselia actually belonged to this guy. After hearing this, Xia Fan looked around at the envious eyes around him with a speechless face, cursing in his heart. "What do you mean Cresselia is actually mine? You guys can't talk, just shut up. What's going on?" Xia Fan asked again, and at the same time glanced at the Darkrai who was staring at Cresselia. "Master, I have seen that Darkrai once. It had a bad character in its tribe. It liked to bully the weaker tribes and cause trouble everywhere. Later, it was driven out by its tribe leader. After being driven out, it often came to our tribe to harass my people. Later, I called its tribe leader to come and beat it up, and then it disappeared. I didn't expect to meet it here today," Cresselia said. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect there was such a story. "Master, can I beat it?" Gengar interrupted at this time. The rage in his eyes was beyond words. If Xia Fan hadn't told it not to cause trouble when it was first released, it would have beaten the B***************** D who disturbed its and its beloved Cresselia's alone time. Xia Fan did not speak. During the Sinnoh Alliance competition, 99% of the Pokémon that appeared on Suzuran Island had owners. Especially for these legendary Pokémon. If they did not have owners, it would be impossible for them not to attack humans or leave on their own in front of a crowd. Thinking of this, Xia Fan began to scan the other side of the lake behind the Darkrai, trying to find out who its owner was. After a while, a long-haired man in a red robe in the crowd caught his attention, and he just happened to see the long-haired man saying something to the Darkrai. Although he couldn't hear it clearly from the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he was testing the strength of the Cresselia. After he finished speaking, as soon as he closed his mouth, the Darkrai threw a dark void towards Xia Fan, which made Xia Fan raise an eyebrow. "Damn it, you guys came before I even started." "Jengar," Xia Fan said coldly in the spiritual shared world. When Jengar heard the voice, he immediately understood what Xia Fan meant and rushed towards Darkrai, throwing a Shadow Ball at the same time. Shadow Ball and Dark Void collided in midair and then canceled each other out. The long-haired man and Darkrai on the opposite side paused, a hint of disbelief on their faces. The onlookers around were in an uproar. This Jengar Shadow Ball can actually counter Darkrai's Dark Void. Oh my god, isn't Jengar a ghost plus poison type? How can it fight against Darkrai, the Dark-type legendary Pokémon that can counter it? Wow, this Jengar is amazing. He actually used Shadow Ball to counter Darkrai's special skill Dark Void. After the skills were cancelled out, Jengar and Darkrai stood facing each other in the middle of the lake. Jengar listened to the exclamations of the onlookers and let out a smug, shrill laugh. Suddenly, he felt that Darkrai was not so annoying after all. Its appearance can just highlight its dignified Jengar ancestor and suppress the status of the Darkrai clan in Cresselia. Thinking of this, Jengar turned his head to look at Cresselia, wanting to see its expression at the moment. At this moment, Cresselia was looking at the Darkrai with a frown on her face, showing disgust. Jengar felt very happy when he saw this. That's how it should be. Darkrai and his gang just relied on their race's talents, but now they are getting beaten to a pulp by their ancestor Jengar. However, the next second, the voices of Cresselia and the Darkrai chieftain who had died somewhere unknown rang out in the spiritual shared world in Jengar's mind. The tone of her voice revealed Cresselia's dissatisfaction with the fact that this Darkrai could be evenly matched with a Jengar. He also expressed that this Darkrai was a disgrace to the Darkrai clan and requested the Darkrai clan leader to severely punish it in the future and discipline the Darkrai clan well, so as to avoid embarrassing the clan leader in public. In short, every word he said was for the reputation of the Darkrai clan leader. Hearing this, Jengar was furious and wanted to tear Darkrai to pieces on the spot. Isn't it just that he was born better than it and looks more handsome than its Jengar ancestor? Other than that, can he compare with its Jengar ancestor? If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you daydreaming? Do you want to die? While Jengar was still annoyed, Darkrai on the opposite side suddenly launched an attack and crashed into Jengar. Seeing that Jengar did not react, Xia Fan started cursing in the shared spiritual world. Jengar came to his senses and turned his head to look, but Darkrai was already approaching like a phantom normal. And the originally legless figure now has two slender long legs. It is a Dark-type skill Feint Attack. Darkrai stepped forward with his fists and legs full of energy, and while Jengar just came to his senses, he started punching and kicking him. Jengar was stuck in midair and unable to move under its continuous attacks. The crowd saw this and nodded. That's right. How can Jengar beat Darkrai, the legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region? Even if you're a rare, heterochromatic Jengar, you should be beaten up. After all, no matter how rare you are, you can't beat Darkrai. It is only right that you should be beaten up, which is in line with the strength of your status. The man who was suspected to be Darkrai's master, the one in a red robe and with long hair, nodded with satisfaction when he saw Jengar being beaten and came back to his senses from his dissatisfaction with Dark Void being offset by Shadow Ball. However, just when the owner of Darkrai and the onlookers thought that the white Jengar was about to be defeated by Darkrai, A black gas carrying countless spells suddenly burst out from Jengar's body and harassed Darkrai. Darkrai was instantly bound by the black energy mixed with spells and couldn't move. Oh my god, it's the Curse Body! This Jengar was able to activate its own race's ability Curse Body under Darkrai's attack, and even used this Curse Body to trap Darkrai. The onlookers saw this scene and cried out in shock. Normal Jengars that can activate Curse Body are very rare, and only Jengars with special talents can activate it when attacked and trap the enemy. Moreover, this ability is usually only triggered when they are attacked by weaker Pokémon that are far less powerful than it. If they're attacked by powerful Pokémon, there's only a slight possibility that it will be triggered. Even if it is triggered, it will break free in the blink of an eye. This is completely different from the current Darkrai, which is obviously a legendary Pokémon with attribute restraint, but it can still be trapped by the Curse Body and cannot move at all. Jengar, who activated his Curse Body, stood up from midair and looked at the motionless Darkrai with a ferocious face. When it was about to start swearing in front of everyone, it looked back at Cresselia and, after a pause, it turned around and used telepathy to swear at Darkrai alone. You be asterisk 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 D. NEI was able to be trapped by me when he met me. How can you, a little be asterisk 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 D, who can't even inherit the position of clan leader, want to beat me? Prepare to die, you damn Darkrai. As he said that, Jengar directly used the skill Shadow Punch. His fat white hand instantly transformed into thousands of things, and he started beating Darkrai like he was beating his son. The last punch sent him flying from midair into the lake. With a bang, water splashed. Everyone was shocked by Jengar's strength. Jengar, whose attribute is restrained, beats the legendary Pokémon Darkrai, whose attribute restrains it. And that's not all. Under the gazes of everyone, a terrifying aura filled with malice poured out from under Jengar's feet, and this black aura enveloped the entire lake. Its dark pulse from Jengar. After a while, Darkrai, who had fallen into the lake, was held tightly by a big black hand and lifted out of the lake. The spell on Darkrai's body had dissipated by now, and he was no longer controlled by the Jengar curse, but he was still unable to move because of the pair of Black's big hands. What I hate most are you Darkrai who look like humans. Jengar cursed Darkrai again with telepathy, laughing at the same time. Just as he was about to continue to ravage it, a shout suddenly came from his ear. Stop! The voice caught everyone's attention. Everyone and the Pokémon looked up and saw that it was the champion of the Sinnoh region, the ice-cold beauty Mistake-Ran. She is currently standing on the back of a flying Garchomp. Seeing her appearance, the onlookers suddenly quieted down. During the Sinnoh Alliance competition, contestants are prohibited from fighting privately before the competition. Violators will be disqualified from the competition. Miss Julon said coldly while standing on Garchomp's back. After that, she looked around and finally found Xia Fan. She signaled to Xia Fan with her eyes not to embarrass her. When she saw the white Jengar, the first person she thought of was Xia Fan. Jengar, who was about to continue beating Darkrai, turned to look at Xia Fan. If Xia Fan agreed to let it continue beating, it would just pull the Garchomp down from the air and beat them together. Can I continue to beat it? Jengar asked Xia Fan telepathically. What the hell? Do you want me to just quit the competition? Xia Fan said speechlessly. He had come to participate in the competition. If he was inexplicably disqualified because of such a small matter, wouldn't all the medals he had won before become decorations? You could talk about it later. Now everyone with a discerning eye can see that Darkrai is not as good as you. You have already vented your anger in prestige. From tonight on, you'll be the most handsome guy during the Sinnoh Alliance competition. Legend has it that Pokémon Darkrai was beaten by a different colored Jengar of yours. Hearing Xia Fan's flatter, Jengar began to feel a little bit dizzy, and the dark pulse aura under his feet began to flow back, and soon returned to his body. At the same time, the pair of black, giant hands dissipated, returning Darkrai to freedom. After Darkrai regained his freedom, he looked at Jengar coldly and tried to attack it, but was taken in by a red light. A long-haired man in a red robe said to Miss Julan in midair, "I'm sorry, Miss Julan. This incident was caused by me. My Darkrai was concerned about the trainer's Cresselia, which caused the incident just now. I'm really sorry. I will keep a close eye on it in the future and never let it out again." As he spoke, the long-haired man apologized to Julan and then bowed to Xia Fan opposite him. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Upon hearing this, Miss Julan looked at the long-haired man who was apologizing sincerely and waved her hand. "Since it's not a malicious fight, then it's fine. Just be careful next time," Miss Julan said, and then said to the crowd watching, "Don't watch anymore. Everyone go away." Miss Julan holds a high position of power in the Sinnoh region. After hearing what she said, the crowd began to disperse, but their eyes kept wandering to Xia Fan's Jengar and Cresselia as they left. The long-haired man in a red robe was also about to leave, but just as he turned around, he suddenly thought of something and turned back again, shouting to Xia Fan across from him, "Sir, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Dekidwa." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers who were about to leave immediately stopped, turned around abruptly, and stared at Xia Fan with their bright eyes. Xia Fan, who was being stared at by nearly 100 pairs of eyes, calmly took out 2 Pokeballs and put Jengar and Cresselia into the balls respectively. Then Biwang Fan stood up, put his hand behind his back, and said to Dakduo opposite him calmly, "You will know tomorrow." After saying that, Xia Fan patted Ash on the shoulder and motioned for them to follow him. Afterwards, Xia Fan took Ash and the other 2 away under Dakota's dissatisfied look. The onlookers, looking at Xia Fan's departing back, began to admire her. They all started to wonder which contestant Xia Fan was. After a while, someone remembered the name he saw on the big screen at the opening ceremony, Xia Fan. Then, they started to access the computer of the Pokémon Center, entered Xia Fan's name, and investigated Xia Fan's information in the Sinnoh region. During the Sinnoh Alliance competition, all participants' results when challenging gyms will be shared. Therefore, after this night, Xia Fan suddenly became one of the most popular contestants. Aside from the fact that he owns a legendary Pokémon, Cresselia, another reason is that when he challenged 8 gyms, he basically only took about a minute to defeat the 3 Pokémon of the gym trainer, and the fastest one was less than 10 seconds. This record directly shocked everyone who wanted to investigate it. After Xia Fan left the lake and returned to the outdoor restaurant where he had sat down, Miss Julan came over and said something to Ash and the other 2. Then she asked Xia Fan to follow her and leave for a while. "Is there anything wrong, Miss Julan? Are you here to punish me for my previous behavior? Or he?" Xia Fan asked with a smile after following Miss Julan to a small forest where there were few people. "How is that possible? That thing is past. There's no need for me to come to you again. And what does he mean?" Miss Julan was amused by Xia Fan's words. "It's nothing." Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. "I came to you again to tell you to be careful of Darkray's owner, Darko. I feel like he might target you." Miss Julan said, "Being targeted by him? Why? Does he have any unknown secrets?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "How should I put it?" Miss Julan bit her soft lips lightly for about 10 seconds before she continued. "After some investigation, it seems that he has a business relationship with the Hunter organization. My initial guess is that he bought the legendary Pokémon Darkrai with money. However, this is still speculation, so I hope you don't spread it around. I just want to remind you now that if he is really related to the Hunter organization, then he might take a fancy to the Pokémon in your hands. Although Hunter J is dead, the Hunter organization has not disappeared, so I hope you will be a little more vigilant in the future." Xia Fan frowned slightly after hearing this, then relaxed his brows and said to Julan with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Julan, for your concern. I will pay attention to it in the future. How about this? To thank you for your reminder, I will treat you to a meal." Julan thought Xia Fan had heard her, so she felt relieved. No. As the champion of Sinnoh Alliance, I still have a lot of things to deal with tonight, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she released Garchomp and let it take her away. Xia Fan looked at her back and muttered, "Thanks for the reminder, but now that you've reminded me, I really hope that he is a rich man related to the Hunter organization." TSK. spending money to catch legendary Pokémon. How rich must he be? He'd better come and cause trouble for me soon. The next day, the first day of the Sinnoh Alliance competition. Outside the Pokémon Center, Xia Fan, Xiao Gang, and Dawn chatted and laughed about some interesting things in life. After chatting for about 5 minutes, when the three didn't know what to talk about next, Ash trotted out of the Pokémon Center with Pikachu looking apologetic. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. I asked Professor Oak to teleport me here. Just now after breakfast, Ash told Xia Fan and the other two that he had already decided which Pokémon to send out to fight today, but one of them needed to be teleported from Professor Oak, so he asked Xia Fan and the other two to wait for him outside for a while. So, which 3 Pokémon are you going to use to battle Mr. Nando today? Dawn asked curiously while holding Piplup. Ash smiled and winked at Dawn mysteriously. It's a secret. Anyway, you guys should look forward to this battle. Pika Pika, Pikachu echoed. Dawn turned her head and looked at Xia Fan and Xiao Gang. Then they smiled at each other and stopped asking questions. Then let's go to the venue now. Although Ash and I are not the first to appear, we can go there first to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Xia Fan suggested. The 3 of them agreed after hearing this. Just as he was about to move, he heard a young man behind him shouting, "Get out of the way." The 4 of them looked back and saw a familiar figure who was running too fast and had no time to brake, and directly knocked Ash down, taking himself with him. He is one of Ash's rivals in the Sinnoh region, Ton. After being knocked to the ground, Ash and Pikachu glared at Ajun. "What are you doing? You suddenly bumped into me." Asun also stood up from the ground and glared at Ash. "You are the one who bumped into me all of a sudden. You have to pay the fine." Xia Fan, Dawn, and Xiao Gang looked at each other, then shrugged helplessly. The only person in Sinnoh region who always quarrels with Ash is the teenager, Ton, who likes to talk about fines all the time. Of course, no fine has ever been successfully imposed. A minute later, the 2 men were tired of talking nonsense and waved their hands, saying, "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make an exception and not fine you." After saying that, Asun turned around and looked at Xia Fan and the other 2, and without caring whether they wanted to listen or not, he excitedly started the conversation. "In fact, today I have formed a team with 3 Pokémon using a very powerful pairing combination. We will definitely be able to make it through the first round of today's competition and will definitely win." Ash snorted after hearing this. "No, I will be the winner." After that, Ash and Ajun started arguing again, arguing about who would be the final winner. Xia Fan on the side really wanted to interrupt and said, "Are you guys treating me like air?" But then I thought, as a trainer with more than 20 legendary Pokémon, it would be best not to break other people's dreams easily. After all, it is too immoral. I can't beat them in reality, so I might as well fulfill their dreams. Finally, Dawn couldn't bear to watch it anymore and pushed Asun's shoulder and said, "I remember the battle order I saw on the big screen last night. You seem to be one of the first few to compete among the 64 contestants participating in the competition today. 2 plus F8F. After he finished speaking, Asun paused. The next second, he suddenly came to his senses and ran towards the competition venue cursing. Looking at his back, Xiao Gang sighed. He still can't calm down. He's quite irritable. Dawn held Piplup in her arms, placed her right index finger on her chin, and said, "I'm actually curious about what he said about using 3 Pokémon to form a powerful pairing combination. But which 3 are they? Mr. Xia Fan, can you guess?" Xia Fan shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. What good would it do him to guess? An hour later, all the contestants gathered in the waiting area. At this time, the Sinnoh Alliance competition had already started for more than half an hour, and the contestants in the first round had been up for a long time. "It's almost your turn, Ash, come on." Xia Fan saw on TV that the last Pokémon of a contestant in Channel C had already shown signs of defeat and patted Ash on the shoulder. There are 4 venues for the competition to be held simultaneously. Xia Fan and Ash have been assigned to different venues, one in Venue A and the other in Venue C. Ash and Pikachu nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards Channel C. As soon as they reached the entrance of the channel, the contestant who was shown to have lost on TV was eliminated, and Ash walked into Channel C. His first round of rival was Mr. Nando, known as the Bard. 3 minutes later, Xia Fan saw the battle between Ash and Mr. Nando on TV. Mr. Nando sent out Roserade, which is a grass and poison type, while Ash sent out Staraptor, which is a normal and flying type. Judging from the attributes, Ash's Staraptor has a slight restraining effect. I hope the Master of Reverse Attribute can win this fight with the Master of Follow Attribute. Xia Fan muttered. 5 minutes later, after a tough battle, Ash's Staraptor won the first victory with a flying skill Brave Bird help. His Mr. Nando took his time after losing and instead sent out a second Pokémon. It's the Rock and Bug type's Armaldo. Staraptor should be GG. After looking at Armaldo, who was in great contest condition, and then at Staraptor, who was not far from death, Xia Fan made a direct statement. But at this moment, the sound of the broadcast came to his ears. Contestant Xia Fan from Zone A, please enter the contestant channel as soon as possible to prepare for the competition. If you don't go on stage after 3 minutes, you will be deemed to have forfeited. After hearing this, Xia Fan paused and looked back at Channel A. He then discovered that the previous round of rival in Channel A had already left the field, and the empty field was waiting for a player to step up. Xia Fan hurriedly trotted towards Channel A. Along the way, it attracted many people's attention, because his name has become very famous among the contestants after an incident last night. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan stood on the contestant platform in Venue A. He and a young man on the other side of the field were staring at each other from a distance. Their battle venue is the Rock venue. This is Region A. The players we're going to play against in the first round are Xia Fan and Lu Hang. After Xia Fan came on stage, the host began to introduce the background stories of both players in a chattering manner in order to create a good atmosphere. When Xia Fan was introduced, the whole venue was in an uproar. It is incredible that Xia Fan has always challenged the 8 gyms in the Sinnoh region in about a minute, and the fastest time was less than 10 seconds. This is really an incredible feat. As the introduction came to an end, tens of thousands of eyes in the audience stared at Xia Fan, very curious about how he did it. The boy opposite stared at Xia Fan with wide eyes after hearing this. He was busy training last night and did not check Xia Fan's message, so he didn't know. Now that I know, I am completely shocked. After the atmosphere was created, the host began to let both players release their first Pokémon. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan released Gengar. This was Gengar's request last night. It wants to show off and beat up those bastards who look down on others, to let them know that after the emergence of it, the ancestor Gengar, the legendary Pokémon are just younger brothers. It wants to remain undefeated and become the strongest Pokémon in this Sinnoh tournament. Xia Fan agreed to this. There was nothing he could do about it. The other legendary Pokémon had no interest in these competitions at all. Only Gengar was the most interested. The trainer on the opposite side, named Lu Hang, released Umbreon, a dark-type Pokémon that could restrain Gengar. When he saw Xia Fan release the different-colored Gengar, he thought Xia Fan underestimated it and did not use the strongest Pokémon, because he did not believe that Xia Fan was able to clear all 8 gyms in less than a minute relying solely on Gengar. If he had a legendary Pokémon, it would be almost the same. Since you underestimate me, you will have to pay the price of defeat. Lu Hang thought to himself. After Xia Fan and Lu Hang released their Pokémon, the referee, standing at the edge of the field, shouted, "In this match, Xia Fan will attack first." The first attack was decided by the contestants themselves by drawing lots. Before entering the competition stage, Xia Fan drew the first move, so he started the attack. Gengar. After hearing the referee tell him to start attacking, Xia Fan put his hands on his ears and shouted at Gengar with a solation look on his face. He basically doesn't give any commands in battle. It's all up to the Pokémon themselves. He's just a decoration, and the Pokémon themselves know it. So when Xia Fan finished speaking, Gengar, standing on the field, let out a shrill laugh and activated Dark Pulse at the same time. A dark and malicious aura of terror flowed out from under its feet and quickly enveloped the entire field. What skill is this? Lu Hang frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't recognize that Gengar was using Dark Pulse, because Gengar's Dark Pulse is completely different from other Dark Pulses. Other dart pulses shoot out a black beam with a suppressive aura. While it completely modifies the way the skill is released, removing the beam and only retaining the terrifying aura that is frightening and suppressive and continuously expanding it. Umbreon. Feint attack. Although he didn't understand what Gengar was doing, Liu Hang still gave the order decisively. The next second, Umbreon took advantage of the moment when Gengar was standing still and released Dark Pulse. Black energy emanated from his body, and he rushed towards Gengar as fast as a thunderbolt. This is an evil skill, and once it hits Gengar, it will cause double damage. However, no matter how fast it is, once it steps into Gengar's territory, it will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Whoosh! The moment Umbreon stepped into Gengar's territory, a giant black hand suddenly stretched out from ground and captured it in an instant. Liu Hang's pupils shrank, unable to understand how Umbreon's feint attack could be interrupted. He panicked and was about to order Umbreon to use Shadow Ball to break the hands that were holding it. But just as he was about to open his mouth, the Gengar on the opposite side released a Shadow Ball before him, and this Shadow Ball directly knocked his Umbreon to the ground, making it unable to continue fighting. Umbreon loses his ability to fight. Gengar wins. The referee raised the flag of Xia Fan and shouted. This, Liu Hang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He actually defeated Umbreon with one move against the attribute. The audience were also shocked because if you really counted the battle, it only took 4 seconds. In less than 4 seconds, Umbreon was eliminated. What a wonderful game. Xia Fan won the first victory. Please ask Liu Hang to release his second Pokémon, said the host. Thank you for your hard work, Umbreon. Liu Hang took out the Pokeball and put Umbreon back, then threw out the second Pokeball. Come out, Charizard. A red light flashed, and Charizard made a brilliant appearance. Since it's easy to be caught on the ground, I will attack in the air. Liu Hang thought to himself, and then shouted loudly. Charizard, get in the air and use Flamethrower. Charizard howled, flapped its wings, and flew up, with flames gathering in its mouth. Whoosh! Just as he flew up, a pair of giant black hands suddenly rushed out from the ground, and they were even faster than the moment they grabbed Umbreon. Almost instantly, he grabbed Charizard's broad, orange wings. Bang! The next second, smoke filled the air, and Charizard screamed as he was pulled off the ground by a giant hand and slammed heavily onto a huge rock. This. The host on the podium opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. As a host, I have to speak frequently to liven up the atmosphere. Just now, when he was about to say how Xia Fan would respond to the order given by Liu Hang to Charizard, Gengar instantly pulled Charizard down and cut off his words. However, as a professional host, since Liu Hang's side is not strong, I can only praise Xia Fan's side. The word, stayed on my lips for 2 seconds, and then I quickly continued. This is indeed a man who can defeat a gym in 10 seconds. He doesn't even need to give orders to the Gengar. This Gengar, bang. Unfortunately, the host was halfway through his words this time, and Charizard, who was pulled to the ground and smashed onto a boulder, was eliminated by Gengar's Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball hit Charizard, just like hitting a ball of meat with a defensive one. Charizard screamed and fainted, losing his combat ability. The time from appearance to elimination was the same as the previous Umbreon, a total of only 4 seconds. The host was speechless. Damn it. Why don't you let me finish what I'm saying? I'm just helping you brag. Can you attack slower? After cursing a few words in his heart, the host had to abandon the bragging words he had just prepared. Because once the winner is decided on the field, it is time for the referee to speak, and the host can only speak after the referee has finished speaking. Charizard loses his ability to fight, and Gengar wins the victory. The referee looked at Xia Fan and Gengar in shock, then raised their flag. 2 have been eliminated, which means Xia Fan has got the match point. As long as they eliminate 1 more Pokémon of Liu Hang, Xia Fan will successfully advance to the top 32. As soon as the referee finished speaking, host hurriedly took the microphone and loudly announced his presence before Liu Hang released the last Pokémon. What an incredible battle! Xia Fan's Gengar is so strong that he eliminated another Pokémon of rival in just 4 seconds. Contestant Lu Hong now has only one Pokémon left to play. Facing a strong enemy, which Pokémon will he send out? Facing such pressure, does he have a chance to turn defeat into victory? Is it possible to set the record for the shortest match in the history of the Sin-No Alliance today? For your information, the current record for the shortest match in the Sin-No Alliance was held by the champion MS. Take Ran 3 years ago. She took 1 minute and 30 seconds to eliminate 3 Pokémon of rival in the round of 16. Now, Xia Fan eliminated 2 Pokémon of Lu Hong in just 8 seconds. I wonder if the last one can be eliminated in 4 seconds. Wait, what is Xia Fan's Gengar doing? The host was having a great time creating the atmosphere when he suddenly saw Gengar using the black energy of his Dark Pulse to condense a few large words in the competition venue. The host held the microphone and squinted his eyes as he read the large words condensed by the black energy. For seconds? Are you looking down on me, Gengar, the old ancestor? This Gengar calls himself the ancestor? After reading it, the host was stunned. He swallowed and looked at the white Gengar with a ghostly look on his face, floating in the air with his belly bulging and enjoying everyone's attention. After 2 seconds, he realized that this was a point that ignited the audience's emotions, and then he said loudly, "Oh my god, this Gengar actually took the initiative to say that he would kill Lu Hang's last Pokémon within 4 seconds. It's incredible. I really want to interview Xia Fan on the spot how he trained such a unique Gengar." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar, and all the audience were ignited by the emotions of this white Gengar with a very unique personality. There's no way around it. There has never been a Pokémon as strong and unique as this in previous competitions. At this time, the big words condensed by Gengar with black energy changed and became another sentence. In the fight within 4 seconds? You underestimate me, Gengar. I will finish this fight within 10 seconds. When the host heard this, he shouted excitedly, "Too strong. This Gengar is really too strong." Did you see that? Player Xia Fan's Gengar even claimed that it could win the game within 10 seconds. Now it has already taken 8 seconds to eliminate the first 2 Pokémon. That means it will have to eliminate Lu Hang's last Pokémon within 2 seconds. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Gengar is really... At the end, host couldn't help but want to utter a swear word to describe Gengar, but he held back. But the audience at the scene understood. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Gengar Ancestor is awesome," and the others followed suit. After that, the entire audience roared like thunder, saying that Gengar was awesome. Listening to these voices shouting how awesome the Gengar Ancestor is, Xia Fan, as the owner, was speechless. Damn it. Can't you just be a Pokémon? You've stolen all the limelight from your master. You know that? Normally, after Normal's Pokémon wins the game, the audience will all praise its owner, saying how awesome the player is and how well he trained the Pokémon. But why is it that today, all he is saying is that Gengar is awesome, Gengar is the eternal god, Gengar I love you, but he never hears any praise like Xia Fan is awesome or Xia Fan is the strongest trainer. The key point is that this round of games hasn't even ended yet, but the public opinion is all praising Gengar. Xia Fan looked at Lu Hang, who was gritting his teeth at him across the venue, and said innocently, "Hey, brother, it's none of my business. It was the fat guy who made the decision. He wanted to hit you in the face. It wasn't my idea." At this time, Lu Hang opposite him had already taken back Charizard with the Pokeball, but had not yet taken out the last Pokemon. It's not that I was afraid of Gengar, but I was so angry at Gengar's behavior that I forgot to throw it away. I'll remember you. Even if I can't win in the end, I'll still make you slap me in the face. Don't you want to win this round within 10 seconds? Well, as soon as I appear on the stage, I'll let my Mamoswine use the skill Protect. I'll see how you win and how you step on my face to ascend to the altar. Lu Hang said angrily in his heart, then threw the Pokeball. Everyone in the audience fell silent instantly. Because Lu Hang threw the Pokeball, it means that the game continues from now on. Whether Gengar's threat would come true or not would depend on 2 seconds after Mamoswine came out. Mamoswine use the skill Protect. Liu Hang shouted while the Pokeball was still in the air. Well, that's pretty smart, but Liu Hang's voice reached Xia Fan's mind, and Xia Fan praised him. But praise aside, Xia Fan doesn't think that Mamoswine can avoid becoming a stepping stone for Gengar just by having a Protect. Because Gengar is the Pokemon that imitates him most like a human, and has learned almost all the bad habits. The Pokeball that Liu Hang threw in the air opened, a red light flashed, and a Mamoswine just came out of it. When it was about to land, Gengar used an unsportsmanlike method to win. That is, he condensed a Shadow Ball on his chest and threw it directly at Mamoswine before he landed and had not yet stood firmly. At the same time, he used the skill Sucker Punch, integrated it into the ground, flashed behind Mamoswine, and bit Mamoswine's thigh. In this unethical double attack, Gengar successfully eliminated Mamoswine before he released Protect, and it took less than 2 seconds. It just made the opposing player Liu Hang so angry that he vomited blood. Mamoswine just released one of his skills and hasn't used any of them yet, but your damn Gengar has already used 2 of them. In the audience seats, there was complete silence. They didn't think that Gengar's win was so good or so wonderful. Nor did they think that Gengar's win was so shameless. They just didn't expect that it could win the game in this way. It was a little beyond their expectations. At this time, the referee, who was also shocked, raised Xia Fan's flag and said, Mamoswine lost his combat effectiveness, and Gengar won. Since all 3 Pokemon of Liu Hang were defeated, Xia Fan won this match and advanced to the top 32. As the judgment was made, the audience in the auditorium began to cheer and shout, Ancestor Gengar. The host loudly congratulated Xia Fan for advancing to the top 32 and successfully breaking the record for the fastest battle ending in Sinnoh Alliance history, which took 9.58 seconds. The only person at the scene who couldn't accept this result was Liu Hang. He rushed to the referee in a rage and shouted excitedly, It's against the rules. He violated the rules. There's no way to win a game like that. But the referee shook his head and patiently explained, Contestant Liu Hang, please don't get excited. Contestant Xia Fan's Gengar did not violate any rules. According to the rules of the game continued the moment you released Mamoswine, so contestant Xia Fan's Gengar's preemptive attack was legitimate. Then why has no one ever won in this way before? Liu Hang was dissatisfied. The referee smiled and said, So do you think that Gengar is strong? Liu Hang said unhappily, Although I don't want to admit it, I can barely be considered strong. The referee then asked, How much better are you than your previous contestants? Everything should be a little bit stronger. Remember, it should be a little bit stronger. Liu Hang still said firmly. The referee smiled and continued, Since it is only a little bit stronger, do you think any of their Pokemon can compare to this different colored Gengar in terms of skill release speed? This question stumped Liu Hang. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that in terms of skill release speed, he had no Pokemon that could compare to the Gengar just now. Whether it's the speed at which Shadow Ball gathers or how fast it charges, no matter what skill it is, it seems to be activated instantly. The referee saw Liu Hang's stunned expression and patted him on the shoulder. So, contestant Liu Hang, it's not that no one has ever won in this way before, but their partners don't have the same skill release speed as that Gengar, and not everyone is like. At this point, the referee realized that he had said too much and signaled Liu Hang to leave the stage and let the next contestant come on stage. And isn't everyone like that? Liu Hang asked with a frown, somewhat reluctant to leave. The referee shrugged and said, Those who understand, understand. Please get off the stage, contestant Liu Hang. The next contestant will be on stage soon. Liu Hang finally left with confusion, wondering what the referee meant by I understand, I understand. He thought for a while, and only understood what the referee meant until he walked out of the contestant channel. The referee was referring to the fact that not everyone is as shameless as that Gengar, who attacked Rival as soon as he came out of the Pokeball. When he thought of this, Liu Hang couldn't help but clap his hands and excitedly wanted to shout out to the referee for his wisdom. After coming off the court, Xia Fan was stared at by countless players. There was nothing he could do as the fight just now was just too intense. Rival was eliminated in less than 10 seconds, making it the fastest-ending match in Sinnoh Alliance's history. As for the other arenas, the 10 seconds are just the warm-up contest conditions for the beginning of the battle. Faced with such terrifying strength, all the contestants who had just paid attention to the big screen of track, they all regarded Xia Fan as the biggest obstacle to their winning the championship. As for Xia Fan himself, under the gazes of many people, he left the player waiting area with a calm and leisurely expression. Just now, he came out of the contestant channel and glanced at the big screen of track C, and found that Ash was still playing against Mr. Nando. Ash's Kalava battled against Nando's Armaldo, and the fight reached its most intense level. 3 minutes later, Xia Fan and Mew trotted to the audience seats at the C competition venue. Sit down next to Xiaojiang and Dawn. Mr. Xia Fan, did you finish the battle so quickly? Didn't you finish later than Ash? Dawn asked in surprise when she saw Xia Fan appear. You don't know my strength yet, Xia Fan said with a smile. Rival is no good. Let me accomplish the achievement of eliminating Rival in 10 seconds. When I return to the center at noon, I believe you will hear my name or my Jengar's name everywhere. Rival was eliminated in less than 10 seconds. Dawn and Xiaojiang looked at each other in surprise, but after a while, they felt that there was nothing wrong because Xia Fan had also achieved this achievement when he challenged the gym. It's good to be strong. Xiaojiang sighed. Xia Fan smiled and changed the subject. How was it going? How many Pokémon do Ash and Nando have left now? Dawn said. Now they both still have one left besides the one on the field, but Ash's situation is not optimistic. As soon as the words fell, several people saw Ash ordering Kalava to spin and attack, and Nando ordered Armaldo to use a scissors cross punch. The collision of these two skills ended with Kalava and Armaldo both losing their combat ability. Both of them have only one Pokémon left. If one of them loses, he will leave the stage of the competition. What an exciting match. Now both players have only one Pokémon left. What treasures will they send out? On the stage, the host shouted to create an atmosphere. Come on, Ash. Dawn and Xiaojiang said nervously. Xia Fan smiled and comforted him. Believe him, Ash's strength will not stop at the first round. Inside the competition venue, Mr. Nando and Ash have made their decisions. I'll leave it to you, Cricketun. Heracross, it's decided to be you. They both threw out their last Pokémon at the same time. Nando sent out the Bug-type Cricketun, and Ash sent out the Bug-type plus Fighting-type Heracross. As soon as these two Pokémon were released, the audience seats were instantly ignited. Is this the Pokémon that Professor Oak teleported here this morning? Xia Fan raised his lips when he saw the Heracross. If he remembered correctly, Ash's Heracross was a monster that could withstand a large explosion. It's stable, Xia Fan thought to himself. 5 minutes later, the referee held up the chess piece and shouted, Cricketun is incapable of fighting. Heracross wins, so the winner of this match is Ash from Palatown. Ash commands Heracross to use the skill horn attack to eliminate Cricketun. Great! Congratulations, Ash, Dawn excitedly said while hugging Piplup. Let's go to the contestant waiting area and wait for Ash to come out. Xia Fan said with a smile. He was never surprised by Ash's victory. After all, he is a man with the aura of a protagonist. Except for not favoring Ash to win the championship, everything else basically favors Ash. Well, let's go. Dawn agreed with Xia Fan and prepared to leave with Piplup in her arms. It's bad. It's bad. It's very bad. But as soon as they stood up, their old friend Axon suddenly rushed up to them in a panic and almost bumped into Xiaojiang. Can you please calm down? Xiaojiang looked at the panting Ajuan speechlessly. How can I calm down? Ah Sun panted. Do you know what I just saw? What did you see? Dawn asked. I just saw a super powerful trainer. Ah Sun said excitedly. That guy is so strong that he only used one Darkrai to defeat Rival in a few moves and broke through the first round in one fell swoop. The game only took 1 minute. Darkrai. Dawn and Xiaojiang looked at each other, then looked at Xia Fan. I immediately thought of the Darkrai that Xia Fan's Jengar beat up last night. But Asun didn't know what Xia Fan and the others had encountered last night. Seeing a flash of surprise in the eyes of the three people opposite him, he continued angrily. That's right, there is actually such a guy. I thought that Xia Fan was the only contestant with a legendary Pokémon, but I didn't expect there was another one, and I haven't even heard of it. Find him, he should be fined. Dawn, am I right? Ajuin looked at Dawn. Dawn hugged Piplup and frowned slightly. Is the contestant you're talking about called Dacto? How do you know? Did you just go to RB track to watch the race? Ah-Sun asked in surprise. Dawn then told Ah-Sun what happened last night. Ah-Sun got excited when he heard this. What? Xia Fan's Jengar actually fought against that Darkrai last night. Fine. You didn't even tell me about such an exciting match when we met in the morning. Dawn ignored the fine in Ah-Sun's words and continued to provoke Ah-Sun. Haha, let me tell you, even though the battle last night was finally stopped, mister. Xia Fan's Jengar was suppressing the Darkrai the whole time. If Miss Julan hadn't arrived, the Darkrai would have been beaten by Jengar and lost his ability to fight. What? Is this true? I just saw that Darkrai, and it felt weak. The three Pokémon on the opposite side had no chance to fight back against it, but Xia Fan's Jengar could actually suppress it. Ah-Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Dawn, you were kidding me, right? I know Xia Fan's Jengar is strong, but not strong enough to suppress Darkrai. That Darkrai eliminated Rival in 1 minute. If you don't believe me, we can go and check the tournament news later. This match will definitely be on the front page today. He set the fastest match record in the Sinnoh tournament. Dawn sneered. She was a loyal Summer fan. 1 minute? Mr. Xia Fan, can you tell me how long your first round of the game took? Less than 10 seconds. 9.58 seconds to be exact. Xia Fan looked at his nose and mouth and answered honestly. What he likes most is to see others blowing him in front of him. Ah-Sun heard Xia Fan's words and said in disbelief. What did you say? Tell me again how much you used in the first round. The host said, I only spent 9.58. Xia Fan replied calmly, his expression showing no trace of pride at all. I don't believe it. I'll go to the big race fence outside and take a look now. If I find out that you guys cheated me, you have to fine me. You're not allowed to deny it. After Ah-Sun finished speaking, he ran towards the exit of the audience seats. Dawn, Xiaojing, and Xia Fan looked at each other and walked towards the exit of the auditorium. 5 minutes later, they reached the live news section of the big game. Ah-Sun was already standing there, looking at the top of the news column with his mouth open. Several people walked forward and followed Ah-Sun's gaze to see the top front page, which read, Making History, the fastest race in the Sinnoh competition, with a time of 9.58. Below the front page, there was a detailed description of how Xia Fan's Jengar made history by eliminating 3 Pokémon from Rival in 10 seconds. Ah-Sun felt someone coming from behind him, and he looked back and saw that it was Xia Fan and the others. He then said to Xia Fan, You are awesome. I admire you. But don't get complacent. If you meet me in the next round, I will definitely not let you win so easily. After saying that, Ah-Sun left to do special training for his next game. Xia Fan shrugged and said nothing, but looked at the news on the news column. Soon I found the news about Darkrai, the one in Darko. The news was right below him, with the headline, The legendary Pokémon Darkrai appeared in the Sinnoh tournament, creating the second fastest match in the Sinnoh tournament. Compared to the size of Xia Fan's section, Darko's column is much smaller. It only focuses on introducing Darkrai's background and status. As for the competition, it is only mentioned briefly, not as detailed as Xia Fan. After reading this, Xia Fan and Dawn Xiaojing left. When we walked outside the contestant waiting area, we saw Ash waving goodbye to Mr. Nando. After seeing Xia Fan and the others, he smiled and said, Mr. Xia Fan, you should have won successfully as well. Of course. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. Come on, I'll go with you for special training. Yeah. Ash nodded and left with Xia Fan. The two of them agreed to do special training with each other after the game. The third day is the second round of competition. Today is 32-16. After the competition ended yesterday, the organizers reallocated the 32 players who advanced to compete against each other. Xia Fan is still in Channel A. Rival is a not-so-famous passerby like yesterday. Ash is still on the C track, and Rival is also a not-so-famous passerby. However, in today's game, Xia Fan was arranged to play in the first game in Channel A. After breakfast, he rushed to the competition venue early. Because Xia Fan made history yesterday, the audience seats for today's competition were basically full. All of them wanted to see with their own eyes how the Jengar ancestor with a distinctive personality resolved the battle within 10 seconds. The result lived up to everyone's expectations. In this competition, Jengar still performed well and eliminated rival in 9.28 seconds, 0.3 seconds faster than yesterday. He made history again and made the entire audience excited. They cheered that Jengar was awesome and that Jengar was the eternal god, looking like a favorite to win the championship. After the game, Xia Fan returned to the waiting area and waited with Ash for his game. Unlike Xia Fan's first match on Track A, Ash's match was the last match on Track C. So they waited about 4 hours before Ash finally got on stage. His rival today was a girl, much weaker than Mr. Nando yesterday. So Ash defeated rival 3:1 and advanced to the top 16 with Xia Fan to participate in the third round of tomorrow's competition. By the time Ash finished his match, the other matches were almost over. Therefore, not long after Ash finished the game, the official began to announce the schedule for the third round of games. Ash's rival is Conway, an old friend who has a crush on Dawn, and Ajuin's rival is Paul, Ash's archenemy. As for Xia Fan, his rival in the third round is a girl named Li Qin, who is quite strong. If Xia Fan and Darkrai had not appeared, she would have been one of the favorites to win the championship. Paul's third round rival is Ajun. Mr. Xia Fan, your rival is Li Qin, and Ash's rival is Conway. Tomorrow's competition will be interesting, Dawn said after watching the schedule announcement on the big screen outside the waiting area. Xiao Gang nodded, then smiled and said, "Don't even think about the match against Mr. Xia Fan. It should be easy to win. But Ash, Conway is very cunning. You must be careful tomorrow." Ash raised his fist and said confidently, "Well, I know this. I must win again tomorrow and try to fight Mr. Xia Fan. Come on, Ash." Xia Fan smiled and raised his fist to cheer him on. Dawn followed closely behind. "Ash, keep up the good work." Just as she finished speaking, a ghost-like voice suddenly sounded from behind Dawn. "Yeah, I'll try my best." The voice startled Dawn, and she looked back to see it was Ash's rival Conway from tomorrow. Conway looked at Dawn with a squinting expression. "As long as Ms. Dawn supports me, I, Conway, will definitely win the final victory tomorrow." "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I would support you." Dawn quickly hid behind Xia Fan. Xia Fan sighed. This was a pervert who was comparable to Xiao Gang. He was incredibly thick-skinned. No matter how many times he was rejected, he acted as if nothing had happened. Even when he helped Dawn teach this guy a lesson, this guy still rushed forward with shining eyes when he saw Dawn. For people like this, he has now let them do whatever they want. After all, he can't beat them to death. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Everyone, get out of the way!" At this time, a familiar shout came to the ears of several people. They looked back and saw that it was Ah Sun, who loved to shout for fines. He was running towards them at full speed, as if he was afraid of bumping into anyone. As soon as I saw him, I felt overwhelmed. Well, now some of the most talkative guys in Sinnoh region are gathered together. The next second, as Xia Fan had expected, Sun and Dawn collided with each other. Afterwards, the two of them started arguing. Axon blamed Dawn for bumping into him and asked her to pay the fine immediately. Dawn naturally denied it and said that Axon was the one who bumped into her. The two people argued for a few minutes and finally stopped when they were both exhausted. Ash waited until the two of them stopped arguing, then changed the subject. "Ajuin, where are you going in such a hurry?" "I'm going to Paul's place," Ah Sun said proudly. "In this competition, he and I are the strongest in terms of hard power, except for the two guys who need to be fined. As the two candidates for the championship, we are finally going to have a fierce battle. This is the most exciting game comparable to the duel between the two guys who need to be fined." Xia Fan frowned and said, "Wouldn't one of the two guys you mentioned who were fined be me?" Ah Sun snorted coldly and did not give a direct answer. "I believe that everyone present here who understands will understand." Xia Fan smacked his lips and stopped talking. "Those who understand will understand. And that's it. Dawn interjected. So what does this have to do with you being anxious? So I'm going to tell Paul this news. Ah-sun said, looking up. What do you mean? It's totally baffling. Several people found it difficult to understand what Ah-sun said. Xiaojing even bluntly advised Ah-sun not to go. Otherwise, he would definitely be rejected coldly by Paul and mocked by asking who he was. Impossible. Someone as powerful as Paul should know how strong I am. Ah-sun looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan, you are so strong. You should be able to see that my strength is second only to yours. Xia Fan, did not give a direct answer, but just ignored it with a hee. Anyway, those who understand will understand. Never mind. I'm going to go find him first. If you want to go too, just follow me. Ah-sun ran away. Xia Fan and the others looked at each other and finally decided that since they were bored anyway, it'd be nice to go over and take a look at Ah-sun's shocked expression. Just like that, 20 minutes later, the group followed Ah-sun to the computer room in the Pokémon Center that was specifically used to research rival data for players, and they saw Paul there. I found you, Paul. You came here to investigate my information, right? Standing at the door, Ah-sun shouted loudly, and at the same time he looked back proudly, as if to say, see, this is Paul's attitude towards a strong rival. After saying that, he walked towards Paul. However, when he walked up to it, he was stunned because the information displayed on Paul's computer desk was Xia Fan. Dawn followed behind and laughed out loud. Wait, why isn't my information displayed here? Ah-sun said unhappily. Why should I show you yours? Paul frowned in confusion. Do you know who your next rival is? Who is it? Paul's frown went from slightly frowned to tightly frowned, and then he looked at Xia Fan seriously. Ah-sun was so angry when he saw this that he almost vomited blood. It's not him, it's me. It's me. Your next rival is me. He blocked Paul's view. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Paul looked at Ajuin unhappily, not understanding why this man was so self-righteous. Ha! Dawn burst into laughter, standing at the back, completely unable to hold back. Ash and the others also forced themselves to purse their lips, trying their best not to laugh out loud. Ah-sun turned around and glared at Dawn. After Dawn covered her mouth, he turned back and continued to say to Paul, My name is Ah-sun, and I will be the strongest rival you will meet in this conference. If you don't prepare well, I will let you know the difference in strength between us in tomorrow's game. Paul looked at Ajun calmly, and after 2 seconds, he said, You can't beat me. You're not my rival. My real rival is only 1.5. After saying that, Paul turned off the computer, stood up from his seat, and walked out of the computer room with an indifferent look on his face. He didn't even raise his eyelids when passing by Axon, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If Xiaojing hadn't pulled him back, he might have followed him and continued to talk nonsense. Wait, what did he mean by there's only 1.5 real rivals? Ah-sun, who was held by Xiaojing, suddenly recalled what Paul had just said and turned to look at Xia Fan and the others. Then, without waiting for the people on the opposite side, he excitedly said in his own imagination, I understand. He must be stubborn and embarrassed to admit that he is not my rival. So he said that. He just likes to pretend. 1.5 fingers should mean that I am half better than him. Alas, Paul really has self-knowledge, but he is too cold and stubborn. He knows in his heart that he is not as good as me, but he still refuses to admit it. Just as I was about to explain who Xia Fan was referring to, my open mouth froze. Ash and the others on the side also rolled their eyes speechlessly. Conway, who was following behind, couldn't help but whisper, Is he so shameless? Any normal person would understand that the adjective 1.5 could not be referring to him. Yes, his cheekiness far exceeds his strength. Dawn said. Conway was delighted when Dawn answered him and asked, Who does Paul mean by the 1.5 to minimum? Obviously, that one is me. He has been beaten to death countless times by me. Xia Fan shrugged and interrupted confidently. As for the other half, I guess it's Ash. The two of them often run into each other on the way to challenge the gym and often compete with each other. Paul should know that Ash is no worse than him. Is that so? Conway smacked his lips, feeling helpless about Xia Fan's quick answer. A few minutes later, Ash, Conway, and Axon each found computer. Now that we are here, we might as well study the battle information of rival tomorrow. Xia Fan, Xiao Gang, and Dawn sat in the empty seats at the back and watched them quietly. They sat like this for several hours from day to late at night. During this time, Xia Fan was bored and opened a computer to research tomorrow's rival. But he closed it after less than a minute and went back to the seat next to him to play with his phone. Tomorrow's rival may be difficult for others, but it is still too easy for him. How is it? How about Paul's past information? Dawn couldn't sit still anymore and walked behind Ajun and asked. Asun spread his hands and said tiredly, I have investigated again and again, and it is impossible to investigate thoroughly, but the past data is the past data. If Paul replaces it with a Pokémon that is not in this data. Ash, who was sitting at the next computer desk, interrupted. So you're going to surrender? How is that possible? There is no way I would surrender. I must be the final winner. Ajun glared at Ash. Ash smiled. At this time, Xiao Gang walked behind him and asked, Ash, how is your research on Conway's information going? Ash's smile faded. The data says that he is an expert at transforming Pokémon that cannot be dealt with by common sense. Dawn stepped forward. Does that mean he's hard to figure out? Conway, who was sitting on the computer desk opposite, heard Dawn's voice and immediately stood up. He smiled and said, It's hard to figure out. That's exactly my charm, Miss Dawn. I will definitely win tomorrow. Dawn glared at him, but said nothing. Xiao Gang said, Conway, Ash is not that easy to deal with. You heard what Asun said just now. The data only records the past information, not the current information. Conway pushed up his glasses and said, You guys think too much. I'm investigating the information of Dak Duo and Xia Fan. Me, Indicoto. Xia Fan looked at Conway in surprise. The man continued, As for Xia Fan, I believe you all know it without my explanation. Darko is the favorite to win both the first and second rounds with a Darkrai. And the information says that when he challenged the 8 gyms in the Sinnoh region, he only used a Darkrai to collect all the badges. At present, no one knows about his other Pokémon. This person is really mysterious. Why are you investigating the two of them? Isn't your rival tomorrow's Ash? Dawn asked confused. Conway pushed his glasses up again. Because they are likely to face me. After I beat Ash and entered the quarterfinals, the system randomly assigned rival to me. What did you say? Ash, feeling looked down upon, immediately stood up excitedly. Conway looked at him with a smile, then turned off the computer, said good night to Dawn, and left. After watching Conway leave, Asun also stood up from his seat. Forget it, I won't check it anymore. It's useless to think about it here. It's better to fight to the death. That makes sense. Ash agreed. Let's fight them to the death. After a while, Ajuin suggested going for a run to relax, and Ash joined in and followed closely behind, leaving Dawn staring at their backs in silence. Why are you going jogging so late at night? Dawn said speechlessly. You can't hold back your excitement, right? Xia Fan shrugged. They're running, so let's go eat something. When they get tired, they'll know to come over. On the 4th day, it is the stage for 16 to 8. Starting from this round, all matches will be moved to the main stadium. The first match today was between Paul and his son. The second match was between the recently popular Dakidwa and a girl named Feng Ling. The third match was between Ash and Conway. And as for Xia Fan, she was scheduled for the last match. Even before the first game started, the entire venue was already boiling with excitement due to the host's hype. I'm all excited. Sitting in the audience, listening to the cheers of people around him, Ash said excitedly. Since he was in the third game, and there was a 20-minute break after each game, he could sit in the audience and watch the game with Dawn and the others. After all, not everyone is like Xia Fan, who has been able to defeat rival within 10 seconds since the start of the game. This kind of fight is fun, but it comes too quickly and it's easy to feel empty. Yeah, me too. I wonder what Pokemon these two will send out. It's really exciting. Xiaojing and Dawn agreed with what Ash said. A few minutes later, Paul and Ajuin came on the field and sent out their first Pokemon. Asun sent out Skarmory, a Steel-type and Flying-type. Paul sent out the Fire-type Magmortar. Dawn sat next to Xia Fan and pushed him. Mr. Xia Fan, who do you think will win in this game? Paul, After all, the fire type is stronger than the steel type, and Paul is best at this kind of attribute-based combat. Xia Fan said without even thinking. Although Paul is a bit of a snob, it has to be said that he is really strong. There is still a little gap between him and Ah Sun, the king of big talk. In his opinion, if he excluded himself, that guy named Darko, and Ashu is now on par with him, no one else in this tournament was his rival. I don't think so. Although his attribute is suppressed, Ah Sun's strength should not be underestimated. Xiaojing disagrees with Xia Fan's point of view. However, not long after he finished speaking, on the field, Ajuin Skarmory was killed instantly by Paul's Magmortar's flamethrower just after he released a skill. From start to finish, it takes less than 6 seconds. The whole audience suddenly became excited, because they thought of Xia Fan's Jengar, which is also a powerful Pokémon that can quickly kill rival. Now in this Sinnoh competition, everyone knows Xia Fan and his Jengar ancestor. If we eliminated rival in less than 10 seconds on the first day, we could barely say it was luck, as rival was weak. But on the second day, rival was eliminated in less than 10 seconds, even faster than on the first day. That can't be attributed to luck. It was truly due to a huge gap in strength. Therefore, with this aura of strength and the official promotion of the tournament, Xia Fan is basically known to everyone and is the most favorable winner of this tournament. Even the trainer with Darkrai is not as good as Xia Fan in the eyes of many people. That's why they were looking forward to seeing the Pokémon that would battle Xia Fan's Jengar today. And now it seems that player Paul's Magmortar has some qualifications. 10 minutes later, the game between Asun and Paul is over. Paul crushed Asun with a score of 3 o'clock and successfully advanced to the top 8. In this game, he made all the audience remember him. The second game was to start in 20 minutes, and Xia Fan reminded Ash to go to the waiting area to prepare or to have the Pokémon come out to warm up. The second match was against Dakoto, who Xia Fan thought was second only to him in this tournament in terms of strength, and he would probably end the fight faster than Paul. Ash agreed and left alone, and went to the contestant area to comfort Ajuin, who had lost the game. 20 minutes later, when the second game was about to begin, Asun came over and took over Ash's position, watching the game with Xia Fan and the others. There was no trace of disappointment on his face, and he was still arguing with Dawn Chatter in the same careless manner. This kid has a pretty good mentality, Xia Fan thought to himself. After a while, the second game started. There was no need for the host to warm up the audience for this game. The audience became excited on their own. This is the second game they want to watch today. Take a look at the legendary Pokémon, Darkrai. In the end, the second game took 40.58 seconds from start to finish, and Darkrai won with a clean 3 o'clock. Although he was not as good as Xia Fan's record-breaking performance of Jengar Ancestor in less than 10 seconds, his strength still left a deep impression on the audience in the audience seats, and he was identified as one of the strong contenders for the championship. Shortly after the second game ended, the organizers felt that today's games were over too quickly, so they began to shorten the rest time, reducing the free time for the third game to 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the third game began, with Ash facing Conway. The duel between the two of them finally took 20 minutes. Ash won the final victory with a score of 3-2 and successfully advanced to the top 8. After Xia Fan saw him advance, he left the viewing area with Dawn and the others to celebrate for Ash. Since he was the last one, he had plenty of time to relax. The celebration lasted for more than 2 hours. When Xia Fan saw the penultimate show on the big screen, she separated from Ash and the others and went to the waiting area. Since it was the last match of 16-8, when Xia Fan just arrived at the waiting area, there were only him and the contestant named Li Qin, a very sweet-looking girl. As soon as Li Qin saw him, she bit her lip lightly, as if she was very nervous about the upcoming game. Xia Fan looked at her like this and walked forward with a smile. "Don't panic, comrade. Our game will be over soon. Don't worry. I will never let you feel tormented or painful about this game. The moment you close your eyes and open them again, the game will be over." After saying that, Xia Fan looked up at the big screen and found that the game was almost over, so he walked leisurely towards the stage with a cup of milk tea bought from outside. He didn't care at all about Li Qin's stunned and raged expression. She originally thought that Xia Fan came over to comfort her when he saw her like this, but she never expected that he was actually here to stab her in the back and directly in the heart, hoping that she would cry before the game. UB asterisk 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 D. Even if I lose, I won't let you win easily. Li Qin cursed in her heart. However, 20 minutes later on stage, Li Qin felt numb as she watched the white Jengar twisting his, but to announce his victory to the audience. Powerful, so strong. She had originally intended to last more than a minute, but she failed with a time of 9.2 seconds, becoming a stepping stone for the Jengar to set a record. The winner is decided. Xia Fan defeated Li Qin and advanced to the fourth round. Jengar, who played against Xia Fan, once again set a new tournament record of 9.2 seconds, 0.08 seconds earlier than in the second round. Although we don't know if they can continue to set new records in the next tournament, let's still congratulate them loudly. Host shouted excitedly after defeating Li Qin. The audience, who had already been unable to hold back any longer, shouted at the top of their lungs. Jengar ancestor is the eternal god. Jengar, I love you. Jengar, you are the best. The shouts were deafening. Jengar had successfully become the most popular Pokémon in this competition. Not only was it powerful, but its cheeky personality was enough to attract people of all ages. Hey, can we get the ball back now? The game is over. We can leave now. Looking at the expression of Jengar, who was enjoying the noise in the venue, Xia Fan shouted through the spiritual shared world. Jengar, who was already immersed in the shouting, replied, "Don't worry. Don't you have to announce the process of the game later? Let's go after that. Master, don't you see everyone's enthusiasm? If you just put me in the ball like this, you will be committing a crime and undermining everyone's love for me." Committing a crime, you are so shameless. Xia Fan rolled his eyes, too lazy to urge it to leave, and sat up cross-legged on the ground. Then he put his right hand on his thigh, shook his legs, and looked at Jengar impatiently in the center of the field. As for the referee on the side, he did not chase them away, but instead hoped that they would stay longer. Today's competitions have all ended. Compared with previous Sinnoh competitions, this one ended too quickly. TV station is not ready for subsequent programs and is in chaos now. And to prevent the audience from leaving bad reviews after the game because they're still unsatisfied, it is better for popular Pokémon like this to stay as long as possible. It can just delay the time and satisfy the audience's needs at the same time. After all, many viewers came here today specifically for Jengar. It stayed like this for about 10 minutes. The competition officials felt that the audience's needs should be met. They also discussed the follow-up programs with TV station and asked the host to announce the fourth round of quarterfinals. Dear audience and players, now the top 8 teams have been announced. The fourth semifinal starting tomorrow will be decided by shuffling the deck against rival. As the host's voice sounded again, the audience turned their eyes to the big screen. At this time, the big screen was shuffling the 8 contestants randomly. 3 seconds later, the shuffle was completed and the list of the top 8 to top 4 for tomorrow's match appeared. The first match was between Paul and Ash. The second game was a match between 2 slightly stronger strangers. The third match was between Xia Fan and a young man named Mo. The fourth game is between Dakota and a boy wearing sunglasses. The host loudly introduced the 4 games. As you can see, the fourth round will be different from the first 3 rounds. It will no longer be a 3-on-3 match, but a 6-on-6 full battle, Sinnoh Alliance Lily of the Valley Conference. The battle will be even more intense. I hope you will continue to support. As the list of the top 8 opponents was announced, Xia Fan, whose legs were almost numb from sitting, picked up the Pokeball and put Jengar into it. Then he waved to the audience in the stands and left the stadium to meet Ash and the others. But as soon as he came out, he was surrounded by a group of people, all of whom were advertisers selling Pokemon-related items. They all said that their companies wanted to sign Jengar as the spokesperson for their new products. Although Jengar wanted to agree to these endorsements, they were all rejected by Xia Fan, the owner. It's nothing, just little money. You want to sign him as the spokesperson for Jengar for just a few million? Dream on. Although ghost Pokemon are not popular in the advertising industry, and Gengar is the least popular Pokemon in the Go series, it would be great to get a few million in endorsement fees, but Xia Fan thinks is still not enough. Millions are spent on a girl named Delia. Do you believe that I will spend money to buy your TV station? Master, agree to be an endorsement agent. Once I become famous, Cresselia will definitely favor me. Gengar to Xia Fan through the spiritual shared world. You are such a big bootlicker. Just because Hiroshi made millions of dollars suing you. You want to be a big celebrity? Xia Fan sneered. Trust me and take your time. You can't get the best results if you're impatient. The more expensive the advertising fee, the more publicity you can get. Don't worry, they're only willing to pay a few million now. When you become the champion of the competition and trample all the legendary Pokemon in Darko one by one, that's when you'll be at the peak of your popularity. Then these advertisers won't pay a few million, but tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions. After all, there aren't many people in this world who can defeat legendary Pokemon with ordinary Pokemon like you. Scarcity makes things valuable. There is no one like you in the public eye right now. So if you want to take an advertisement, take the best and most expensive one and directly become the ceiling of the Pokemon advertising industry. Xia Fan's words made Gengar's blood boil. Will that be the time when I, Gengar, will become the most popular celebrity in the Sinnoh region? Gengar said excitedly in the spiritual shared world. That's right. By then, you, the Gengar ancestor, will not only be a big celebrity in the Sinnoh region, but you will directly take off and become a big celebrity in the world. You will bring glory to your Gengar clan to the top, and countless beautiful Pokemon will be attracted by you. You will be the most handsome guy in the Pokemon world. By then, will Darkrai be less famous than me? Haha, if your ancestor Gengar really becomes a world-class celebrity, Darkrai won't even be worthy of carrying your shoes in terms of fame. Really? Will Cresselia automatically fall in love with me then? Haha, by then, not only Cresselia, but all the beautiful Pokemon on the entire planet will kneel down and shout, Gengar ancestor, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Really? Ha 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 ha. Okay, Master, I'll listen to you. After I press that Darkrai to the ground and rub it to death, we'll consider taking the advertisement. Gengar was so frightened by Xia Fan that he began to imagine that after his ancestor Gengar became a big celebrity, all the beautiful Pokemon would directly regard the Gengar clan as their best partners, and he would be surrounded by beautiful Pokemon left and right, and all the beautiful Pokemon would kneel on the ground and line up to become his partners, including his beloved Cresselia. What it doesn't know is that its owner, Xia Fan, is currently thinking about how to enjoy the advertising fees. And he suddenly felt that he could make money much faster in this way than by robbery. TLY. If an advertisement is really worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, wow. The expenses of the Pantheon can be entirely supported by the ancestor Gengar, taking advertisements alone, and he doesn't have to send money all the time. F***K. I'm such a business genius. Xia Fan muttered soft. If an advertisement is really worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, wow. The expenses of the Pantheon can be entirely supported by the ancestor Gengar, taking advertisements alone, and he doesn't have to send money all the time. F***K. I'm such a business genius. Xia Fan muttered soft. On the fifth day, in the fifth round, the top 8 will be played, and this round is a 6 versus 6 full battle. The first match today is between Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto region, who is standing on the left side of the field, and Paul from Veilstone City in Sinnoh region, who is standing on the right side. The host introduced both players enthusiastically. At this time, Ash and Paul were standing on opposite sides of the field. Xia Fan and the others sat in the audience and watched quietly. After a while, with the host asking both players to release their Pokémon, Ash and Paul both sent out their first Pokémon for the game. Ash sent out Pikachu, while Paul sent out the Steel-type and Rock-type Aggron. It was wonderful, Xia Fan muttered. Although he remembered that Ash seemed to win the battle in the end, he forgot the details of the battle. A few minutes later, after a fight, Ash recalled Pikachu and sent out Infernape instead. This Infernape was once Paul's Pokémon when it was Charmeleon, but Paul abandoned it because he thought it was too weak and not worthy of being his Pokémon. Ash was present at the time and felt sympathy for him, so he took him under his wing. After a long period of laser focus, he has now evolved to his final form and learned many powerful skills. With the appearance of this Infernape, Ash's side strength increased greatly, and it only took 2 skills to eliminate Paul's Aggron, forcing him to send out his second Pokémon, the Water and Ground-type Manateemon. Ash saw this and knew that the attribute was at a disadvantage, so he took Infernape back and sent Staraptor to fight instead. However, after a battle, Ash took Staraptor back and sent out Courageous Itachi to fight. After Courageous Itachi went into battle, he successfully defeated Paul's second Pokémon, Dugong, and forced him to send out his third Pokémon, Drapion, which was both Poison and Dark-type. As soon as Drapion appeared, the momentum on Paul's side changed drastically. After a round of his skill instructions, Ash's Courageous Itachi was defeated, and he sent out the Staraptor that had just been recalled. However, Staraptor was defeated by Drapion not long after he came on the field, allowing Drapion to complete a 1-on-2 attack, resulting in only 4 available combat forces left on both sides. After Staraptor was defeated, Ash sent out Torterra. But what was unexpected was that after a fight between Torterra and Drapion, Torterra was defeated, allowing Drapion to complete the feat of defeating 3 enemies at once. What should we do now? Ash only has 3 Pokémon left. Ash, you have to cheer up. In the audience, Dawn and Xiaojiang had serious expressions and began to worry about the game. Looking at their nervous expressions, Xia Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust Ash, he can win this game. His strength is definitely not just what it is now." Dawn nodded and continued looking at the arena. At this time on the field, Ash sent out the Ground-type and Flying-type Glisker, while Paul took back Drapion and sent out the Bug-type and Flying-type Ninjask. However, in the battle against Ninjask, Ash's Glisker fell into a disadvantage, and Ash had to take it back and send out his senior brother Infernape again. As soon as the eldest brother Infernape appeared, Ash's combat power was reversed again. With some effective skill guidance, he successfully defeated Ninjask, leaving both sides with 3 usable Pokémon. In this situation, Paul sent out Frostless, which is both ice and ghost elements. Ash took back Infernape and let Pikachu fight again. He commanded Pikachu to successfully defeat Frostless, but the process was a bit difficult. After Paul's Frostless was defeated, he sent out Drapion again. Ash was also smart enough to call back the tired Pikachu and instead send out Glisker specifically to target Drapion. The 2 Pokémon fought for nearly 10 minutes, and Glisker finally won with a Fire Fawn. At this point, Paul sent out the last Pokémon, Electivire. This is a powerful Electric-type Pokémon and one of Paul's trump card Pokémon. As soon as Electivire appeared, although there was a risk of being restrained by the Glisker attribute, it still defeated Glisker in just a few moves, leaving Ash with only Flame Monkey and Pikachu. Ash then sent out Pikachu, who is also an electric type like Electivire. Unfortunately, Pikachu, who was already exhausted, had no chance to rival Electivire, who was in excellent contest condition. After holding out for a few rounds, he eventually fell down, but this also caused some injuries to Electivire. After Pikachu was defeated, Ash sent out his eldest brother Infernape again. In the next battle, if one of them loses, the owner of the other guy will advance to the semifinals. The host watched the exciting battle and quickly took the opportunity to liven up the atmosphere, allowing all the audience to concentrate on watching the final battle. In the end, this battle lived up to the expectations of everyone present. Although it lasted for 15 minutes, Ash's Infernape unleashed his fierce fire ability and defeated Paul's Electivire when he was about to lose, successfully advancing to the semifinals and making the entire audience cheer for their strength. Because this is only the first game, they are looking forward to more exciting games to come. But unfortunately, they can no longer watch such a wonderful game today. The second match was between 2 strangers. Although it was okay, it was still slightly inferior to Paul and Ash. In the third match, Xia Fan played against a young man named Mo Foam. This match ended much faster than the previous two matches, as it only took 19 seconds. Jengar defeated 6 opponents perfectly, which also created the fastest 6-on-6 record in the Sinnoh tournament. However, because it ended too quickly, the audience could not feel the thrill of the match. It was like the feeling of being high and then draining it too quickly. As for the fourth game, the match of the legendary Beastman Darko. Although he could not end the game as quickly as Xia Fan, he still commanded Darkrai to complete a perfect record of 1-against-6, which made the audience very dissatisfied, because it was all crushing and there was no excitement. Therefore, they began to look forward to the match between Xia Fan and Dak Duo. But how could the official let them have their wish? As the most exciting highlights are usually saved for the finals. So when the semifinals were arranged, Xia Fan was matched with the winner of the second game of the day, and Ash was matched with Darko. With this, preparations for the semifinals began. Day 6, 6th round of competition. The top 4 to 2 semifinals will be held today. The first match was between Ash and Dakoto, and the second match was between Xia Fan and a young man named Xiaoding. The winners of both matches will participate in tomorrow's final to decide who will be the champion of this year's Sinnoh Alliance. Come on, the Sinnoh Alliance Lily of the Valley Conference is finally getting better. In the first match of the semifinals, the players facing off on the field are Ash and Darko. We will use the grass field for this match. The passionate, extremely hot 6-on-6 full battle is officially about to begin. As the host's voice sounded, the whole venue became lively. At the front of the audience, Xia Fan, Xiaojiang, Dawn, and Asun cheered for Ash. Finally, we're at the semifinals. Xiaojiang said with a smile while looking at the arena. So excited. Asun danced with joy. Come on, Ash, Dawn yelled. Piplup up in front of him also waved his arms excitedly to cheer Ash on. Only Xia Fan, who already knew the ending, sighed in his heart. Brother, don't worry, leave this guy to me. I will definitely pin him to the ground and rub him to death on the stage of the finals. Xia Fan said in his heart. Although Ash made an appointment with him to meet in the finals last night, he still didn't think that Ash could beat Darko, the so-called Beastman. Even if the Prophet was excluded, he still thought so. Because legendary Pokémon and non-legendary Pokémon are simply two different worlds, as can be seen from the fact that Darko was able to reach the semi-finals using only one legendary Pokémon, Darkrai. This can only be achieved by extremely strong power. In order to defeat it, Ash must have a Pokémon like Jengar the Great. He relied on himself to break through the racial limit and possessed power comparable to that of a god. Otherwise, he could only hope to try his luck and exchange a few Pokémon for his legendary Pokémon. However, what about the Pokémon after Rival? Turning our attention to the competition venue, Ash and Darko have already released their first Pokémon. Just like in previous games, Darko sent out Darkrai, the second most popular player in the current arena. Ash sent out the Insect and Fighting-type Heracross. Judging from the attributes, Ash has the advantage, and he has the first attack right in this game. Therefore, when the referee gave the order, Ash immediately ordered Heracross to use the destructive Death Ray to attack first. However, facing a legendary Pokémon, Darkray's Destruction Ray, which is considered a big move for ordinary Pokémon, was easily offset by a Freeze Ray. Moreover, in the subsequent fight, Darkrai only used 2 skills, Dark Void and Dream Eater, to instantly kill Heracross and directly heal his own minor injuries. The battle lasted only 1 minute until it ended, and the difference in strength can be imagined. In the audience, Darkray's powerful fight in this minute caused countless cheers and shouts from the audience. Damn it, I'm going to blow it up tomorrow. Jengar's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. After hearing the cheers from the audience, it became a little angry and felt that its position as the most popular player in the competition was threatened. Xia Fan listened to Jengar's angry voice, shrugged, and looked around, not taking it seriously. It is normal to support whoever is stronger. On the battlefield, after Heracross was defeated, Ash sent out the Fire-type Torkoal. But who would have thought that this Torkoal was carried away less than 4 seconds after it appeared? Because it used Flamethrower and Darkrai, used Sinister Wave, and when the two skills met in mid-air, Flamethrower was instantly suppressed and counterattacked by Sinister Wave, leaving it with no room for resistance at all. In the audience cheered, but Dawn and the others began to look embarrassed. How could this happen? The gap in strength is too big, Dawn said worriedly. Xiao Gang also said with a serious expression. It actually defeated Torkoal with one strike. Mr. Xia Fan Jengar fought against it before, and I thought that this Darkrai was only slightly stronger than most Pokémon. It seems that I was wrong. Its strength should be far beyond the average level of this tournament. Only Mr. Xia Fan's Jengar can fight it. Asun was also full of worry and said, "What's wrong with you, Ash? How could you be defeated by just one blow?" Mr. Xia Fan, do you think Ash can still win this game? Dawn asked Xia Fan. Xia Fan thought about it and said, "Believe me, Ash can defeat that Darkrai." On the field, Ash sent out his third Pokémon, Dragon and Ground Gibble. Compared to the first two Pokémon, Gibble seems to have a very strong fighting spirit. When Darkrai used Draco Meteor to bluff the audience and thought that he was finally going to have a rival, he was easily defeated by a random evil wave from Darkrai. As Ash eliminated 3 Pokémon in a short period of time, and Darkrai was still fine, the host couldn't help but say, "Dacto is so scary." He defeated 3 Pokémon of rival with only one Darkrai. I don't know if we can see the second Pokémon of Darkto in this game. Ash gritted his teeth at the taunt and pulled out his 4th Pokémon. "It's up to you, Sceptile," Ash said softly before throwing the ball. A red light flashed, and Sceptile, who Ash had trained in the Hoenn region, appeared. With the appearance of this Sceptile, Ash finally saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Because after a hard fight, Darkrai of Darko finally suffered his first defeat in this competition. He was killed instantly by Sceptile's Leaf Blade, which hit his vitals. Faced with this result, Dawn and Xiaojiang in the audience were so happy and excited that they almost jumped up. But their happiness didn't last long, as they became autistic. Because Darko threw out his second Pokémon. Latios is a Dragon-type and Psychic-type legendary Pokémon. As soon as this Pokémon came out, the atmosphere at the entire scene instantly became more lively than before, even surpassing the popularity that Jengar had accumulated in the past few days. No one would have thought that Dacket could come up with a second legendary Pokémon. The lineup is so luxurious that it is inhumane. And this Latios did not disappoint the audience's cheers. As soon as it appeared, it eliminated Sceptile, who defeated Darkrai with just one skill. Even more powerful than Darkrai. Just like that, Ash only had 2 Pokémon left to send in a battle. As the 5th Pokémon, he sent out Swellow to fight Latios in the air. However, facing the powerful Latios, Swellow did not hold out for long and was defeated, leaving Ash with only one last Pokémon to fight. Seeing this, Xia Fan couldn't help but feel sorry for Ash. He suddenly stood up and yelled, "Pikachu, kill that be asterisk 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 D. You and Ash are the best team." Hearing Xia Fan shout, Ash looked back gratefully, then exchanged a glance with Pikachu. His expression became firm again, and he directed Pikachu to start the final battle. And in the end, the battle lived up to the expectations of everyone who expected Ash to win. Although the story ends with both Pikachu and Latios losing their ability to fight, Pikachu's strength has won everyone's respect. After leaving the viewing area, Xia Fan walked towards the contestant area. On the way, he met Ash, who looked a little lonely, and was walking towards the viewing area with Pikachu. In stark contrast to Ash's situation, Dakota was currently being interviewed by many people. "It's okay, Ash. You've done great, much better than I thought. If that Darkrai and I didn't have legendary Pokémon, we might not be able to beat you." Xia Fan walked over to Ash and patted his shoulder. "Really?" Ash looked at Xia Fan in surprise. "Really? You really did a great job today." Xia Fan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I will help you retaliate in tomorrow's final and defeat Dak Duo cleanly." After saying that, Xia Fan waved goodbye to Ash and continued walking towards the contestant area. When passing by Dacto, he found that many of the people surrounding him were the ones who had originally wanted to ask him to take advertising in the past few days. These guys were surrounding Dakota at this moment, shouting out their offers. Each price was higher than what they had offered to Xia Fan. The highest was 50 million in endorsement fees, which was far more than what the old man Jengar had offered. Ancestor, did you hear that? You are still not as valuable as others. Darkrai and Latios have suppressed your value very much. Xia Fan stood nearby for a while, and then teased Jengar in the shared spiritual world. Jengar snorted coldly. Let those two guys be proud for another day. Tomorrow I will beat them into idiots and rub them on the ground, thus making me, Jengar, famous. Xia Fan smiled when he heard this, knowing that the next rival would be in trouble. Jengar definitely takes it out on his Pokémon first. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan stood on the stage and released Jengar, who had accumulated a lot of anger. As the referee announced the start of the match, Xia Fan attacked first, and this long-awaited match for Veilstone kicked off. Jengar did not disappoint those who liked it, and showed its strong strength as always. None of Rival's 6 Pokémon could withstand a single skill of Jengar. In the final battle, Jengar set a new record again, taking 18 seconds to defeat 6 opponents, even more perfectly than yesterday. And it far exceeded the previous match between Ash and Darko. Just like that, the cheers for Jengar in the audience reached their peak again. All the audience began to look forward to the match between Jengar, Darkrai, and Latios, to see if it could defeat 2 legendary Pokémon in a row, and what the remaining Pokémon of Darko and Xia Fan were. One day later, that is the 7th day since the competition began. As it was the final, today's audience seats were packed. Compared with previous Sinnoh competitions, this year's competition is seen by many as the most exciting and intense one. Previous Sinnoh competitions will never be as exciting as this year's. The reason is that in addition to one player having at least 2 legendary Pokémon, there is another player who has not yet revealed whether he has any legendary Pokémon, but one of his Jengars has already broken all the records of the Sinnoh competition since the start of the competition. This would be impossible without terrifying strength. Come on, Jengar. Jengar is the eternal god. Darkrai, please defend your status as a legendary Pokémon. In the audience seats, various cheers rang out one after another. Ash and his friends also sat in the front row of the audience to cheer for Xia Fan. Everyone is excited about today's game. Come on, the finals of the Sinnoh Alliance Lily of the Valley Conference are finally about to begin. Now the 2 players facing off on the court are Xia Fan and Dakduo. They both played wonderful games for us in yesterday's game. I believe today's game will definitely be more exciting than yesterday. Without further ado, let's officially begin our 6-on-6 full battle. As the host finished speaking, Xia Fan and the opposing Darko threw out Pokeballs at the same time. A red light flashed, and, as expected, one of them released Jengar and the other released Darkrai. The appearance of these 2 people intensified the cheering. Listening to the clamor, Dakota and Xia Fan looked into each other's eyes and said loudly, "This time, my Darkrai will not be suppressed by your Jengar like last time." Xia Fan heard this and smiled. "I swear, your Darkrai will lose even more miserably this time. Right, Ancestor?" Jengar laughed a triumphant, rasping laugh and hooked his finger at the Darkrai taunt on the other side. Darkrai did not react, but looked at Jengar coldly. The last battle on the lake was still fresh in its memory, so this time, with the dignity of the Darkrai clan at stake, it must not be defeated by this Jengar again. After a few seconds, the referee raised the flag and announced the start of the match, with Darkrai attacking first. Without even thinking, Darko gave the order, "Darkrai, Dark Pulse." Upon hearing this, Darkrai shot a beam of light filled with malice from his chest. Opposite him, Xia Fan smiled sarcastically and talked with Jengar in the shared spiritual world. "Jengar, you should know how to ravage it." Certainly, in the real world, Jengar faced Darkrai's Dark Pulse. Solation dodged it with a twist, and a terrifying aura full of maliciousness poured out from under his feet. This black aura enveloped the entire competition venue. This is Jengar's Dark Pulse. Compared with Darkrai's Dark Pulse, Jengar's Dark Pulse is more like his own exclusive skill. The form and power are completely different from other people's Dark Pulse. Feeling the malicious black aura beneath his feet, Darkrai looked back at his master, waiting for his command. Fly upwards and away from the ground, Dakota said coldly. Last time on the lake, this Jengar used this skill that he was not familiar with to trap Darkrai. He still remembers clearly the giant hand that suddenly emerged from the black air. Once Darkrai is caught, it will be very troublesome. Darkrai followed his master's instructions and quickly flew towards soaring in the sky. But the next second, Jengar's telepathy suddenly rang in its mind. "You little piece of trash, you still want to escape from me?" Darkrai was startled when he heard the voice, and turned his head to look, only to be greeted by Jengar's mocking smile. Immediately afterwards, Darkrai saw dozens of pairs of black giant hands full of containment aura rushing out from the ground at an extremely fast speed, catching people off guard. Darkrai was almost frightened to death. Last time on the lake, he only saw Jengar condense a pair of giant black hands from the aura. So I thought that this damn Jengar, after releasing its aura, could only condense a pair of giant hands at a time, but now I never expected that it could condense dozens of pairs at once. "Get out of the way!" Darko shouted loudly. He was also frightened by dozens of giant black hands. I never thought that the Jengar on the opposite side could use skills like this. On the podium, the host was holding the microphone with a confused look on his face, suddenly not knowing what to say. The audience in the audience seats were all stunned. In the previous game, Jengar had only used this skill to summon one giant hand to grab rival from beginning to end, but now he could suddenly condense dozens of pairs of hands. What did this mean? This shows that this Jengar never used his full strength when he broke the record before. In the venue, dozens of pairs of black giant hands rushed out together, like evil spirits from hell, shooting towards soaring in the sky, following Darkrai closely. As for Darkrai, he dodged frantically under the giant hand, swaying left and right, twisting left and right. However, no matter how hard it dodges, it can only dodge at high altitudes within the venue and cannot move far away from the stadium. So after dodging for 10 seconds, Darkrai was finally grabbed by one of Jengar's giant black hands and dragged from soaring in the sky to ground. On the ground, Jengar suddenly opened its huge mouth like a glutton and floated to the direction where Darkrai was about to fall. "What are you up to?" When Dakota saw this scene, he was horrified, thought of something, and shouted in horror. Jengar glanced at him playfully without saying anything, but the black energy under his feet condensed into 2 words. "You guess." Seeing these 2 words, the Kadoi yelled at Xia Fan, "Stop him quickly." However, Xia Fan remained unmoved. 2 seconds later, on this stage watched by tens of thousands of people, Darkrai was dragged into Jengar's mouth by a pair of giant black hands. With a gulp, he swallowed it. The noisy audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the legendary nightmare god Darkrai could be easily eaten by a different colored Jengar. Even Ash and the others in the audience widened their eyes. The Jengar that had been with them for a long time actually swallowed Darkrai into its stomach. This, the host on the podium swallowed, not knowing how to host a show. Damn, rival was eaten directly. This was the first time this happened since the establishment of the Sinnoh competition. The key point was that the legendary Pokémon eaten was from their Sinnoh region. You guys, on the competition stage, Dakduo pointed at Jengar and Xia Fan with trembling fingers. Xia Fan didn't say anything, but looked like, "What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything." As for Jengar, he licked his lips in front of Darkrai and acted as if Darkrai was really delicious. Seeing this, Darko was about to go into a frenzy contest condition, preparing to throw out 5 Pokeballs at once for its Darkrai retaliate. But just as he was about to throw it, his pupils reflected that Jengar spit Darkrai out of his mouth, and the black gas under his feet evolved into a line of words. "You guys are just like this guy. You can't stand being scared. You're boring." When Dakota saw these words, he was stunned where he was. He looked down at Darkrai, who had emerged from Jengar's mouth. At this moment, Darkrai was lying on the ground motionless, as if he was in a coma. Outside the venue, the referee waved to the audience, and a few seconds later, Nurse Joy rushed onto the stage with a Chansey to test the unconscious Darkrai. After a while, Nurse Joy walked to the referee, picked up a microphone, and explained to the audience. There is nothing wrong with Darkrai's vital signs. He should just have fainted from shock. The referee on the side heard this and immediately announced the winner of the match. Darkrai loses his ability to fight, and Gengar wins. After the words fell, the audience understood what was going on by combining the words condensed by Gengar with what Nurse Joy said. From the beginning to the end, Gengar never ate Darkrai. He was just putting on an act to scare Darkrai and them. In the end, they didn't faint, but Darkrai had fainted from fright. In the audience who figured out all this laughed out loud and liked this unique Gengar more and more. And they began to shout that Gengar was awesome, that Gengar was the eternal god, and that even the nightmare god Darkrai could be easily defeated and played with. On the stage, the host reacted and also let out a breath. He thought to himself that it was not an accident. Otherwise, he would not know how to continue hosting. But it's also good this way. He believes that after Gengar's move, the ratings will definitely go off the charts. As for Ash and the others, they also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was all just Gengar acting. Otherwise, it would be really hard for them to accept the fighting method that killed Darkrai and Swallow. Let's return our attention to the competition stage. If we were to say who is the angriest right now, it would be Dacto. He could still accept it if Darkrai was defeated by force, but this method of intimidation was really humiliating him and Darkrai to the ground. Darko took out the Pokeball and took Darkrai off the ground, whispering softly, "Darkrai, I will help you get your face back. Just watch me in the ball and command Latios to defeat Gengar." After saying that, Darko picked up the second Pokeball, glanced at Xia Fan and Gengar indifferently, and threw it out. There was a flash of red light, and his second legendary Pokémon, Latios, appeared. As soon as Latios appeared, the host shouted loudly to make the scene more interesting. "It's Latios! Darko has released his second legendary Pokémon. I wonder if our Gengar ancestor could defeat Latios as easily as he did with Darkrai just now." However, not long after he finished speaking, he saw that Latios, who had just appeared on the competition field, was in danger of being eliminated in less than 3 seconds under the command of Dakoto. The reason is that Latios used Psychic on Gengar under Darko's order. This is not to say that Latios is not allowed to use Psychic, but Darko forgot about Gengar's ability. Once attacked, there is a chance that its curse body will be triggered. As luck would have it, as soon as Latios' Psychic hit Gengar, Gengar's curse body was triggered. A black gas filled with curse rushed out of Gengar's body and instantly poured into Latios' body. Then Latios fell from midair to the ground, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. After seeing that scene, the host didn't know what to say while holding the microphone. The attraction was just brought up, and it's gone in just a few seconds? "Brother, give me some strength." The host looked at Darko in the competition field and shouted in his heart. 2 of your legendary Pokémon were defeated so easily by Gengar. Can you let me say more? In the competition venue, Darko looked a little embarrassed and blushed because he had just promised his Darkrai that he would retaliate for him with the Pokeball, but the result was, "Who is this Gengar? How can it be so strong?" Dakoto said, gritting his teeth. His original plan was to have Latios attack Gengar in midair, because Latios had an extremely fast flying speed, and he believed that those giant black hands would not be able to catch it so easily. However, he did not expect that after a few seconds, Latios' first skill Psychic would trigger Gengar's curse body, thus fixing him in midair, unable to move, waiting to die. Whoosh! Gengar threw a Shadow Ball, which hit Latios, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. Latios screamed, and 2 seconds later, he wailed and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. From appearance to elimination, it was faster than Darkrai. It only took 10 seconds. Latios is incapacitated, and Gengar is victorious. The referee's verdict sounded. What the hell? 2 legendary Pokémon were defeated by a Gengar, and it was such an overwhelming crush. Darko, are you a trainer? How did you catch them? In the audience, with Latios' defeat, some of the audience who originally supported Darko began to become dissatisfied, especially those who came specifically for the legendary Pokémon, who couldn't help but curse at Darko. They couldn't accept that the Pokémon they dreamed of encountering was crushed by a not-so-rare Ghost-type Pokémon. This was a complete humiliation to their beliefs. Come on, release your third Pokémon. I hope you can let me take out the second Pokémon I prepared. Xia Fan said with a smile as he listened to the audience's insults to Darko. Dakota's eyes turned cold, and he took out the third Pokeball from his waist. Don't be too proud. The outcome is still uncertain until the last moment. Besides, who said I only have 2 legendary Pokémon? With that, he threw out his third legendary Pokémon. A red light flashed, and a Zapdos with sparks all over its body appeared. When Zapdos appeared on stage, the audience was shocked again. What did I see? It's unbelievable. In addition to Darkrai and Latios, Darko has the electric legendary Pokémon Zapdos. My god, how many cards does he have hidden? On the stage, the host said in horror. But this time, he learned his lesson. When he saw Zapdos, he didn't dare to say whether he could fight Gengar or not. Instead, he asked whether Darko had a 4th legendary Pokémon. Otherwise, within a few seconds, I would get slapped in the face and hear the referee announce that Zapdos was eliminated. It's not that he doesn't believe in legendary Pokémon, but this Gengar is so powerful that it's scary. The next half-minute also confirmed the host's idea, because Darko ordered Zapdos to use magnetic flux and release discharge towards the competition field in order to compete with Gengar for the domain. As a result, as soon as the domain skill was released, Gengar gathered dozens of black, giant hands to grab Zapdos. As a result, Zapdos was caught in less than 10 seconds and was knocked down by Gengar with a Shadow Ball, losing his combat ability. Zapdos loses the ability to fight. Gengar wins the third game. Please throw out your 4th Pokémon as soon as possible. This time, the referee couldn't stand it anymore and implicitly urged Dacto to finish the game and leave the stage. 3 legendary Pokémon appeared in a row, but all of them were trampled upon by Gengar like his sons. He was afraid that the audience who believed in legendary Pokémon would not be able to help but block Darko's door after the game. Faced with such urging, Darko also heard it, and without saying a word, he put Zapdos back into the Pokeball and took out the 4th Pokeball. A red light flashed. It was NTI. In the audience, although there were still people exclaiming that Darko could actually take out legendary Pokémon, no one supported Darko anymore. Most of them asked him to get off the stage quickly and not release legendary Pokémon to fight. Even the host said, "Can Darko, who has been fooled by the overwhelming power of Gengar so far, command NTI to regain the face of a legendary Pokémon?" The result is naturally no. NTI and Gengar used their skills. NTI used Sacred Fire, and Gengar used Destruction Ray. After the skill battle, NTI's Sacred Fire was knocked out by Gengar's Destruction Ray in one hit. And with NTI's defeat, Darko collapsed to the ground. When the referee asked if he wanted to give up, he took out the 5th Pokeball. He looked at the Pokeball for a long time, and finally stood up and said to Xia Fan, "If this Pokemon loses again, I will admit defeat." After saying that, he threw the Pokeball. A red light flashed by, and it was Lugia, revered by humans as the god of the sea. As soon as Lugia appeared, the audience members who were cursing Dakoto in the audience were stunned. Because Lugia is different from the previous 5 legendary Pokemon, its status is far higher than theirs. It is a legendary Pokemon at the Guardian level. If a legendary Pokemon of this status is still defeated by Gengar, then Darko will either release these legendary Pokemon or simply die to apologize. Hearing that there were fewer voices scolding him, Dakduo's embarrassed expression finally improved a lot. He looked at Xia Fan, trying to read some shock from his expression to seek comfort. However, he was overthinking it, because Xia Fan was not at all shocked or frightened by Lugia's appearance, but was rather interested. F***K. Where did they catch this thing? Lugia caught one. Even though he doesn't have god-level strength, his luck is pretty good. Could this guy really be related to the Hunter organization? hiring them to help him catch legendary Pokémon around the world. Looking at Lugia, Xia Fan muttered in his heart, but he was not afraid, because this true guardian god-level Lugia had been subdued by him long ago. He was obviously just one of Lugia's tribesmen. If he fought with Gengar, the ending would still be to be beaten. God-level and non-god level were two different concepts, even if you were from the top legendary tribe. But wouldn't it be too boring if we just let Gengar beat Lugia up and eliminate him? Xia Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and he thought of an interesting thing. This interesting thing can not only satisfy the audience's fantasy about legendary Pokémon, but also drive up Gengar's value. Lugia Rain Dance. At this time, Darko on the opposite side shouted loudly, wanting to take advantage of the rain to increase Lugia's water attack. Upon hearing this, Lugia let out a long howl towards soaring in the sky. After a while, the sky was clear and soaring, and then dark clouds rolled in and collapsed towards the ground. It seems like the end of normal. 2 seconds later, a violent storm swept through the venue. In the audience, the unsuspecting audience began to curse Dakto's mother. Watching a game, getting soaked. But Dakota didn't take it seriously and was very excited. When the rainstorm hit the venue, he shouted, "Lugia, weather ball." This is a skill that is performed according to weather conditions. When the weather is heavy rain, sunny day, hail, sandstorm, thick fog, or dark weather, the power of this skill will be doubled. Lugia chanted, and a transparent dawn ball condensed in her mouth. The light ball sensed the rainy day and transformed into a solid water ball. Gengar, floating in the air, saw this skill and became eager to try it out. He just liked Lugia being like this. The more powerful he performed, the more he would think how awesome he was when he ravaged the audience. Gengar, be gentle. Don't eliminate it immediately. However, at this time, Xia Fan suddenly called out to Gengar. Gengar looked back in confusion. I just called its patriarch overthrew the spiritual shared world. Xia Fan said, "It's Chief." Gengar was stunned. Are you talking about the sea god Lugia? Master, why did you call it over? Isn't that big bird complaining about the difficulty of raising children in the spiritual sharing world all day long? Master, do you want to help it raise the children? Bring your A****. Pay attention to the front. Xia Fan shouted. Gengar turned around and saw that Lugia on the opposite side had already condensed the weather ball in his mouth and was spitting it towards him. It was now approaching him. Gengar was startled, and a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The weather ball hit the barrier, causing a slight ripple before being completely dissipated. Gengar exhaled, almost forgetting that he was still fighting. So should I just drag it along now and wait until that grieving old mother gets here? Gengar asked Xia Fan, wanting to confirm. Yeah. Xia Fan responded in the mind sharing. Don't worry, when it gets here, you will still be the protagonist, and you will still act like a big bee. After receiving this answer, Gengar nodded with satisfaction. As long as it remains the king bee of this game, it will be fine. Little trash. Let me keep you on the field for a while longer. Gengar looked at Lugia jokingly, and then began his actor journey. Fight back and forth with Lugia, weaken the power of your own skills, and then continue to use skills to fight. It looks like no one can do anything to anyone else. However, this also allows the audience to feast their eyes. They are no longer concerned about who will win or lose between the two Pokémon. They just want this battle to last longer and be worth the price of the ticket. What they didn't expect was that 5 minutes later, a roar suddenly sounded from soaring in the sky. A huge figure was looming in the dark clouds. What is that? Everyone in the audience looked up. On the field, Dakota did not notice the figure appearing. At this moment, all he wanted was to rely on Lugia to get back all the face he had lost before. Lugia, Dragon Rush! Darko shouted loudly. Lugia roared, and a terrifying blood-red, murderous aura suddenly spread all over his body. It crashed into Gengar like blood-red lightning. But Gengar just laughed at this without any fear. Raise your right fist and use the skill Shadow Punch. I saw his right fist transform into hundreds and thousands in an instant. These fists collided with Lugia in midair, and Lugia was knocked down from midair in an instant. How is this possible? Darko screamed. He couldn't understand why the two Pokémon were evenly matched just now, but now the Gengar on the opposite side was like exploded and knocked down his Lugia with one punch. However, before he could think too much, after using Shadow Punch to knock Lugia down from midair, Gengar used Sucker Punch, like the ghostly normal, and beat Lugia violently in midair. By the time he landed on the ground, Lugia had fainted and was lying on the ground, unable to continue fighting. The situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. Not only Duo could not accept it, but also the audience in the audience seats could not accept it. They had just gone to see the huge figure in the dark clouds. How come when they turn around, the two guys who were evenly matched just now had a winner? What happened? Who can tell them? Lugia has lost its ability to fight, and Gengar has won the 5th game. Should Darko release the 6th Pokémon to fight? The referee asked Darko. He still remembered that when Darko released Lugia, he said that if he lost again, he would not fight and would just admit defeat. Darko didn't say anything, but stared blankly at his Lugia and the smug Gengar floating in the air. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt like he was being fooled. The previous battle was all played by that Gengar. The so-called equal strength was all an act. This guy could have defeated Lugia from the very beginning, just like he defeated Darkrai, Latios, and the others. At this moment, Dakota suddenly heard the audience, and the audience suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's another Lugia." Hearing this voice, Darko paused, raised his head, and looked at the audience, then followed their gaze to look at soaring in the sky, only to see a huge Lugia flying out from the rolling dark clouds. This Lugia was more than twice as big as his, and its imposing manner was far stronger. Every time it flapped its wings, the weather in soaring in the sky would change accordingly. Suddenly it would be sunny, then rainy, just like playing. Everyone stared at it, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness, as if they had met a god. When Darko's Lugia appeared on the stage, the audience just felt the novelty, but they didn't feel any tension at all. How is this possible? Darko looked at the Lugia, then looked at his own on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. The Lugia, in soaring in the sky, finally stopped right above the venue and gently flapped its wings. A silver Lucas emanated from it. The Lucas landed on the Lugia, who was beaten unconscious by Gengar on the field. The whole body of the Lugia suddenly glowed with white light, and its injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 seconds later, the Lugia opened its eyes full of confusion. It looked around until it saw the huge Lugia in midair. The white scales covering its body suddenly exploded, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. It stood up and then lay down again the next second. The audience in the auditorium couldn't help but ask why when they saw this scene. Why are there 2 sea gods Lugia here? And why is this one from Dakota so afraid? Suddenly, a young man who seemed to be a player could not stand the stupid questions from the people around him and stood up from his seat and cursed, "A bunch of ignorant idiots. Lugia has a tribe, and the Lugia in Darko is just a member of the Lugia tribe, and the Lugia that just appeared is the real god of the sea. Otherwise, do you think that the Lugia who is said to be able to call the wind and rain and control the sea can be defeated by Gengar?" When he said the 3 words, "God of the Sea," at the end, the young man showed a trace of yearning, and his hand involuntarily fell to his waist. After hearing this explanation, although many viewers were very dissatisfied with the word idiot, they also showed a hint of enlightenment. But then a new doubt came to mind. What was the real sea god Lugia doing here? Was he retaliation for his people? As soon as this doubt arose, a telepathic connection sounded in their minds. "Humanity, give it freedom." The telepathic voice was authoritative and commanding. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily looked at Dacto, whose face suddenly turned as pale as snow. Anyone with a decent brain can tell that this is what the sea god Lugia said to Darko. Facing the pressure, Darko gritted his teeth and said, "It's my Pokémon. What right do you have to say that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dakota flew backwards dozens of meters, hit the wall heavily, and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a Pokeball flew out from his waist. Darko looked at the Pokeball and screamed, "No! Give it back to me! Give the Pokeball back to me!" But what he got was a cold reply from Lugia. "You don't deserve it." After saying that, there was a bang, and the Pokeball shattered into pieces. Dakota's little Lugia regained his freedom and flapped his wings to fly behind Lugia. Faced with this scene, most people in the audience did not think that it was wrong. Instead, they looked very happy and felt that this was the attitude that a legendary Pokémon should have, crazy and cool. Don't ask anything because you don't deserve it. Some even think it would be best to release all of Darko's other legendary Pokémon. A small number of people who felt that something was wrong, namely the organizers of the Sinnoh competition, wanted to help Darko, but as soon as the Pokémon was released, it was trembling with fear due to the pressure emitted by Lugia and did not dare to attack rashly. Oh my Lugia! Watching Lugia slip away from his hands, Dakota's heart was bleeding. This is the most powerful legendary Pokémon in his hands, and it cost hundreds of millions for the Hunter organization to help him capture it. Dacto suddenly began to regret that he couldn't help wanting to show off and came to Sinnoh region to participate in the competition, which was a huge loss. He swore that he would never set foot in the sad land of Sinnoh again. However, just when Darko wanted to leave, the voice of the sea god Lugia sounded again. "I advise you to give back the freedom of the other legendary Pokémon. You are not worthy of commanding them. I have already sent a message to their clan leader, and they will be here soon." Hearing this voice, Dakota was completely stunned. What's the meaning? Damn it. Not only do you want to steal my Lugia, you also want to steal all the other legendary Pokémon. Why the hell don't you just die? Dakota looked at Lugia and wanted to curse all of its ancestors in front of it. But when the words came to his mouth, he choked and became cowardly. He placed his hands on his waist and picked up 5 Pokeballs, all of which were filled with legendary Pokémon. In addition to Darkrai, Latios, Zapdos, and Entei, he also had a Heatran. Darko released them one by one, and when he put the ball under his feet and was ready to step on it, he raised his head and looked at the Jengar floating in the air opposite him, who looked like he was watching a show. Looking at it, Dakota suddenly became very angry, so angry that he was about to go crazy. How can Xia Fan own a Jengar that can crush all his legendary Pokémon to the ground? As he was getting angry, Darko couldn't help but said to Lugia, "If you let me release them, then you can call the leader of the Jengar tribe to take the Jengar away. The trainer behind it doesn't deserve to own it." Jengar, who was enjoying being a spectator, was stunned. What was going on? Was he eating the melon on his head? Ask my clan leader to come and take me away? But I am a clan leader myself, and I am an old clan leader who has lived for 1,000 years. But then, Jengar thought of an opportunity to flatter Fan in front of everyone. He was seen laughing fiercely, and the black air under his feet condensed into a row of words. "I'm sorry. I am the leader of the Jengar clan. No one can separate me from my master. I am his partner in life and in death. I will only be his Pokemon in this life, even if it means making the world my enemy." When Dakota saw this line of words, he had a heart attack and was jealous of Xia Fan to death. Why aren't its Pokemon so loyal? In the audience, all the audience members were envious, jealous, and hateful to the extreme when they saw these words. What more could one ask for than this Jengar? Therefore, after a while, the entire venue was filled with slogans again, such as "Jengar Ancestor is awesome," "Jengar Ancestor is the eternal god," "Jengar Ancestor, I love you." "Master, how about it? Do you see how loyal I am to you? No one in this world is more loyal to you than me." Jengar turned and looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan disagrees. He said directly in the shared spiritual world, "Stop flattering me. Don't I know you? You must have cursed me behind my back a lot." Jengar's face turned pale, thinking that he always cursed in his heart. How did Xia Fan, that be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You think too much. My loyalty to you is evident to all heaven and earth. I will only be loyal to you in this life." Xia Fan glanced at it and was too lazy to continue arguing. He turned his gaze to Dakota and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This guy must be so angry that he is vomiting blood now. All legendary Pokémon are forced to be released, but he could swear that this was not his idea. He just asked Lugia to come and help Gengar increase his value. As a result, when Lugia arrived here, he couldn't stand seeing his people being commanded to fight by humans. He said something to him and flew down. In the end, Darko had no choice but to stomp on his 5 Pokeballs. With the shattering of these 5 Pokeballs, Darkrai, Latios, Zapdos, Entei, and Heatran, the 5 non-god level legendary Pokémon, regained their freedom. He looked back at Dakoto and left decisively without the slightest reluctance, obviously having wanted to leave a long time ago. Faced with their decisive departure, Dakoto slumped to the ground, thinking of Gengar's answer just now, and began to become more and more jealous of Xia Fan for having a Gengar who was loyal to him. I feel like if Xia Fan was facing the same desperate situation as him, then Gengar would continue to follow him even if the Pokeball was broken. In the audience, many viewers began to feel impatient when looking at the 5 legendary Pokémon released by Darko and wanted to leave and follow to capture them. However, just as they were about to take action when this idea came to their mind, a violent storm swept through the venue again, even more violent than the previous one. Everyone in the audience was forced to hold on to their chairs tightly because of the sudden strong wind. Even if they released their Pokémon, they could only watch them being blown away by the strong wind. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would be the ones to be blown away. This is the power of the sea god Lugia. Compared with the little Lugia just now, its ability to call the wind and rain is truly the power of calling the wind and rain, and the power of heaven and earth is used at will by it. And within a few seconds of the sudden storm, the entire venue was suddenly covered with a film of light, just at the moment when the 5 legendary Pokémon left the venue. Obviously, Lugia guessed what most viewers were thinking and did this deliberately to prevent them from capturing the 5 released legendary Pokémon. Thinking of this reason, the audience began to look at Lugia with some dissatisfaction. Legendary Pokémon, those who are capable have it. Why do you care so much? But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they didn't dare to cause trouble for Lugia now. They could only endure the heavy rain and strong wind. But just 2 seconds later, Lugia's voice rang again in everyone's mind. You just defeated my junior, right? Hearing this voice, the audience turned their attention to the Gengar floating in the battlefield. What does Lugia mean by that? One audience member muttered, is he teaching Gengar a lesson for his junior? Retaliate. On the battlefield, Gengar was flying against the wind, fearlessly flying to Lugia, and also using telepathy to spread out in all directions. Yes, it's me. The tone of the telepathic voice was relaxed and carefree, as if it didn't take Lugia seriously at all, which made the audience couldn't help but worry for it. How dare he talk to Lugia like this? He is the real god of the sea, the god who protects Chengdu and Kanto. His strength is definitely not comparable to those 6 legendary Pokémon of Darko. From a comparison of the first 6 legendary Pokémon of Darko, it can be seen that if a fight really breaks out, Gengar will definitely not get any benefits. Just as the audience was thinking this, Lugia in midair got really angry, and without saying a word, he used a Dragon Rush, as fast as lightning, and smacked down Gengar from the air to the ground in the blink of an eye. With a bang, a big hole was instantly created on the battlefield. It is unknown whether Gengar is alive or dead. The audience were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lugia to beat people so decisively. However, he is worthy of being the god of the sea. He was able to smack down the ground the extremely powerful Gengar ancestor with just one skill. One of the audience members who firmly believed that this world-respected legendary Pokémon couldn't help laughing when he saw Gengar being beaten up. Huh, I called you Power Trip. What do you think, you, Gengar? Think of the sea god Lugia. You even dared to say taunt. Now you know you are wrong. In the battle arena, Darko, who had just lost 6 legendary Pokémon, was shocked by this sudden battle. He looked down at the deep pit not far away, and then looked at Lugia soaring in the sky, who was flapping her wings and raising her proud head. Suddenly, I don't know why, my heart that was about to bleed felt a little better. I desperately hope that Lugia can kill this Jengar and make the Xia Fan on the opposite side regret participating in this competition like me, and regret coming to Sinnoh, a shabby place with extremely bad luck. You'd better be beaten to death. You deserve it for not disciplining your children properly. Dakota turned his head and looked across with a gloating look. I want to see if Xia Fan is extremely anxious at this moment and extremely regrets that he indulged Jengar too much, making him so arrogant that he even dared to taunt the sea god Lugia. However, Dakota was overthinking it. When he turned his head, what he saw was not Xia Fan's panic-stricken expression, but a nonchalant expression. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his right hand on his thigh and his left hand hitting Yan while looking at the deep pit, as if the one who was hit into the deep pit was not Jengar, but a Pokémon that had nothing to do with him. This, Dakota couldn't accept it. That Jengar was the one that could pin all 6 of his legendary Pokémon to the ground and beat them up, but this Xia Fan didn't even react when he saw it being beaten by Lugia. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darko couldn't help but curse. If it were him, his heart would definitely bleed right now. Such a strong Pokemon would make him sad for a long time if it was just a little hurt. What's more, this Gengar was very loyal to its master. It's such a lucky thing to have this kind of Pokemon in the previous life, but this fan doesn't even cherish it. Kill it. Kill this Gengar quickly, and make this be ********D regret it. Dakota looked up at soaring in the sky, extremely eager for Lugia to free the Gengar ancestor. It would be better for him to die and be reborn than to continue staying with a master like Xia Fan. Muttering, Darko saw Lugia begin to gather energy in midair. It's a skill that can cause Death Ray. If it is fired, unless it is a Pokemon with extremely strong defense, the others will most likely die instantly if they take it head-on. Shit, are you really going to beat me to death? Seeing the destruction and Death Ray, perhaps anticipating that Gengar might really die here, Darko suddenly felt reluctant. Such a strong Gengar was beaten to death by the sea god Lugia just because his master was too indulgent and disrespectful. It was really unfair. Alas, what a pity. Become my partner in the next life. I will definitely train you well and make you the world's #1 Gengar. I will satisfy whatever you want. Darko sighed and watched Lugia shoot out the destructive Death Ray. Buzz! But just as that destructive death light shot into the air, a beam of light also shot out from the deep pit where Gengar fell, accompanied by a wanton and wild laugh. The next second, Gengar floated out from the deep pit, shooting destructive death light from his mouth and arguing with Lugia. Although its plump white body is now covered in dust, it does not conceal its domineering power trip temperament at all. How is this possible? How can Gengar's ray of destruction be so different from Lugia's ray of destruction? Dakota was shocked when he saw this scene. Not only him, but the audience were also shocked. This is the real god of the sea. This Gengar can actually fight against it with his skills, and it seems that they are still evenly matched. Fortunately, the fight did not last long and ended with Gengar pulling away and dodging. The audience breathed a sigh of relief again. If Gengar won the duel with the destructive Death Ray, or even ended in a tie, they would really kneel down to Gengar. This is enough to serve as the patron saint of a region. You are very good. If I accept the challenge carelessly, I might lose. At this time, Lugia spoke again and soaring in the sky. The audience was shocked to hear this. If it doesn't fight carefully, it may lose. Does Lugia recognize this Gengar? Thinking of this, the audience's awareness of the power of the Gengar ancestor began to rise sharply. Some viewers even feel it is necessary to give the ancestor Gengar the title of Ghost God. However, Gengar was unaware of these thoughts for the time being. Anyway, everything was now being performed according to Xia Fan's arrangement. It could fight however it wanted, and Lugia would hold back and try its best to cooperate. Otherwise, how could his true strength be on par with Lugia, and even almost on par with that honest man, NEI? So after Lugia said that you were very good and I might lose, he just put his hands on his hips and acted like he was the best in the world, and you'd better say it again. But within 2 seconds, Jengar felt that he was not domineering, and then he added with a smile, "It is only likely to fail?" Lugia, who do you think you were talking to? I am the leader of the Jengar clan, the strongest Jengar in history. Believe it or not, I will beat you into a house bird. Even a mixed-up bird Ho-Oh would be slapped to death by me. After saying that, Jengar used his modified Dark Pulse, and a terrifying aura filled with malicious intent poured out from under his feet, invading soaring in the sky. Pairs of giant black hands stretched out from the aura and grabbed Lugia. A watercolored barrier appeared in front of Lugia, blocking Black's giant hand. Master, this guy is talking too much. I can't help but want to beat him up. Lugia couldn't help but contact Xia Fan through the spiritual shared world. Xia Fan called it here to perform a show and enhance the status of its Jengar ancestor in the hearts of humans. But he didn't let it trample on him to death. What does it mean to beat it into a house bird? Do you believe that I can beat you into a fat fool lying on the ground? In the competition venue, Xia Fan listened to Lugia's complaints and looked at Jengar, who was constantly making threats and pretending to be cool, with a frown on his face. This guy is really getting too cocky. I let it take the opportunity to improve its status, but I didn't let it completely soar to the top by relying on the title of Lugia, the god of the sea. What? Do you want to take advantage of this opportunity to occupy Lugia's position in the hearts of humans in one step, and directly promote your Jengar clan to legendary Pokémon? But at this moment, Xia Fan heard the audience's shouts. They all called Jengar the god of madness instead of the god of ghosts. Upon hearing this name, Xia Fan was immediately amused. The god of madness, what a match. This Jengar is indeed too crazy sometimes and needs to be taught a lesson. Use the skill smelling salts on it, but remember not to get seriously injured. Xia Fan said to Lugia. Okay. After receiving Xia Fan's order, Lugia was ecstatic and used one of the strongest skills of the flying system, Sky Attack, without thinking. Its body paused in midair, and then, like a ray of light, it rushed to the front of the still pretentious Jengar, slapped it down to the ground with one wing, and chopped off dozens of black giant hands along the way with its wings. It happened so fast that Jengar had no time to react. After being hit on the ground, it howled in pain and looked at Lugia with rage. But what met him was Lugia's cold gaze. Jengar wanted to say something, but felt it was inappropriate, so he complained directly to Xia Fan. Master, this guy is unreasonable. Didn't we agree to let me act big? He was acting with me. But why is he really doing it? I asked it to do it. Xia Fan responded coldly. I asked it to act with you, but I didn't ask you to trample its reputation to death. So, do you want to replace it and become the new Poseidon? It's not impossible, Jengar muttered to himself. However, the next second, Xia Fan's next words made it shudder violently. What about that be asterisk, 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 D-ho-oh? If it meant me, I would slap it to death. Huh, I see you really want to die. Do you believe me? I will let Ho-Oh come over and fight you. Let's see whether you slap it to death or you are burned to death by its sacred fire. Ho-Oh is the first Guardian-level legendary Pokémon captured by Xia Fan. If it comes to deal with him, no one will speak for it, except from you, the easy-to-foolery idiot. Jengar quickly apologized. It's my fault, master, it's my fault. There was something wrong with my thinking, and I misunderstood your deep meaning. From now on, I will do whatever you say. I will definitely think about your words again, and will never misunderstand you again. Xia Fan sneered, not wanting to waste time with this scoundrel who was just as bad as him. From now on, you fight Lugia well, and fight back and forth, but you must be at a disadvantage, and try to show that your strength is only slightly worse than its. Also, you can act cool, but don't overdo it. If you say something like Ho-Oh could be slapped to death, I will immediately broadcast your words live to Ho-Oh through the shared spiritual world. By the way, I will also broadcast them to NTI and Reiku. I understand, Master. I, Jengar, will definitely think over your words this time and will never misunderstand you again. Jengar responded honestly in the shared spiritual world, and then rushed towards soaring in the sky again and started fighting with Lugia. This time it honestly followed what Xia Fan said and fought Lugia on equal terms, without making any irrelevant remarks. However, sometimes it couldn't help but make some wild and domineering gestures and say some speechless words, such as, "Little Lugia, your trick doesn't work. It didn't even hurt me. Let's see how I defeated you." Although it still sounds disgusting, Xia Fan did not prohibit these words. Who told him to be so mean? It's his nature, and he can't change it. Just leave it as long as it's not too excessive. In this way, the battle between Gengar and Lugia began to leave a deep impression in the hearts of the audience, and was also broadcast on television to the eyes of the audience watching the competition in Sinnoh region. No one expected that what was originally a battle between Gengar and several legendary Pokémon would eventually turn into a battle between Gengar and Chengdu and Lugia, the guardian of the Kanto region. From that day on, everyone began to remember Gengar's appearance, because it is the first common Pokémon that can fight on par with the Guardian God. Although it looks a bit struggling, such a Pokémon is good enough to be deified. In the end, the battle lasted for half an hour, and Gengar was almost defeated. Lugia left after saying, "You are strong enough to become one of the gods." Hearing these words, all the audience who loved Gengar were excited. To Gengar, just shout, "Mad God! Mad God! The Eternal God!" There is no way. I originally wanted to call him Ghost or God, but the old ancestor Gengar spoke in such a crazy tone. His temperament has nothing to do with ghosts. When I called him that, I felt weird. I could only call him the title of Crazy God. But Gengar was happy to accept it. It liked the word crazy and the word God at the end even more. Although unlike other mythical beasts, which are named after the power they control, this is better than nothing. Just like Inai and Raikou. Have you ever seen them called Celestic Thunder God? After Lugia left, the Sinnoh competition came to an end. Although Darko still had a chance to send one Pokémon in a battle, all of his 6 legendary Pokémon were forced to be released, and he was no longer able to send any more Pokémon into battle. Moreover, even if he won a battle, no one thought he could win. The first 5 legendary Pokémon were beaten up by Gengar like his sons. Does that mean he can win if he is given an hour to go to the Pokémon Center and teleport one more? So, after Lugia left, in order to flatter Gengar, host loudly and excitedly announced that Xia Fan was the new champion of the Sinnoh Alliance, without even asking if Darko could come up with the last Pokémon. The audience had no objections, and after host's announcement, they all shouted loudly, "Crazy God Gengar is the Eternal God. Crazy God Gengar, I love you. Crazy God Gengar is awesome." As for Xia Fan, I'm sorry, but this trainer didn't leave much of an impression on the audience from beginning to end. Are you saying he ever commanded a Gengar battle? Sorry, no one heard it. Gengar was fighting all by himself. Do you want to say that he has ever responded to other people's shock at Gengar's strength? Sorry, no. It's all our ancestor Gengar. He's pretending to be cool by using black energy to condense words or answer telepathically, and the trainer behind him is just watching the show. He feels so comfortable. He didn't do anything and just enjoyed the ready-made victory. As a result, the audience only remembered the ancestor Gengar. When cheering, except for Ash and the others who congratulated and shouted, no one else mentioned him at all. Even if someone remembered him, they would not mention him. There's only one reason: MMP, too much envy and jealousy. He actually captured a Gengar that could fight against the sea god Lugia. With this kind of Pokemon, you'll be able to dominate any region's competition you go to. The key is that this Gengar also clearly stated that he would follow him no matter life or death, even if it meant being the enemy of the world. Listen, is this the treatment a normal trainer can enjoy? CNM, they're so envious that they cannot help themselves. If they can exchange such a partner for 10 years of their lifespan, they will definitely do it. Therefore, under this feeling of jealousy, Xia Fan became the strongest Pokemon trainer in the history of Sinnoh Alliance, and also the trainer that Sinnoh Alliance least wanted to be remembered. However, Xia Fan didn't feel anything about this. There was nothing he could do about it. This was the treatment for owning dozens of legendary Pokemon. The strong should enjoy solitude. Besides, The more famous Comrade Jengar is, the better. He called Lugia here for this reason. The more famous he becomes, the more money those companies that want to use him as a spokesperson will have to pay. If they pay more, he can feel at ease letting Jengars support the Pantheon for him. You can't just enjoy fame without giving any benefits to its owner, right? Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at Jengar, who was enjoying the cheers of the crowd and soaring in the sky, and was so happy that he forgot himself, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Workers spirit. Workers are all the best. Go work, Jengar. From now on, the organization of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people will all depend on you, the great god, to support it. Perhaps it was something in his heart. Jengar, who was floating in the air and enjoying the cheers of the audience, suddenly started to wake up and looked around in a daze. It didn't know why, but it suddenly felt that some unruly people were trying to harm it. After a while, Jengar looked around and saw Xia Fan looking at it with a smile. Looking at this smile, Jengar suddenly got goosebumps and his scalp felt numb for no reason. Master, have I made a mistake again? Jengar asked tentatively through the spiritual shared world. Xia Fan replied very kindly, No, I didn't make any mistakes. You are great. You played really well in today's competition. I am impressed by you. You must keep up the good work in the future and let more people know you, the ancestor of Jengar, and let more people know your name, the god of madness. Real. Seeing Xia Fan actually speaking to it in such a nice voice and flattering it, Jengar thought for a moment that he was dreaming. But the next second, Jengar felt something was wrong again. Because Xia Fan used to speak so kindly, it was basically when we needed something from it. Master, what do you want me to do? Jengar asked again, tentatively. Xia Fan frowned slightly. What are you talking about? What do you mean I want you to do something? Can't I be proud of your popularity today? I tell you, from today on, you just need to develop your popularity. If someone wants you to shoot an advertisement, I tell you, we will only shoot the most expensive ones, not the best ones. Let everyone see your status as Jengar the Ancestor in the Pokémon world, and let everyone know your name as the Mad God Jengar. Let humans know, and let those weak Pokémon know, that being born ordinary does not mean you will be ordinary for the rest of your life. You, the Ancestor Jengar, have spent thousands of years breaking through racial restrictions and defeating many legendary Pokémon, standing on par with the god of the sea Lugia. This was not due to luck, but to your unremitting efforts and your indomitable spirit in the face of racial restrictions. As the saying goes, kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all born with different species. You are the representative of this saying. From now on, you are a divine beast in my heart, the strongest divine beast in the civilian world. Let all ordinary Pokémon take you as their goal and practice. Forefather, you're their spiritual mentor in the Pokémon world. Hearing Xia Fan's words, Jengar's blood immediately boiled, especially this sentence. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? Wow, the master is so talented. That's right. It has been practicing for thousands of years just to let all the guys with racial prejudice know that the legendary Pokémon is so great. It's still being pressed to the ground by me, the Ancestor. I understand, Master. I will make sure everyone knows my name, Jengar, and let me become their spiritual mentor. Whenever they want to give up, they should think of my inspirational journey. Jengar excitedly said to Xia Fan. It suddenly felt that its master Xia Fan was the greatest soulmate of its Jengar ancestor in this life. Xia Fan looked at Jengar's excitement and smiled even more happily. Sure enough, this old ancestor is so easy to fool. Come on, you're the future rising star in the advertising industry. 2 hours later, it was almost night. Today is both the finals and the closing ceremony of Sinnoh Alliance. At the much-anticipated Sinnoh Alliance closing ceremony, Sinnoh Region Champion Ms. Zhulan presented the Alliance Championship Trophy to Xia Fan. Xia Fan, do you want to challenge the Champion Alliance? After presenting the trophy to Xia Fan and taking a group photo, Ms. Zhulan took Xia Fan aside and said with a smile as she left the stage, No, I'm busy, I don't have time. Xia Fan glanced at the trophy in his hand and shook his head decisively. Sinnoh Alliance champions participate in a Tenema challenge, a challenge that only the Sinnoh Alliance regional champions can participate in. In other words, the championship trophy he has now is just an admission ticket to the Championship Alliance. That place is where real masters gather, and any player is a champion. Once he takes on the challenge, he will embark on the journey to Victory Road. You need to challenge all previous Sinnoh Alliance region champions. After challenging them, you can challenge the Sinnoh Elite Four. After challenging the Sinnoh Elite Four, you can challenge Julan, the Champion Alliance Master. Once the challenge is successful, you can take over Julan's position and become the new Alliance Master of the Sinnoh Region Champion Alliance. As for the Pokémon Master that Ash has been dreaming of, it is the Alliance Masters from all regions around the world who gather together to compete. The final winner is the Pokémon Master, the world's #1 Pokémon trainer. For Xia Fan now, this thing is simple, because he doesn't think anyone can beat his group of divine beasts. Even if they are allowed to pick 6 of his divine beasts as rival, they are unlikely to win. If anyone can beat them all, he will kneel down and call him Big Brother on the spot. He was able to breeder a Pokémon that could defeat 6 legendary Pokémon. He couldn't catch up with such strength even if he tried his best, because he just picked up ready-made ones. Even Jengar was conquered by him because he possessed God-level strength. But then again, the title of Alliance Master is difficult for Xia Fan now, because once he embarks on the challenge of the Champion Alliance and obtains the Alliance Master, replacing Julan's position, he will have to revolve around this thing from then on. Because a champion has responsibilities, once someone is qualified to challenge him, he has to rush over to deal with it. Although there are not many such people, if one day an ignorant person pops up and says he wants to challenge him while he is running around, he will have to rush back without stopping to accept the challenge. In addition, the Alliance Master is the face of a region and has considerable responsibilities. He is not allowed to leave the region for a long time. When his help is needed somewhere in the region, he must rush over to save the situation immediately after receiving the order. Hoenn Region Champion Daigo resigned because he had no time to deal with such trivial matters. He gave the title of champion to his good friend Wallace and asked him to fulfill the championship responsibilities on his behalf. So, now that Julan asked him to challenge her, he would not agree. The title of Alliance Master is great, but it comes at the cost of freedom. If he really wants it, he should at least wait until he has collected all the mythical beasts and visited all the places he should visit, and has nothing else to do. Seeing Xia Fan shook his head decisively, Miss Julan frowned slightly and said, "So resistant? I suggest you think about it carefully. I think it is very likely that you will pass Victory Road and stand in front of me." At this point, Miss Julan looked around and saw that no one was looking at them. She patted Xia Fan on the shoulder and whispered, "Master Alliance is treated very well. He has a house and a car. He is respected wherever he goes. More importantly, Alliance will reimburse your monthly expenses at Breeder Pokémon. Are you sure you don't want to consider such a good treatment?" Xia Fan laughed immediately. Does he look like someone who is short of money now? No, I'm not short of money, so I have no intention of challenging Victory Road for now. Xia Fan refused again. This woman definitely couldn't stand being challenged all the time, so she said that. After hearing what Xia Fan said, Miss Julan paused and recalled several times she had dealt with Xia Fan. It seemed that every time Ash and the others spent money, it was Xia Fan who took the initiative to pay for it, and she always bought the best. She was very extravagant, and it was obvious that she was not short of money. Miss Julan was a little annoyed. She finally met someone who could defeat her, but the other person was unwilling to participate. She suddenly began to envy the former champion of Hoenn Region, Daogu, who had a good and powerful friend, Macaulay, to replace him. Unlike her, she has not yet met a suitable replacement. If she lets a challenger go, it will easily lead to gossip. Therefore, the most suitable person at the moment is Xia Fan, who shines today. If he became the new champion, she believed that no one would question it. After all, there was a Pokémon that could fight against the sea god Lugia. No matter which region's champion alliance he challenged, he would most likely become the new champion. So, when do you think you'll have the idea to take on the challenge? If you do, contact me immediately. I'll give you the green light all the way and have the staff help you complete the challenge procedures within a few minutes. Zhulan was a little unwilling, but she said one more sentence at last. Xia Fan was speechless. Didn't this woman really want to continue to stay in the championship position? If you insist on saying so, then he should think carefully about the time to challenge the championship. Okay, when I want to challenge, I will contact Miss Zhulan immediately, Xia Fan said with a smile, then walked away from Miss Zhulan holding the championship trophy. However, as soon as Xia Fan walked out of the competition venue, he was surrounded by many media and advertisers who expressed their desire to interview Jengar and invite Jengar to be their spokesperson. As for an interview with Xia Fan himself, just a few words would be enough. However, Xia Fan was not angry. She decisively threw Jengar's Pokeball away, allowing it to be photographed by the media. Xia Fan on the side watched with a smile. He is looking forward to seeing these guys take as many pictures as they can. When Jengar becomes more and more famous, when they want to take pictures again, he will act like an evil capitalist and ask for a huge amount of money. He will take pictures for whoever pays the most, making them regret not coming to flatter him before. As for those advertisers who wanted Jengar, Xia Fan directly created a group this time and asked them to discuss with the leaders and bid in the group at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Whoever paid the most would get the first external endorsement of Jengar. Of course, there must be water armies hired by Xia Fan in the group who specialize in driving up prices. Xia Fan has already thought it through. If the price does not exceed 100 million, he will let his internet army take over the endorsement and then lose money to hype up the popularity. When it reaches the right level, he will find a reason to look for a new endorsement and will take the endorsement when the price exceeds 100 million. An hour later, the media got the photos they wanted, the interviews they wanted, and unexpectedly received a big red envelope full of money.guion. After watching them leave, Xia Fan put Jengar back into the Pokeball and walked towards the Pokémon Center. He and Ash had agreed to have a big meal tonight to celebrate his victory as the champion of the Sinnoh Ri. The next day at noon, Xia Fan and Ash finished their lunch and said goodbye to them. After all, there is always a time to meet and part. Now that the Sinnoh Alliance region competition has ended, Ash's journey in Sinnoh has also come to an end. At the dinner last night, Ash and Xiaojing expressed to Xia Fan their intention to return to Kanto, while Dawn said that she was also planning to go home and wanted to invite the three to sit with her before going home. Ash and Xiaojing agreed, but Xia Fan said that it would depend on the endorsement situation tomorrow. If Jengar did not successfully get an endorsement, they would go, but if they successfully got an endorsement, they might not be able to go. This morning, Xia Fan was sitting in the cafe at the Pokémon Center with her phone in hand, directing the members of the Pantheon to get Jengar a 550 million Pokémon Watch endorsement, a 450 million Pokémon Food endorsement, a 330 million Pokémon Toy endorsement, a 320 million Ghost Pokémon-themed Horror Park endorsement, and so on. In short, Xia Fan helped Jengar get more than 2 billion yuan in endorsements in just one morning. He will stay here this afternoon and wait for those people to bring the contract for him to sign, and then take Jengar to shoot endorsement photos for them. With these endorsements, Xia Fan doesn't even have time to visit Dawn's house even if she wants to. Dawn didn't force it, but she felt a little regretful. We will meet and part ways someday. Although we are about to separate and embark on our own journeys, we will definitely meet again. Don't be sad or depressed. After the filming, if I am bored, I will definitely go to play with you. Anyway, I am still in Sinnoh. Xia Fan saw that Dawn was a little reluctant to leave, so she patted her shoulder gently, then squatted down slightly and pinched Piplup's little face in her arms and said with a smile, "Really?" Dawn laughed, and Piplup also shouted excitedly, "Seriously?" Xia Fan nodded, and Mew on his shoulder also called out twice in response to Piplup. Xia Fan looked at Ash and Xiaogang again. "Ash, Xiaogang, I will go to Kanto too. I hope you won't turn me away then." "No, how could that be possible?" Ash and Xiaogang hurriedly shook their heads. "I'm just kidding, but I will go to Kanto again, and we will definitely meet again." Xia Fan walked up to them and hugged them. "Yes, Then I will take you, Mr. Xia Fan, to Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash said with a smile. His Pikachu also hugged Mew and touched their tails as a promise to meet again. Just like that, Xia Fan stood in the Pokémon Center and watched Ash, Xiaojing, and Dawn walk towards the harbor of Suzerain Island. They will board a ship bound for Twin Leaf Town and stay at Dawn's home for a day. Afterwards, Ash and Xiaojing will board a ship bound for the Kanto region and return to their respective homes to reunite with their families. Looking at the backs of the three of them, Xia Fan thought of a sentence. Memories are pearl. Friendship is diamond. After this separation, he will continue to find ways to keep up with Ash's journey for the sake of the legendary beast and embark on a new region adventure, but his journey with Dawn and Xiaojing may come to an end here. Although they may meet again in the future, the possibility of this happening is estimated to be very small. After all, everyone is fighting for their dreams, and it is impossible for them to stay in one place and stand still. Just when Xia Fan was feeling a little sad, Jengar's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Master, why haven't those guys come to pick me up for the photo shoot and train me to become the #1 celebrity in the Pokémon inspirational world? Hearing this voice, Xia Fan's sentimental expression that he had worked so hard to create suddenly disappeared, and he wanted to punch it on the head. You are such a fool. Why are you in such a hurry? The contract hasn't even been signed yet. Why are you taking photos for nothing? Xia Fan replied unhappily, then turned back to the Pokémon Center and waited for those people to come to him with the contract. An hour later, Xia Fan was sitting in the cafe at the Pokémon Center, waiting for companies to come and sign contracts. The signing lasted from the afternoon to the sunset. In the early morning of the next day, Xia Fan, along with Jengar, who was already extremely excited, boarded a ship to Jubilife City with a contracted company. The $550 million endorsement fee for the Pokémon Watch is right there. As soon as he got off the ship, Xia Fan released Jengar and was warmly welcomed by the company, where he enjoyed the flattery of most people and enjoyed the delicacies that could only be caught in special areas. After a day of enjoying himself, Jengar started his endorsement shooting schedule the next day. While it was excitedly filming, Xia Fan called a few guys who were originally from the Godcatcher Hall and are now members of the Temple of the Gods to take care of it. Then he took Mew and started wandering around Jubilife City, the most developed city in the Sinnoh region, living in their own world of one man and one beast. It's true, Xia Fan thought it seemed like he hadn't lived this kind of life for a long time. Ever since he started the journey with Ash and the others, Mew has been transformed into Pikachu most of the time. He can no longer just find a place with a private room, and when the food is served, he can transform back into his original form to enjoy it. Thinking of this, Xia Fan felt a little guilty about Mew. This little guy was simple-minded and would basically agree with whatever he did. Even if he asked him to remain in the appearance of Pikachu, he would have no complaints. Unlike Jengar, the old Lickspittle, as long as he did something bad to it, this guy would definitely shout on the surface that his master was wise and long live the master. The ancestor Jengar, would absolutely agree with all the decisions of the master, but secretly he would definitely scold him for being a turtle's son and cheating him. I hope that Jengar can film well and live up to my expectations. The food supply for nearly 1,000 people and numerous Pokémon in the Pantheon depends entirely on this big celebrity, Xia Fan muttered while watching the TV in the box. Now the TV is broadcasting the Sinnoh Alliance competition, the news about the battle between Jengar and Lugia. The news content praises Jengar to the sky. Almost all the good words are given to Jengar, saying that there is no second one in the world, and that it can protect humans like the legendary Pokémon in the future, etc. However, this was also because Xia Fan gave red envelopes as a benefit to those reporters during the interviews a few days ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have praised it so much. Fortunately, the audience believed it. There was no other way. Even if someone didn't believe it, as long as they watched the live video of the game, they would have to believe it. Lugia, the god of the sea, was actually entangled by a Jengar, and this Jengar had previously crushed 5 legendary Pokémon. No matter how much Lucas's record is praised, it will not seem incredible. Xia Fan and Mew played in Jubilife City for a day. When they finally returned to the hotel, they saw Jengar with a somewhat resentful look on his face, and standing next to him was a member of the Pantheon that Xia Fan had called to take care of him. The first day of filming has ended, and there are 2 more days to go before concluding this first endorsement. What's wrong, my god of madness? The filming is not going well. Xia Fan, who was full and satisfied, asked with a smile on his face, and at the same time waved to the members of the Temple of the Gods, indicating that they could go out and have a rest. Master, I don't want to be the spokesperson anymore. It's so boring. Those damn guys asked me to take the same action dozens of times. If I wasn't afraid of making you angry, I would really want to eat them all. Jengar sat on the bed, her fat hands supporting her fat face, looking like a resentful fat woman. Xia Fan, who was about to pour water to drink, was stunned when he heard the words, and the hand holding the teapot shook involuntarily. Damn, the contract has been signed and half of the money has been received. If he doesn't endorse the product, it would be tantamount to unilateral breach of contract, and he'll have to pay a huge amount of money. No, I cannot make any money and then put money into it. The key is that the Temple of the Gods has to rely on it to support it in the future. If it doesn't support it, then Xia, will have to resort to robbery again. Xia Fan pretended to be calm and poured himself a glass of water to drink. While drinking, he activated the skill Nasty Plot and quickly thought about how to continue to fool Comrade Laozu. A few seconds later, Xia Fan walked over to Jengar with a smile and patted its cold body. Comrade Laozu, don't you want to become a celebrity in the Pokémon inspirational world? Don't you want everyone to know about your deeds of breaking through racial restrictions and fighting Ligia? Don't you want everyone and all Pokémon to know that legendary Pokémon are not that unattainable? Don't you want a bunch of beautiful Pokémon to surround you? Think. Jengar paused, still thinking, and when Xia Fan mentioned that a bunch of beautiful Pokémon surrounded it, he responded directly. You see, it's right to think about it. Actually, I also want to be a celebrity. Unfortunately, these bastards don't recognize my talent. No one even asked me to be their spokesperson. Alas, they are all blind. They can't even see such a handsome guy like me. Xia Fan made an angry expression. When Jengar saw this expression, he suddenly felt happy. After all, Xia Fan was not as handsome as him. Although those people were annoying, they still had very good eyesight. At this time, Xia Fan immediately added, in fact, I also understand that it is not easy for you to shoot. If I were the host, and a group of idiots asked me to shoot the same action dozens or hundreds of times, I would not be able to help but chop them with a knife. When Jengar heard this, he strongly agreed with Xia Fan's idea. Although Xia Baopi is a mean person, what he says is very reasonable. Those sons of B*** actually pointed fingers at Jengar. How dare they do that? Haven't they seen how he beat those legendary Pokémon? He killed them with one punch. The old ancestor of Jengar had never suffered such humiliation before. If it hadn't thought that stopping the filming would easily make Xia Fan angry, and Xia Fan's anger would easily separate it and Cresselia, it would have punched her long ago. But Xia Fan suddenly changed the subject. Everything has 2 sides. Although those guys are demanding, it's not for your own good, right? Because only by taking more pictures can they find the best photos, the best pictures, and your most handsome side. Think about it. If you take good-looking and handsome photos, you will have a lot of fans and a lot of beautiful Pokémons who are obsessed with you. If you just take a few casual photos, don't you think they don't value you? Do they look down on you, the ancestor of Jengar? Jengar was stunned and looked at Xia Fan with wide eyes. Suddenly, I felt that Xia Fan's analysis made a lot of sense. If those guys just take a few photos and show them to others, wouldn't that be a humiliation to its Jengar ancestor? Seeing Jengar's expression, Xia Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Comrade Laozu is still so easily fooled. However, there's still one last dose of strong medicine. Only with this dose of strong medicine can Comrade Laozu's work spirit burst forth. So Xia Fan continued. Comrade Laozu, think about it. If you take a cool photo of your endorsement and Cresselia sees it, what do you think it might say? What? Jengar was shocked, staring at Xia Fan with high expectations. Xia Fan did not speak in a hurry. Instead, She turned into Cresselia in a flash of white light, then made a charming expression and shouted to Jengar, "Comrade Laozu, you are so handsome. I like you so much." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan quickly changed back, fearing that Jengar would lose control and really mistake him for Cresselia, which would be troublesome. In addition, he himself felt a little disgusted. At this time, Mew returned to his original appearance and floated to Xia Fan with his eyes wide open. "Master, you are so short of—" When the word lack was mentioned, Xia Fan glared at it, and Mew swallowed the word. Then he looked at Jengar, who was already hugging himself and sitting on the bed with a shy smile, with a look of looking at a fool. How could this fool be so easy to deceive? Mew said speechlessly, as if he had forgotten how he was deceived by Xia Fan. At this moment, Cresselia's protest rang in Xia Fan's mind, and it swore that it would never say such words to Jengar, even if it died. As for Deoxys, the second generation of the honest man, after witnessing all this in the Pokeball, he was silent for 2 seconds and decided to share the interesting things that just happened with his big brother Nei through the spiritual sharing world. At this time, Nei and Reiku were chatting in the same forest in Chengdu region, and they were bored. Nei laughed out loud after receiving Deoxys' transmission, especially Jengar's coy look after hearing Xia Fan's words. After reading it, it shared it with the puzzled Reiku. After reading it, Reiku couldn't help laughing and mocked Jengar for being a big fool who would be manipulated by Xia Fan all his life. It's impossible for it to take a handsome photo in its lifetime, given its fat appearance. It would be better to let the heroic Reiku take the photo. After taunting, Reiku immediately shared it with Ho-Oh, but then he thought it was not right to only share it with Ho-Oh, so he began to transfer this spiritual sharing to all the legendary Pokémon of Xia Fan. At this time, the protagonist of our incident, the ancestor Jengar, was still unaware of it because when Xia Fan was sharing it in Reiku, he felt it in the spiritual sharing world and quickly created a separate group, threw them in, and told them that they could make a fuss, but if anyone exposed it in front of Jengar, he would never forgive them. Just like that, after being coquettish, Jengar told Xia Fan that he would take good photos tomorrow and would take as many photos as they wanted. If they could take less than 50 photos of one action, he would force them to continue taking photos. Xia Fan agreed after hearing this. Very good. This is exactly the kind of job that requires contest conditions. Comrade Ancestor, the great cause of the support of the Pantheon, as well as my eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, all depends on you. The next morning, Comrade Laozu was happily picked up by members of the Pantheon and taken to the Pokemon Watch Company to continue filming. Xia Fan and Mew lay in bed and took a nap. I slept until noon, brushed my teeth and washed my face, then took Mew to continue shopping and playing like yesterday. Anyway, he and Mew had agreed that during the filming of Jengar, they would try to visit all the fun places in this big city. They played like this until the evening. When they returned to the hotel, Jengar had not come back yet. Xia Fan did not call to ask, because he did not think that anything would happen to Jengar. The key point was that if something happened, Jengar would contact him through the spiritual shared world as soon as possible. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jengar came back. As soon as he saw Xia Fan, he excitedly gave her a warm hug and told her how smoothly the photo shoot went today and that he was about to become a mega celebrity. But as it spoke, the members of the Pantheon following behind it looked tired and helpless. What's wrong? Xia Fan sent Jengar away and took the members of the Pantheon to another room to ask. They looked at each other with hesitant expressions. Xia Fan frowned and said, "Just say whatever you want to say." Those people then told what happened during Jengar's on-site filming today. He said that the old man today was like 2 different people yesterday. Yesterday, he was reluctant to shoot and always got one action wrong, which led to dozens or even hundreds of reshoots. Today, the shooting conditions were very good, which made the entire staff on the shooting site very happy. However, because the shooting contest conditions were too good, many actions were passed in one take, which made the ancestor unhappy. After seeing that many actions were only shot once, he forced the teachers to shoot each action 100 times and make sure to take the best one. Otherwise, he would be angry. Well, this requirement almost drove the teachers crazy. They all thought that the best ones had been taken, but Jengar wouldn't listen. He insisted on taking 100 photos, not one more or one less. Otherwise, his professionalism would not be reflected. The teachers on the set are afraid of Jengar. They have never met such a workaholic. It is so terrifying. Moreover, Jengar also likes to give comments on the Pokémon Watch, saying this is not good, that is not good, it has too many shortcomings and does not match the temperament of its ancestor, which almost P**************** D off the product designer's present. Damn it, you're the only one who knows a lot? After listening to this, Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know what to say for a moment. But this is better than the Jengar strike, but it will be hard for the filming crew. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you later, and treat those staff members to a meal tomorrow to reward them. Xia Fan patted their shoulders and then returned to the bedroom to rest. But as soon as he returned to the room, he saw Jengar sitting on the bed and proudly bragging to Mew about the interesting things that happened during the day's shooting. It said that because Pokémon was so outstanding, the teachers had to film its every move hundreds of times before they would stop. It said it was tired and a few photos would be enough. But the filming crew refused and insisted that hundreds of photos of its heroic appearance should be taken to let all the trainers and Pokémon see it at its most handsome. There was no choice. Pokémon had to agree to satisfy these fans who loved it, so the filming ended so late. Mew, who was listening on the side, was full of suspicion, but he didn't know how to expose it. Xia Fan, who was leaning against the bedroom door, almost laughed out loud after hearing this. This Jengar was so shameless, just like him. However, he did not say anything to expose his mistake. He just watched Jengar bragging quietly and saw how much of his skills he had learned. 3 days later, with the farewell from the senior executives of the Pokémon Watch Company, Xia Fan took Jengar and Mew on a plane to Jiayuan City in Sinnoh region to shoot the endorsement of the second company, Pokémon Food Endorsement. The spokesperson for this company was supposed to go there yesterday, but due to Jengar's serious and responsible work attitude, the shooting schedule was extended by 1 day. It's finally gone. I hope I won't receive any orders about it again in my life. As they watched the plane take off, a teacher who was seeing off the plane on behalf of the filming team said, while wiping away tears, "There is no other way. Shooting for the Jengar endorsement is just too tiring. It's simply killing me. I also hope that this old man can continue to maintain his love for work, at least until he finishes filming the endorsements for those companies, so that they can also understand the hardships we have been going through these days." After muttering, the teacher turned around and left to welcome his new life. He felt that no matter how difficult the subject was to shoot in the future, it would not be as difficult as the Jengar ancestor. Yesterday, an old friend who was about to be in charge of filming Jengar's endorsement for the Pokémon Food Company, asked him if it was difficult to film Jengar's endorsement. If it was a good offer, he would take it, but if it was not, he would find a way to refuse it and let someone else take over. His answer was that it was very easy to shoot, extremely easy to shoot, and it would definitely make them feel what professionalism meant, so they should be prepared to welcome it. His old friend was very satisfied after hearing this, and said he would treat him to a meal after the filming. He agreed, but after hanging up the phone, he blocked his old friend's number and also blocked him on the chat app. Anyway, I'll cheat as many people as I can. However, Xia Fan and Jengar, the parties involved, were unaware of this. After flying for 2 hours, Xia Fan brought Jengar and Mew to Jiayuan City. This is a city voted as the best place to live in the Sinnoh region. As soon as they got off the plane, Xia Fan and his friend were picked up by people from the Pokémon Food Company. They said that Jengar might need to eat a lot for this shoot, so they prepared Jengar. Xia Fan nodded, not taking it seriously since he wasn't going to eat it anyway. Jengar also agreed with a smile. It likes to eat the most. 4 days later, the Pokémon Food Company endorsement shoot was completed. Xia Fan and Jengar boarded the plane to the location of their next endorsement company with 4 smiles on their faces. During these 4 days, Xia Fan felt sorry for the Pokémon Food Company because, due to his serious and upright work attitude, He ate snacks worth nearly 10 million yuan from the company that he was endorsing, and not only tortured the filming crew, but also the people from the endorsement company, because Jengar directly ate up a quarter of the stock in their company's warehouse, which was even more exaggerated than Snorlax. He was a little afraid that these people would talk nonsense everywhere, which would make it difficult for Jengar to accept endorsements in the future. If Jengar had difficulty accepting endorsements, it would be difficult for him to collect the money. But Xia Fan was overthinking. What he didn't know was that at this moment the food company was promoting how good Jengar was and how easy to photograph. He was simply the best spokesperson in the Pokémon world. Not only was he powerful, but his work attitude was also very good. They had a very good cooperation this time and hoped that other companies would not miss this opportunity, otherwise they would definitely regret it when the endorsement fee went up in the future. Especially when facing some companies with which they do not have a good relationship and which are about to launch new products, they praised Jengar the most, hoping that the company will quickly find Jengar to endorse it and then consume their inventory, give them more suggestions, and extend the release time. After discovering the food company's remarks, the Pokémon Watch Company agreed without hesitation, saying that the cooperation between Flatter and Jengar was a perfect match, and anyone who missed this opportunity would definitely regret it. Anyone who wanted to cooperate could contact them, and they could also help contact Xia Fan. Just like that, soon after Xia Fan got off the plane, she received many calls from companies seeking cooperation. Moreover, the third endorsement company was extremely enthusiastic about Xia Fan and their arrival, offering them almost everything they wanted and expressing that they were very happy to cooperate with Jengar Teacher. That's right, on this day, Ancestor Jengar was promoted from Ancestor to Teacher. And after the filming with the third company was completed, Jengar Teacher's name became more and more famous in the endorsement industry. Almost every company that cooperated with it would loudly praise its enthusiasm for the work afterwards and called on those companies that needed a spokesperson to hire them quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely regret it in the future. Those companies that are about to go bankrupt should also hurry up and hire them. Although the price is expensive, as long as you grit your teeth and hire them, there's a very high chance of reversal. As for whether these companies will continue to invite Jengar to be their spokesperson in the future, they refuse to mention it. The most they said was that there will definitely be a chance. As a result, Jengar became the first Pokémon spokesperson with a rating of 10.0, and his net worth skyrocketed. In 2 months, it soared to 800 million. Almost all of the Grand Duke companies in Sinnoh region have invited it to shoot endorsement films. When Jengar's value soared to 10 billion, no one wanted to hire him anymore, no matter how much the companies that had endorsed him boasted about it. There is no other reason. Basically, all the people who can be cheated have been cheated. Those who cannot be cheated are those who cannot afford to hire them because they have no money. Just like that, 3 months after the Sinnoh Alliance competition, Jengar ended his endorsement work and entered the contest condition. Master, now that Jengar is not doing endorsement shoots, where are we going? Mew, who had been playing with Xia Fan for 3 months while working at Jengar, asked out loud. Xia Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Unova region, but before that, let's go see Dawn. I mentioned before that we should go to her house and have a chat. Then we'll go to Kanto." After that, Xia Fan started to go to Twin Leaf Town to buy tickets. As a result, the next day, when Xia Fan came to Twin Leaf Town to contact Dawn, the answer she got was that because of her outstanding performance at the Grand Festival, designer Paris invited her to take Buniri to be her clothing model, so she was not at home. Helplessly, Xia Fan could only buy a plane ticket to Kanto region the next day. A day later, Xia Fan arrived in Kanto region. However, he did not go directly to look for Ash and Xiaojing, but went to look for Suicune, who he had not seen for a long time. He wanted to have a fight with Mutwo before going to the Unova region. If he could win, he would capture it. If he couldn't, he would summon a bunch of legendary Pokémon to stop it, and then run away. He would try again after the adventure in the Unova region was over. Through the spirit-shared world, Xia Fan learned from Suicune that Mutwo was staying in the forest west of Lavender Town. An hour later, Xia Fan arrived there, and just as he met Suicune at the agreed place, Suicune told him that Mutwo had transformed into Y form and left a few minutes ago. He didn't know where he went because no Pokémon could catch up with him, and he didn't know when he would come back. Xia Fan had no choice but to stay here, waiting for Mutwo to come back. He also caught up with Suicune to cultivate their relationship and express his guilt. After all, it was embarrassing to leave someone here as an undercover agent. There was always the danger of being discovered by Mutwo. Once discovered, he would be in great trouble, because if Mutwo wanted to kill him, he would just need to enter the Y form, and Suicune would not even have the chance to share their minds. In this way, Xia Fan waited in the forest west of Lavender Town for 4 days in a row. When he couldn't wait any longer, he asked Suicune to wait for Mutwo to come back before telling it. Suicune agreed, said goodbye to Xia Fan, and continued to act undercover. Xia Fan took me to Nibe City and met Xiaojang. As soon as they arrived at the Nibe City gym, Xiaojang's brother Forrest told them that Xiaojang had left with a beautiful older sister yesterday, and it was unknown when they would be back. Hearing this, Xia Fan became speechless. Is he possessed by a jinx? Why is everyone missing? Helplessly, Xia Fan could only head towards Pallet Town again. 2 hours later, Xia Fan arrived at Pallet Town. Since she didn't know which house was Ash's, she first found the most conspicuous Professor Oak's laboratory. As a result, I learned from Professor Oak's assistant that Professor Oak flew to Nuvema Town in Unova region with Ash and Ash's mother Delia yesterday, and they should have arrived now. IF asterisk 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 G. After hearing the answer, Xia Fan couldn't help but swear. Is he really possessed by a jinx? From Dawn to Mutwo, to Brock, and now to Ash, no one can stop looking for him. What did you just say? The assistant frowned slightly when he heard Xia Fan's swear words. Nothing, you heard it wrong. Xia Fan said goodbye quickly and booked a flight to Unova region for himself. A day later, Xia Fan arrived in Unova region by plane. This region is very far away from Kanto, Johto region, Hoenn, and Sinnoh region. It took Xia Fan nearly 20 hours to get there by plane, including a transfer. MMP, I can't get a direct flight, and connecting flights are too troublesome. Riding on the back of Lugia is fast, but not as comfortable as taking a plane. Oh, it seems I have to buy a plane in the future. Xia Fan muttered after getting off the plane. Do you want to eat something, master? I'm so hungry. Mew said. Hearing this, Xia Fan touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. The food on the plane was not very good. Then let's find a place to have a good meal first, and then go find Comrade Ash. Xia Fan then carried Mew and looked for something delicious near the airport. Ash should still be in Nuvema Town now. I won't find another one this time. After eating and drinking, Xia Fan picked up his phone and switched the map to the Unova region. It shows that Nuvema Town is not far from the airport where he is now, about a few dozen kilometers away. Nuvema Town is the novice village in the Unova region, where Professor Aurea Juniper's laboratory is located, where rookie trainers in the Unova region can obtain the water-type Mizutane, the fire-type Tepig, and the grass-type Snivy. Professor Oak came here at the invitation of Professor Aurea Juniper, so Xia Fan believes that Ash will stay here longer after just 2 or 3 days and will not start his own adventure in the new region. However, half an hour later, when Xia Fan arrived at Professor Aurea Juniper's laboratory in Nuvema Town, he learned from Professor Oak that Ash had decided to take Pikachu on an adventure in the Unova region and had left early this morning. Hearing this answer, Xia Fan was speechless. It's amazing. His luck is really amazing. Xia Fan, Ash is heading towards Strident City. Do you need me to find someone to drive you there? Professor Oak said with a smile at the door of the laboratory. Standing next to him were Ash's mother Delia and the head of the laboratory, Professor Aurea Juniper. Oak knew Xia Fan's identity. Ash introduced them to each other when he contacted Oak via video call in Sinnoh region. When Professor Oak learned that Xia Fan owned a Deoxys, he wanted to meet Xia Fan and expressed his wish to borrow Deoxys for a short period of time for research. However, Xia Fan ruthlessly rejected it. No need, Professor. I can find his, and driving a car may not be faster than my Pokémon. Xia Fan smiled and threw a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Deoxys made a brilliant appearance. Xia Fan glanced at it, and Deoxys immediately transformed from normal form to speed form. "Professor, let's go." Xia Fan waved his hands, and Deoxys behind him extended its tentacles to tie him and Mew up and sat them up on its back. The next second, the three people on the opposite side only felt a breeze blowing past, and Xia Fan and Deoxys, who were just in front of them, had disappeared. The beautiful Professor U next to Professor Oak exclaimed, "Professor Oak, what Pokemon did the boy named Xia Fan just release? I have never seen it before, and it's too fast." "It's called Deoxys. It's a powerful Pokemon from outer space. It's very rare, so it's normal that you don't know about it, Professor Aurea Juniper. I first heard about it from a report of a battle in LaRue City in the Hoenn region a few years ago." Professor Oak looked at soaring in the sky. This Pokemon once fought against the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza in the Hoenn region. The battle was evenly matched. Rayquaza? That legendary ancient Pokemon. Professor Aurea Juniper's eyes widened. How can it fight against such a powerful Pokemon? Professor Oak nodded. There are still news reports about that war online. You can search Professor Aurea Juniper for it. You rushed into the laboratory and started typing on a computer keyboard. After a while, she saw the scene of the battle between Deoxys and Rayquaza. The more she watched, the more frightened she became, and the more she drooled. After reading it, he said to Professor Oak, "I suddenly feel that if this Pokemon called Deoxys encountered a legendary Pokemon from our Unova region, it may be able to fight it. But how did that boy capture such a powerful Pokemon?" "Well, I heard about his journey of conquering the enemy from Ash, and it was a little hard to believe." Professor Oak scratched his head. Unbelievable? How unbelievable? Could it be that he commanded a battle that was impossible to win, defeated the strong with the weak, and finally subdued it? Professor Aurea Juniper frowned slightly and was extremely curious about Professor Oak. "That's not the case." Professor Oak shook his head and explained with a sigh, "I heard from Ash that Xia Fan captured this Deoxys because Rayquaza suddenly appeared and fought with it. During the fight, one of its tails happened to hit Xia Fan, so Xia Fan threw a Pokeball and successfully captured it. The key point was that the Deoxys had just used Recover at that time and was in a good contest condition." Professor Aurea Juniper was stunned after hearing this. Is this even possible? Is it that simple? Hongxiu's eyes were as big as bells. She couldn't accept this method of conquering him. It was simply the worst possible luck. It was like the legendary 3 dragons of Tao in their Unova region, flying in front of her on their own initiative, allowing her to successfully capture them with one shot. Seeing Professor Aurea Juniper's big reaction, Professor Oak remembered something else Ash said and couldn't help but snort in jealousy. "Huh. Do you know what other Pokemon he is besides this Deoxys?" "What else?" You frowned. Such a powerful Deoxys was already surprising, but from Professor Oak's tone, it was clear that this Xia Fan had other extraordinary abilities. There is also a legendary Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, Cresselia, the god of dreams, and Darkrai, the god of nightmares, as well as the 3 legendary pillars, Regice, Regirock, and Registeel, a total of 5 legendary Pokemon. As for whether there are other ones, I don't know. Professor Oak suddenly thought of something and slapped his head. "Oh, and there's another Jengar of a different color. Although this Jengar of a different color isn't a legendary Pokemon, its strength is no worse than a legendary Pokemon. Professor Anko, I recommend you take a look at the Sinnoh Alliance competition held in the Sinnoh region a few months ago. This guy participated. In the finals, he sent out this Jengar, while his rivals sent out 5 legendary Pokemon, namely Darkrai, Latios, Zapdos, Entei, and Lugia. Facing these 5 legendary Pokemon, his Jengar directly crushed and defeated them with its powerful strength, leaving rival without the courage to release the 6th legendary Pokemon, Heatran, and conceded defeat. What? After listening to this, Professor Aurea Juniper suddenly felt that his worldview was a little shattered. She didn't expect that 5 legendary Pokemon would appear in a regional competition, and she herself had never seen a legendary Pokemon since she was born. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. And what is even more unbelievable to her is that Jengar can actually defeat 5 legendary Pokemon in a row. Do you think this is the true strength of that Jengar? Ha! You still underestimated it. Professor Oak suddenly felt very happy when he saw Professor Aurea Juniper like this. He recalled that he had been watching the final on TV that day with his mouth wide open. What do you mean? That Jengar put up an incredible fight. Professor Aurea Juniper frowned. Professor Oak then began to act mysteriously and asked Professor Aurea Juniper to give him a seat. Professor Aurea Juniper left in confusion. Soon, on the computer screen, the stunning normal final of Xia Fan in Sinnoh region unfolded in front of Professor Aurea Juniper. Professor Oak asked you to watch it. He felt that no matter how much he said, it would not be as good as letting Professor Aurea Juniper watch it once. An hour later, Professor Aurea Juniper, who had watched the entire final, opened her mouth like Professor Oak did at the time and never closed it again. I must be dreaming. Its Jengar can actually fight against the real sea god Lugia. This was the first sentence Professor Aurea Juniper said after reading it. I'm not dreaming, really, Professor Oak said with a smile. It was very interesting to see someone of his status being so surprised. Give me Xia Fan's contact information. Our laboratory really needs friends like him, said Professor Aurea Juniper. Not only are there legendary Pokémon, but a Jengar that can fight against legendary Pokémon was also cultivated. If a trainer doesn't have a good relationship with such a trainer, his brain would be kicked by a donkey. At this time, Xia Fan, who was sitting on Deoxys' back, didn't know that he had done nothing but gained a professor-level fangirl. Hey, Comrade Ash, where are you? Hey, Comrade Ash, where are you? Sitting on Deoxys' back, Xia Fan hit yawn. As he finished speaking, Xia Fan saw from the corner of his eye that a thunderbolt erupted from the woods to the northwest. Let's go over there and take a look. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. After a while, he saw a water otter standing on a branch, and under the tree was an electric Pokémon that looked very similar to a zebra. He didn't recognize that Pokémon, but he was sure that the thunderbolt just now was emitted by this Pokémon, because it was staring at the water otter with great rage, and it was so angry that the mane on its neck exploded and thunder shock shot out from the mane. Xia Fan took out his mobile phone. His phone had the Pokédex function, so after turning on the scan function in the camera, the information of the Pokémon immediately popped up on the phone. The unknown electric-type Pokémon is called Zebstrika, a Pokémon unique to the Unova region, and when it gets angry, thunder shock will shoot out from its mane in all directions, and when it runs at full speed, thunder will roll. After reading it, Xia Fan put away his phone without a second thought and prepared to leave to continue looking for Ash, because the phone said that Zebstrika was neither a legendary Pokémon nor a rare Pokémon, and it was easy to come across in the Unova region, so all he needed to know was its name. However, just when Xia Fan was about to signal Deoxys to leave, the water otter hiding in the tree suddenly threw a shell dart at him, but it was easily blocked by Deoxys after his tentacles turned into palms. Xia Fan paused when he saw this scene. F***K, little guy, you are so brave. He didn't expect that a water-type Pokémon would dare to provoke him when it was blocked on a tree by an electric-type Pokémon. It really is Bulbasaur Venusaur, so amazing and not afraid of death at all. Master, you seem to have misunderstood it. It should be asking you for help. Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder suddenly said. Misunderstanding. At this moment, Xia Fan saw from the corner of his eye that the water otter was looking at him pitifully, and it was kneeling on the tree trunk with its hands clasped together and kowtowing to him. I'll go. The Xia Fan people were completely stunned. This water otter was really good. It knew how to make the road wider. Save it. Xia Fan patted Deoxys on the back. He had already knelt down in front of him, so it would be unreasonable if he didn't save him. Deoxys received Xia Fan's order and immediately changed from speed mode to attack mode. Its tentacles split into 8 and stretched out towards Zebstrika like vines. Zebstrika wanted to resist, but its thunder shock had no effect on Deoxys' tentacles. It was easily tied up and then thrown into a lake 100 meters away. Okay, little one, you're safe. Xia Fan looked at Shueisha's. Although I found it interesting, I had no intention of conquering it. At this time, Shui Lai called out to him. The voice of translator Mew immediately rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, it wants you to help it find its owner. Own. Xia Fan raised his brows slightly, looking at the pitiful water otter. Could it have been abandoned? Xia Fan muttered, and the image of a guy who often picked up Pokémon abandoned by their owners emerged in his mind. Isn't this the product of Ash's protagonist Halo breaking out? Thinking of this, Xia Fan has already started to imagine what would happen if he were not here. This water zest should have been electrocuted by Zebstrika and fell here, and then the ultimate good man, Ash, happened to pass by with Pikachu. He felt very distressed when he saw the seriously injured water zest, and he took it to the Pokémon Center for rescue at all costs. After the rescue, the water zest saw the dog owner bee who abandoned it, and rushed forward to recognize its master like a bootlicker normal, but was rejected by the owner for being too trash and told that he didn't want it anymore and to get out of here quickly. Ash, who witnessed everything, was so angry that he argued with the man. However, the man looked down on Ash and turned away, asking Mijuace not to follow him anymore. Just like that, Ash successfully tamed Mijuace, but in the process he would definitely have to do some verbal battles with it, or have it go through a disaster, the kind of disaster that would seriously injure Mijuace again. And thus Ash successfully moved it, and it took the initiative to ask Ash to throw the ball to it. Yes, that should be it. After thinking it over, Xia Fan found this to be true. What he didn't expect was that, in the past, only the 3 fire-type Pokémons had this treatment, but in the Unova region, it became the 3 water-type Pokémons. Master, the owner of this water otter, said his name is Ash. Mew's voice sounded again. What? It said its owner's name is Ash. Xia Fan was stunned. That's not right. Didn't Ash just start his journey to the Unova region this morning? How could he have completed all the procedures in such a short time? What does your master look like? Xia Fan asked with a frown. Shueishueos cried out. Mew real-time translation. It said his master was wearing a hat, and on his shoulder stood a yellow mouse that could discharge. Oh my god, it's really Ash. Why is the plot of Unova region different from what I remembered? Xia Fan picked up Shueisha's. Since Ash had already tamed it, he would just protect it and return it to Ash later. How did you break up with Ash? Duh. Shueishueos cried out. Mew translated immediately. It said that it and Ash separated in the laboratory. It followed Ash quietly, but it accidentally missed a step on the road and fell into a tree pit. When climbed up, Ash and the yellow mouse that could discharge were gone. It was a little angry, so it picked up the scallop on its chest and threw a boomerang at a bush, and then, well, it ran into us in the tree. Xia Fan frowned slightly. That's not right. If you were its Pokémon, it should have received you in the ball. You are not Pikachu. He suddenly felt a little confused. Ash was not one to leave his Pokémon out in the open, and if it was missing, he would definitely go crazy looking for it. So, is it the Pokémon that Ash captured? Xia Fan muttered. Forget it. I'm too lazy to imagine it. It makes my head hurt. I'll understand everything once I find Ash. Xia Fan patted Deoxys on the back and told him to use Double Team to find Ash. About an hour later, as the sky began to turn into night, one of the Double Teams sent a message that it had found Ash's location. Xia Fan then asked Deoxys to transform into speed form and take him there. About 2 minutes later, he saw Ash, Pikachu, and a girl picking fruits under a fruit tree. Ash received them under the tree, and the girl picked them on the tree. At this time, Ash received a fruit and shouted to the girl, Iris, are these wild fruits really edible? Just after he shouted, Ash saw a familiar Pokémon and a familiar figure soaring in the sky, flying out of the corner of his eye. Huh, it's Deoxys and Mr. Xia Fan. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming. Why are they here? Ash rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and only when Xia Fan came towards him with a smile and a water otter in her arms did he make sure he was not seeing things. Mr. Xia Fan, why are you here? Ash asked in surprise. Why, I can't come here, Xia Fan said with a smile. Ash quickly shook his head. Xia Fan patted his shoulder and said, It's like this. When we parted last time, didn't we say we would meet again someday? So the day before yesterday, I wanted to go to Pallet Town to see you as a farewell to Unova region. But I didn't expect that when I arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, the staff there said that you, Professor Oak, and your mother had already gone to Unova region. When I heard that, I immediately rushed over to find you, wondering if we should travel together in Unova region. So, how about we go together again in the Unova region this time? Of course. Ash agreed without thinking. Being with Xia Fan, he didn't have to spend any money on food and drinks. Mr. Xia Fan, did you capture this Pokémon? Don't you only like to capture legendary Pokémon? Ash noticed the Mijuace that Xia Fan was holding and wondered. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Don't you know this water marsh? It told me that you are its owner. I am its master. Ash raised his right hand and pointed at himself in confusion. Mr. Xia Fan, you must be mistaken. I just started my official trip in the Unova region today. How can I tame Shueishas? But that's what it said. Xia Fan looked down at the Shueishas in his arms. The water slug then broke free from his arms and jumped onto Ash, then quickly climbed onto Ash's shoulders and kicked Pikachu off the throne on Ash's shoulders. With a thud, Pikachu, who was still greeting Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder, was kicked unexpectedly and fell to the ground. Xia Fan and Ash were stunned. Pika! Pika! Pikachu, whose throne was inexplicably usurped, was extremely annoyed, with electric charge surging on his cheeks. Are you sick? Why are you trying to take my place? Real-time translator Mew is now online. Mijuace lay on Ash's shoulder, raised his little fist, and yelled at Pikachu twice, then jumped off Ash's shoulder. Yellow Mouse, you don't deserve to be its Pokémon. Only I can be. Mew translated again. Da-da. Da-da. Mijuace called out again at this time, waving at Ash. Come, capture me, and make me your Pokémon. Xia Fan was stunned when he heard Mew translating in his mind. Wait, what it means is that Ash hasn't thrown the ball to it yet, and hasn't become its true master. It just followed it voluntarily. Xia Fan was speechless. After all this time, all his previous guesses were bullshit. This water otter was not abandoned at all. It ran away from the research institute voluntarily and wanted to become an Ash Pokémon. The protagonist Halo is the protagonist Halo. His luck is so good that he captured a Pokémon out of nowhere. And as a person who has a system, how come no legendary Pokémon comes to him, Xia, and asks to be captured? Even if it is not a Guardian God level, a God level one can make him laugh until his stomach hurts. At this time, Pikachu felt that his status was seriously damaged. The tail charged surges in cheeks. The next second, a thunderbolt was fired directly at the water otter. But the otter reacted very quickly, turned around quickly, raised the shell hanging around its waist, and held it in front of itself. The thunderbolt hit the shell and instantly split and rebounded, one hitting Ash, one hitting the tree, and one hitting Xia Fan. Ash and the girl picking fruit from the tree both screamed. Finally, Ash fell to the ground and twitched, and the girl fell from the tree along with dozens of fruits. As for Xia Fan, Thundershock missed because of his quick reaction. When Pokémon compete for favor, their masters suffer. Xia Fan sighed and turned to signal Deoxys to use a healing skill on Ash and the girl. Having said that, it seems that he has never had a Pokémon that fought for his favor. But there is one perverted Pokémon who deliberately tried to please him because of her beauty. Alas, comparing yourself to others makes you feel miserable. He also wants to experience the feeling of being favored by his own Pokémon. A few seconds later, Ash and the girl were restored to their original state under Deoxys's healing. The girl looked at Ash angrily, blaming him for not being able to handle the relationship with Pokémon properly, calling him such a child. Ash scratched his head awkwardly, then introduced Xia Fan and the girl to each other. Mr. Xia Fan, her name is Iris, and she is a companion I just met on my journey. Iris, this is my travel companion in the Sinnoh region. Let me tell you, Mr. Xia Fan is very powerful. He has many Pokémon that you can't even imagine. And the last champion of the Sinnoh Alliance region competition was Mr. Xia Fan. Hearing that Xia Fan was the champion of the Sinnoh Alliance, Iris quickly cleared the dust and pointed at a small Pokémon that resembled a dragon, normal. My name is Iris, and this is my partner, Aksu, please give me your guidance. This is a girl with thick hair so thick that a Pokémon could be hidden in it. Hello, my name is Xia Fan. Xia Fan smiled at the girl. If you remembered correctly, one of Ash's partners in the Unova region was this girl named Iris. Her most notable feature was her hair, which was so thick that it could hold Pokémon. These are my partners, Pikachu and Deoxys. Ash just said that you're the champion of the Sinnoh Alliance regional competition. Is that true? Iris asked curiously. Xia Fan did not reply, but picked up his phone and clicked on a photo, which was a picture of him holding up the trophy alone under the attention of the crowd at the closing ceremony of Sinnoh Alliance. When Iris saw this, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Xia Fan with admiration. Then it noticed the unique-looking Pokémon behind Xia Fan that resembled the alien normal. I couldn't help but pick up the Pokémon Pokédex and scan it, but the result was nothing. Why is there no information about your Pokémon called Deoxys on the Pokémon Pokédex? Iris asked in surprise. Because it is a Pokémon from space, Xia Fan said with a smile. From space. Iris looked at Deoxys with eyes wide open. Wow, this is the first time I see a Pokémon from space. It must be so rare. By the way, how strong is it? How powerful is it? At this time, Ash suddenly shouted from behind, interrupting Iris' question. Mr. Xia Fan, where did you encounter this water otters? My Pokeball has no reaction to it. It must have an owner. He had calmed Pikachu down just now. When Xia Fan heard the question, he looked down at the unopened Pokeball next to Shueisha's. It told me that it followed you out of Professor Aurea Juniper's laboratory, so its Pokeball should be with Professor Aurea Juniper. Xia Fan replied, picked up his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Iris. You can see how powerful it is by looking at this. You should know Rayquaza, the patron saint of the Hoenn region, Xia Fan said with a smile. The video on the phone was the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys. Xia Fan has saved this video on his mobile phone so that he can show off at any time in the future. Iris took the phone and watched the video inside. Gradually, she looked at Deoxys with more and more amazement. After watching the video, Iris returned the phone to Xia Fan and said in awe, it's too strong. It can even fight Rayquaza on equal terms. It's okay. Its strength is considered acceptable among my many Pokémon. Xia Fan said lightly. Fair? Is that still acceptable? Iris looked at Xia Fan as if he were a ghost, thinking he was just pretending. If he was so strong, he should be the strongest. Mister, Xia Fan is not lying. In addition to this Deoxys, he has several legendary Pokémon, such as Darkrai, the legendary nightmare god of the Sinnoh region, Cresselia, and so on. Oh, and he also cultivated a Jengar that can defeat 5 legendary Pokémon on its own. If you don't believe me, you can watch the finals of the Sinnoh Alliance. After watching it, you will definitely not think I am lying. At this time, Ash said seriously, and Iris looked at Xia Fan, and the look in her eyes changed from looking at a ghost to looking at a god. She really didn't know what to say. Now that we have no more doubts, let's go to the nearby Pokémon Center and ask Professor Aurea Juniper if he can teleport Mijue's Pokeball over. Xia Fan said. This water marsh was nominally captured by the laboratory, so if Ash wants it, he can only ask the laboratory to transfer the ball to him. The nearest Pokémon Center is still quite far away, and the sun is about to set. If we travel at night, we will easily get lost in the forest, said Iris. Xia Fan didn't say anything, but smiled and snapped his fingers, and Deoxys behind him split into 2 clones in speed form. A minute later, the 3 appeared in front of a Pokémon Center in the forest. What a fast speed! Iris looked at Deoxys in surprise, and her status in her heart became higher. Thank you for your hard work, Deoxys. Xia Fan patted Deoxys' shoulder gently, then put it into the Pokeball, entered the Pokémon Center with Ash and Iris, and contacted Professor Aurea Juniper. After making contact, Professor Aurea Juniper smiled when she knew that Mijue was with Ash. Great, so it's with you. It ran out on its own and made me so worried. But since it wants to be your partner, I will transfer its Pokemon Ball to you now. After saying that, a green spark flashed from a machine next to Ash, and a Pokeball soon appeared under the spark. Ash, who got the Pokeball, thanked Professor Juniper happily and prepared to hang up the phone. At At this time, Xia Fan came over with 2 cold drinks and asked Ash and Iris if they wanted some. His camera was seen by Professor Red Bean Shirt on the opposite side, who was so excited that he wanted to say hello to Xia Fan and try to get closer to him, but Ash's hands were too fast, and the call was hung up before he could say a word. Well, now that we have the Pokeball, let's go eat, Xia Fan suggested. Ash nodded, picked up the Pokeball, pointed it at the water dropper, and pressed the switch. A red light flashed, and Ash successfully captured it. A minute later, the 3 were sitting in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center, eating and chatting about their stories. Xia Fan talked about the interesting things that happened during the commercial shoot with Jengar in the past few months. Iris talked about her hometown, the land of dragons, and Ash talked about the strange things that happened when he came to the Unova region that day. Pikachu was temporarily unable to use electrical skills due to a thundercloud, but after physical examination, there was no problem at all. Later, he was able to recover because the thundercloud reappeared in the laboratory. According to Professor Aurea Juniper's speculation, the legendary Pokemon Zekrom was most likely behind the thundercloud. Xia Fan asked in surprise, feeling a little shocked. As expected, I cannot be separated from Ash for even a moment, otherwise I would regrettably miss the chance to meet Zekrom, the guardian of the Unova region, like I am doing now. What a pity. Yes, both the accumulation and release of discharge-type skills may be affected by Zekrom. Ash sighed and turned to look at Pikachu, who was sitting on the ground eating Pokemon food. The next morning, the trio headed to Striaton City, as Ash wanted to hold the first Unova Region Gym Challenge there. However, on the way to Striaton City, Ash captured a house bird, Pidove, and on the way, he met a young man named Adam. I learned that his family opened a hot spring resort hotel nearby, which has excellent sand baths. Just when everyone was preparing to take a sand bath, a natural disaster suddenly broke out. With the help of several people, the natural disaster was avoided, and they helped the resort hotel develop a new hot spring, so we could soak there for a day for free. On the 3rd day, the 3 arrived at Accumulatown. Here, Ash discovered that there was a Pokemon Battle Club. This is a place where trainers can fight freely. Ash rushes into the Battle Club with full enthusiasm. But the person who came out to greet him was the club manager, Don George. After a conversation, he quickly let Ash, who was carrying a Pikachu that was rarely seen in the Unova region, go on the field to fight. Then the battle began. However, just as Ash was about to launch an attack in one go to gain the upper hand, a piercing alarm sounded and the battle was suspended. After some searching, it turned out that the alarm was caused by an abandoned fire-type Pokemon Tepig who stole food because of hunger. After learning its story, Ash wanted to tame it, so he took Tepig under his wing. Ash, who had successfully subdued Tepig, waved goodbye to the club's manager, and the 3 of them continued their journey to Striaton City. On the 4th day, the 3 successfully arrived at Striaton City. What kind of gym trainer will it be, and what kind of Pokemon will I be able to battle against? It's really exciting. After entering Striaton City, the indomitable Ash shouted excitedly with Pikachu. Go challenge now, Pikachu. Pikachu. With that said, Ash was about to start running in Striaton City, but just as he was about to take a step, he heard Iris's teasing voice from behind him. Hey, do you know where the gym is? Ash stiffened. He really doesn't know this. You are so motivated, but you are not even prepared. You are really a child. Iris spread her hands, speechless. Mr. Xia Fan, you were right? After a few days of getting along, Iris, Ash, and Xia Fan have become familiar with each other. However, in response to Iris's words, Xia Fan smiled and shrugged without answering, leaving a little face for Ash, who had the halo of the protagonist. Hey, is it Axu? At this time, a handsome and elegant young man suddenly came to Ash and Iris. The familiar man bent down and carefully looked at Axu that emerged from Iris' hair. After thinking for a while, he said, Normal's fresh skin, like tender grass, and fangs that are reminiscent of new sprouts, create a refreshing and endless future. For this lady who exudes a natural atmosphere, it is a very suitable partner. Hearing the compliment, Iris immediately thanked him. The elegant young man nodded, and then noticed Pikachu and Mew on Ash and Xia Fan's shoulders. Oh my, are they Pikachu? And there are two of them. The elegant young man decisively passed Iris and came between Xia Fan and Ash. He stroked them gently and said, "This is the first time I see a real Pikachu." "Hello, Pikachus." Pikachu and Mew barked in response. "You two have a very rare Pikachu." The elegant young man stood up and spoke gently to Xia Fan and Ash. Xia Fan smiled and said nothing. "After all, you can't just say sorry. This Pikachu of mine is actually transformed from the much rarer Mew." Ash on the side smiled and explained, "We are from Kanto. My name is Ash, and Pikachu is my important partner. So that's how it is. My name is Sillin, and I'm a Pokémon wine waiter." Sillin bowed slightly towards the three people to show his respect as a wine waiter. Sillin, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be Ash's third travel companion in the Unova region. Not only is he a Pokémon sommelier with a special profession, he's also a gym trainer, and it seems that the gym in Striaton City is just the one he's in charge of. At this time, Ash on the side said in confusion, "Pokémon wine waiter? What is that? Don't you know? You're really like a child." Iris, who always wanted to mock Ash's naivety, said with a smile, "No, it seems that regions outside of the Unova region don't know about this profession yet." Sillin smiled and explained to Ash, "Based on rich knowledge and experience, we can determine the compatibility of trainers and Pokémon and provide suggestions for a better relationship. That is the task of our Pokémon sommeliers. Then please help me see how compatible Pikachu and I are." Ash's eyes lit up, and then he was full of confidence, "But I know that Pikachu and I are definitely the best compatible." Iris sighed. "Now is not the time to do this. Have you forgotten what you are doing here?" Ash was stunned for a moment, and the next second he quickly asked Sillin, "Excuse me, do you know where the gym is in this city? I want to go there and challenge it." In response to Ash's question, Sillin smiled and agreed, "I see. Let me lead the way. Follow me." 10 minutes later, the three followed Sillin to the gate of the Striaton City gym. On the way, Xia Fan and Iris briefly introduced themselves to Sillin. Looking at the gym gate not far away, Ash excitedly rushed over with Pikachu, opened the door, and shouted loudly, "Please, I want a challenge." But as soon as he opened the door, before he could even finish shouting, Ash's excited expression froze, because the door was filled with beautiful older sisters who were enjoying the coffee poured for them by two handsome guys. Ash's roar made them all look towards Ash with their eyebrows slightly furrowed. Ash stepped back awkwardly and looked up at the gym sign above his head. After confirming that it was indeed a gym, he looked inside the room that looked like a cafe. "Strange here. Is this the Striaton gym?" Iris came over at this time and was confused when she saw the house, not daring to take a step forward. "It's okay. The gym is right here. Let's go in first." Sillin's voice sounded, and he pushed Ash into the gym. As soon as they entered this cafe-like gym, the two handsome guys who were pouring coffee for the beauties stepped forward and made a welcoming gesture to Xia Fan and the other two. "Welcome. But here." Facing the gazes of the many beauties in the room, Ash wanted to run away. But in the end, Sillin pulled me to a seat and forced me to take the menu handed to me by the two handsome guys. These two handsome guys have red and blue hair, which contrasts with Sillin's green hair, and their clothes are exactly the same. "So what would you like to order?" asked the red-haired guy among the two handsome guys. "How about I serve you some cold drinks first?" asked the blue-haired one of the two handsome guys. "No, that Ash couldn't help but get nervous facing them. Not only was he embarrassed by so many beauties looking at him, but also because he was a little uncomfortable with two handsome guys surrounding him and asking him to order in a gentle tone. What made him even more nervous was that when he passed by those beautiful older sisters just now, they said without any reservation that they were dressed very rustically, like country people, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He was a little afraid that if he was a little casual, the bill would be incredibly expensive when he paid the bill later. At this time, Xia Fan, who was sitting opposite, reached out and took the menu from Ash. Ash looked over gratefully. He really wasn't used to this kind of situation. However, Xia Fan took the menu without even glancing at it. Instead, he casually put it on the table, put his hands on his head, glanced around and said indifferently, "What delicious food and drinks do you have here? Give me one portion. I'm a little hungry. By the way, our stomachs are only suitable for expensive food. Don't serve anything that costs less than 10,000. It will easily ruin our stomachs. For example, I don't think you need to serve coffee. The price should be only tens or hundreds. It will ruin my precious stomach. If it's coffee or fine wine worth tens of thousands, that's another matter. I'll drink whatever you serve." After saying that, Xia Fan closed his eyes with an expression that said, "When it comes to having money, you are all a bunch of scum." But in the spiritual shared world, Xia Fan asked Mew, who was standing on his shoulder, "So, are those self-righteous girls now looking at your master with a materialistic look on their faces, praising your master for being handsome and rich?" "Alas, I normally never show off my wealth, but these women who look down on others force me to do so." "Why? They force me to show off my wealth." But Mew hesitated and said, "It seems not." "What do you mean it seems like there is none?" "Master, the way those girls look at you is like the way you sometimes look at Jengar. According to what you said, they look at you as if you are an idiot." Xia Fan suddenly opened his closed eyes, turned his head, and saw that those women were really looking at him as if he was an idiot. F***K. Are their values so positive? I'm so stunning, but not a single one of them is materialistic. At this time, Xia Fan was pushed. He turned his head and saw Iris. She took out the menu and showed it to him. He found that the coffee on the menu cost at least 15,000 yuan, and the dishes cost at least 9,000 yuan, and the most expensive one was 150,000 yuan. Therefore, it is not that they have correct values, but Xia Fan's beep hit the horses, but these women are all rich girls with no shortage of money. Looking at the menu, Xia Fan was speechless. "Damn, this is a shady shop. It's so expensive." Then he looked up at Silin and the other two guys across from him. "And suddenly I understood why there were only girls and no boys here. Huh, they're all superficial nymphomaniacs. In order to catch a rich man, you really have to spend a lot of money. Are you sure you want this much?" The red-haired handsome guy looked at Xia Fan with a look as if he was going to slaughter a pig. "There are only 2 dishes here that cost less than 10,000 yuan. If the other 45 dishes were to be served all at once, it would cost at least more than 4 million yuan. Silin is really good at attracting customers." Of course, adhering to the principle of never being slapped in the face, Xia Fan pretended to be indifferent. But he had already made up his mind that when the gym competition came, he would beat these 3 guys to death. What he couldn't find with money, he would get back on the fighting stage and let those stupid girls who were looking for rich men see how I can beat your male gods. If you remember correctly, Silin, the handsome red-haired guy, and the handsome blue-haired guy were triplets, and the 3 of them managed the gym in Strident City together. At this time, Silin hurried forward and said, "No need to do that. Just order any dishes, it's on me." He brought Ash and the others here out of good intentions, not to rip people off. The red-haired handsome guy and the blue-haired handsome guy nodded regretfully upon hearing this. They thought Silin brought Ash here to let them slaughter him. But Xia Fan refused to do it and quickly stopped them. "No, I still have this little money. Just follow my words." There was no reason to take back the beep that had been shown. The most he could do was to be gentle when he ordered Jengar to beat up Silin's Pokémon. "Are you sure?" The blue-haired handsome guy frowned slightly. "Oh, whether it's swiping a card or transferring money, I could do either now," Xia Fan said calmly, maintaining his B-style perfectly. "The head can be cut off and blood can be shed, but the B slot must not be lost." Silin and the other 2 looked at each other and finally walked towards the kitchen. Xia Fan, on the other hand, was facing the hesitant gazes of countless rich girls alone. "Mr. Xia Fan, all these dishes will cost several million. You have to think it through carefully," Iris said worriedly. Xia Fan waved her hand and told her not to worry. At this time, Ash spoke up. "Iris, a few million may really be a small amount of money for Mr. Xia Fan. Have you forgotten how much Mr. Xia Fan said his Jengar's advertising fee was when we were at the Pokémon Center?" Iris paused. Then she remembered what Xia Fan said, that after winning the Sinnoh Region Championship, his Jengar could earn hundreds of millions just from an advertising endorsement. Thinking of this, Her jealousy for money immediately erupted. I decided not to worry about whether Xia Fan would take the food away for free, but to worry about whether there would be too few dishes. Such an opportunity to take advantage of a wealthy family cannot be wasted. At this time, when Xia Fan and the other two were waiting for their meals, they were in a dark underground path in Strident City. For guys wearing black uniforms with dragon heads embroidered on their backs were talking to a computer. The one in the middle was a white-haired man. He looked at the computer and said hesitantly, "Dreamyard? Yes, it is the ruins of a large-scale research facility that once existed in Strident City. It seems that future energy was developed there. According to top-secret information, that energy is said to have the power to make dreams come true." The voice on the other end of the computer was majestic and cold. "Making dreams come true? Is that so amazing? I'm asking you again, what is the purpose of our dragon shrine?" "Of course, that is to build the strongest Pokémon army, take the world in your hands, and help you return to Chengdu and Kanto, and take back everything that originally belonged to you." "Very good. Let me tell you now, if we can use that energy, then this goal can be greatly accelerated. Investigating Dreamyard and getting clues about that energy is our mission this time. You must do it well." After saying that, the camera on the computer went dark. If Jesse James and Meowth were here at this moment, they would be able to recognize that the person on the other side of the computer was their former boss, the boss Banmu who escaped from the Mute-Wo team. Looking at the delicious dishes being served one after another on the table, Ash couldn't muster an appetite. He looked at Xia Fan. "Mr. Xia Fan, is it possible to challenge the gym here?" "Don't worry. You can challenge the gym after you finish eating." Xia Fan picked up a big crab claw and put it on Ash's plate, then turned to the red-haired handsome guy who was pushing the food cart. "You three are the gym trainers here, right?" "Yes." The red-haired handsome boy asked in surprise. "Why? Are you here to challenge the trainer? Why didn't you say so earlier?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a resentful gaze. I turned around and saw it was Ash. If I'm not here to challenge a gym, who would come here? Ash was a little annoyed. This place didn't look like a gym at all. And as soon as he entered, these guys pulled him to order without even telling him that they wanted to challenge a gym. The handsome red-haired boy didn't reply, but looked at the beautiful rich girls around him. The meaning is very clear. They come. Following the gaze of the red-haired handsome boy, Ash lost his temper. After saying that he would challenge the gym after dinner, he took Pikachu with him and started eating. They spent an hour eating this meal. An hour later, Sillin and the red-haired and blue-haired handsome guys snapped their fingers amid the cheers of Spotlight and a dozen rich girls. With a click, the door of the restaurant behind the three people slowly opened, revealing a huge rock battlefield. Xia Fan and Ash walked in. After a while, I heard the cheers of those rich girls. "I'm Master Chili. My cress. Come on, Sillin." I don't know where these women changed their clothes from, but in less than a minute they were dressed in sexy and hot cheering outfits. The piercing, sharp growl made Xia Fan smack his lips. At this time, Ash asked him who would go down first to challenge. "I'll go first. I'm not full yet. I'll continue eating after the fight." Xia Fan made up an excuse and walked into the battlefield. Ash didn't think much about it. He didn't doubt Xia Fan's strength. A battle of 1 minute or even less than 10 seconds would be easy for him. He could afford to wait for this amount of time. Isn't he the one challenging? Sillin was a little surprised to see Xia Fan enter first. Because Ash had been very anxious to challenge the gym from the beginning, how come this time the person who never said he wanted challenge was the first to go up? "He came on after me," Xia Fan said with a smile. Sillin nodded without thinking too much and continued gently to Xia Fan. "In that case, now you can choose your rival. Nominate one person from me, Chili, and Crest to be the rival. If you win, you can get the micro badge. This is the rule of this gym." Sillin introduced his companions by the way. The handsome red-haired guy is Chili, and the handsome blue-haired guy is Cress. The three of them are triplets. After Sillin finished speaking, the red-haired handsome boy Chili released his own Pokémon, Panseer, a fire-type Pokémon that likes to live near volcano. The blue-haired handsome boy Cress followed suit and released a water-type Pokémon Pampor. Sillin, who was at the center of the last three, released the grass-type Pokémon Pidgey. There are 3 monkey Pokémon. You could get a gym badge by defeating any one of them. Xia Fan looked at the 3 Pokémon and thought they were too easy. He waved his hand and said, "It's too boring to fight against just one of them. How about this? All 3 of you fight together. Are you sure you want to do this? Arrogance is not a good thing." Sillin frowned slightly. Chili and Cress on the side also felt unhappy after hearing this. "You'd better think it over carefully. It would be very embarrassing if you lose like this," said the red-haired handsome boy Chili. He signaled with his eyes to the cheering group of beautiful girls around him, hoping that Xia Fan would not try to be stubborn. As a result, he was laughed at by the girls in the end. "But I like to be arrogant and fight 1 against 3. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, took out a Pokeball, and threw it. A red light flashed, and Gengar appeared. As soon as it appeared, it caused the girls around it to look down on ghost Pokemon. This made Gengar very angry, and he was ready to beat up the Pokemon of the 3 handsome guys on the opposite side without Xia Fan's orders, so that these girls with long hair and short knowledge would know that the Ghost Department is the father of all departments. When Sillin and the other 2 saw the different colored Gengar released by Xia Fan, they were a little surprised at first, then shrugged. "Since you insist on doing this, there is nothing we can do." The 3 of them walked toward the battlefield on the opposite side and formulated new battle rules at the same time. "How about this? You fight the 3 of us in turn, and as long as you defeat 2 of them, you win the battle against Badge." Xia Fan said calmly, "Whatever, as long as all 3 of them fight once." Soon, the red-haired handsome guy Chili stood on the fighting stage opposite Xia Fan. "In that case, let's fight against me, Chili-sama, first." He crossed his arms over his chest, with Pansear standing in front of him. He was enjoying the cheers from the rich girls in the audience while waiting for Xia Fan's first attack after the battle officially began. However, more than 10 seconds later, when Sillin gave the order to start the game and Xia Fan attacked first 2 seconds later, Chili was stunned. Because Xia Fan's Gengar's first attack was a Shadow Ball, he ordered Pansear to use Flamethrower to block it, but the Flamethrower ended up spitting at the Shadow Ball, just like water splashing onto a rapidly falling steel wool. Not only was it completely useless, but the Shadow Ball instead hit Pansear directly. Pansear screamed and lost his ability to fight. The outcome of this battle was decided immediately, but except for Xia Fan, everyone else looked at Xia Fan's Gengar in silence. At this time, Gengar crossed his arms over his chest, and a ball of black gas emerged from under his feet, which condensed into a row of words. "What a boring battle. Hurry up and move to the next one. Don't disturb me, the old Gengar, who is resting in the ball." Looking at these words, Chili was confused and didn't know what to say. The cheers from the rich girls in the audience also stopped until the next performer, Cress, came on stage. Then they continued to cheer, shouting for Cress to defeat that stinky Gengar for Chili retaliate. But the result was, of course, that Cress's Water Panpour was hit by Xia Fan's Gengar's Shadow Punch, and was punched out of the field and lost its combat capability. The battle lasted only about 2 seconds, but the difference in strength was huge. The game was decided by 1 point, and Xia Fan could have successfully obtained the Micro Badge according to the rules, but Xia Fan still asked Sillin to play against him as well. His Grass-type Panzage was defeated by Gengar in 3 seconds, 1 second later than the previous 2, which was considered a preferential treatment for his previous friendly dialogue. What a powerful Gengar! I've never seen a ghost Pokemon as powerful as it. After being defeated, Sillin was not too angry. Instead, he looked at the Gengar ancestor with admiration. Xia Fan waved his hand and was about to be humble when Gengar answered first. The black air under his feet once again condensed into a long row of sentences. "Ah, what you're talking about is nonsense. I am Gengar, the god of madness. It is a blessing for you to fight with me. If you don't believe me, just go and watch the Sinnoh Alliance finals in the Sinnoh region and see how I slaughtered all the enemies, punched Darkrai, stepped on Lugia, the god of the sea, and pinned all the legendary Pokemon to the ground." Xia Fan, Ashiris, Black Chili Cress. Several people looked at Gengar with different emotions. Xia Fan was speechless. Ash and Iris sighed that he was worthy of being the ancestor and was so arrogant, while Scyllin and Chili Crest suspected that this guy was pretending too much, punching Darkrai and stepping on Lugia, the god of the sea. Did they not know about legendary Pokémon? But Scyllin did not refute in person. Instead, he took out a micro stamp with a forced smile and handed it to Xia Fan, and told Ash to wait for a moment. He and his friends teleported their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for quick treatment, and then continued the challenge. Half an hour later, the three retrieved the Pokeball and prepared to accept Ash's challenge. When passing Xia Fan on the way, the frown on his face turned into admiration. During this half hour, they actually checked the Sinnoh region, Sinnoh Alliance finals as Jengar said, and saw the big kill that Jengar mentioned. After watching it, the three of them were shocked and no longer had any dissatisfaction with the Jengar's power trip. Legendary Pokémon are easily defeated, and then they act cool after defeating them. So what can these people say? Are they more powerful than legendary Pokémon? Come on, Ash. Your rules don't have to be the same as his. Choose one of the three of us as your rival, and you'll get the medal if you win. Before the game, Scyllin walked up to Ash and said, but Ash shook his head and said that this was his first gym match in the Unova region, so he wanted to do the same as Xia Fan, with the three of them challenging various Pokémon together to increase their battle experience. His words were very beautiful, but they made Scyllin and the other two look at each other in bewilderment. If Xia Fan hadn't taken the lead, they might have thought that Ash was being modest, but after fighting with Xia Fan, they no longer thought so. Ash's words immediately made them think that Ash was just like Xia Fan, in fact, extremely powerful, and was ready to use a Pikachu or some other Pokémon to single-handedly defeat the three of them. This made them suddenly nervous. Chili stopped talking nonsense and walked to the opposite side of Ash without saying a word, releasing Pansear. Ash saw this and released the Fire-type Tepig. A dozen seconds later, the battle began, and 10 minutes later, it ended. This battle surprised Chili very much, because although Ash won, he did not end their battle with a crushing victory like Xia Fan did. In the second game, Crest came on stage and sent out the Water-type Pampor. Ash sent out Pikachu to fight according to the attribute, but Pikachu became an actor and was defeated miserably. This made the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xia Fan was the only one who was so awesome. In the third game, Scyllin came on the field and sent out the Grass-type Pansage. Ash sent out the Water-type Oshawott. Another reverse attribute battle. In this battle, Ash's reverse attribute Master Aura was finally activated, commanding Oshawott to narrowly defeat the Grass-type Pansage and successfully obtaining the first battle badge. Ash excitedly found Xia Fan and Iris to share his joy of victory. Xia Fan said congratulations and asked if he wanted to continue eating the unfinished food. Iris criticized Ash for liking to fight against the attributes too much, and that fighting against the rules would often lead to losses. But Ash disagreed. After eating something with Xia Fan, he took Pikachu and the others to the Pokémon Center. Xia Fan ate for a while, paid the bill, and then took Iris and Scyllin to look for Ash. On the way, Scyllin expressed his desire to join them. Xia Fan shrugged and said it was no problem. Such a great chef, don't be a fool. But at this moment, an abnormal situation suddenly occurred in Strident City, and red dust fell from the sky. After the dust fell on the Pokémon, they fell into a deep sleep. Iris's Axew also got caught up in it. Xia Fan's Mew was so powerful that he didn't react much when powder landed on him. The dust covered the entire city, throwing it into chaos. Let's go to the Pokémon Center, Scyllin suggested. Iris nodded and ran into the Pokémon Center, which was not far away with her Axew. At this time, Ash, who had just retrieved the Pokémon, was about to come out, but was pulled back by Iris, who rushed in. What's wrong, Iris? Ash asked confusedly when he saw Iris's panicked look, but got no response. Iris rushed to Nurse Joy holding Axew and told her what had happened. Nurse Joy's expression became a little serious when she heard this. Just as she was about to take action, a beautiful and lovely older sister walked in. She claims to be Dr. Fennel, who studies the mysterious powers of Pokémon. Following behind, it is a rare psychic-type Pokémon, Munna. She commanded Mana to wake up the sleeping Aksu. And let me inform you that the strange phenomena in the city now are probably created by Masharna, the evolved form of Mana. It has the ability to devour dreams and materialize them. The only way to solve this problem now is to go to a place called Dream Yard on the outskirts of Strident City. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard the word Dream Yard. It sounds familiar, but I can't quite remember the details. After hearing this, Ash naturally expressed his willingness to join in and help Dr. Fennel solve this chaos. Dr. Fennel did not refuse. She went to the Pokémon Center to find help. In this way, the group headed towards the ruins of the dream and met Officer Jenny on the way. She drove a police car to take everyone to the ruins. In the car, Sillin, who is from Strident City, brought up the topic and asked Dr. Fennel if Dream Yard was the place where the explosion happened a few years ago. Dr. Fennel admitted it, saying that it used to be the site of an energy laboratory where she was conducting research on how to condense the smoke produced by the dreams that Masharna ate into energy that is useful in reality. As long as the research is successful, the ultimate clean energy can be created. But a few years ago, a group of ambitious people came to the laboratory. In order to compete for Masharna, an explosion occurred there, Masharna disappeared, and the laboratory was forced to close. Xia Fan frowned after listening to her story, and then he remembered the plot in Unova region. If he remembered correctly, in that plot, the current situation was caused by the 3 members of Team Rocket, but now Team Rocket is gone and Jesse and the others have been recruited by him. So how could the plot be triggered? With doubts, half an hour later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Strident City and saw a red light blooming above a dilapidated ruin in the distance. What is that? Officer Jenny, who was driving, was the first to see it and looked surprised. 30 seconds later, the car stopped outside the ruins, which was once the energy laboratory. The group rushed into the ruins. As soon as they entered, they saw a red light blooming from the center of the ruins. Outside the light, there stood 4 guys wearing black uniforms with dragon heads embroidered on their backs. They were holding black boxes in their hands, and one of them was holding a computer. Judging from their behavior, they seemed to be preparing to evacuate. Officer Jenny shouted, "Stop! What are you guys doing here?" The shout made the 4 of them turn around and glance across. When they saw Jenny, they frowned slightly, and when they saw Ash, a hint of surprise flashed across their expressions. Ash and Pikachu, a bald man among the 4, asked in surprise. His words startled Ash and made Xia Fan raise his eyebrows. "You know me?" Ash asked doubtfully. "Oh wow, it's really Ash and Pikachu." The bald man was a little excited. "I know you. The person we want to know the most in this world is you. I didn't expect to actually meet you now. Brothers, do we make a profit from this operation?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, the white-haired young man in the middle of the 4 suddenly slapped the bald man on the head and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? So what if it's Ash? Do you think you are here to chase stars? Since the research data you want has been collected, don't stay here, pack up, and leave quickly." The bald man who was patted on the head did not get angry, but shrank his neck and hurriedly picked up some tools on the ground and put them into the box. Dr. Fennel stepped forward. "Research data? You want to study the infinite energy of dreams?" There was no reply from the other side. The white-haired young man and the other 2 people threw a pokeball each. 3 red lights flashed by. They were Embor of fire, Conkeldurr of fighting, and Scolipede of bug and poison. These 3 Pokémon blocked Xia Fan and his group, looking ready to fight at any time. "Don't come over and get in the way." The white-haired young man said coldly, "Embor flamethrower." A roar sounded, and Embor, with a burning flame on his neck, spewed out flames from his mouth, 1 meter away from Dr. Fennel. Dr. Fennel quickly stepped back, and Mana, who was floating above his head, was also frightened and stepped back. But at this moment, the red light that enveloped everyone suddenly flashed several red lightning bolts, accompanied by the voice of a Pokémon sounding in everyone's mind. "Eclipse, eclipse." Hearing this voice, Dr. Fennel was the first to react. It's Masharna's voice. It's still here. Is it the Pokémon that assists in the laboratory experiments? Scylla asked in surprise. That's right. Dr. Fennel nodded excitedly, but the next second he saw that the white-haired young man opposite him also suddenly flashed a hint of excitement. What are you trying to do? I tell you, don't go after Masharna. Dr. Fennel warned. The white-haired young man smiled. We were originally planning to leave. After all, we have already got the information we want. But since the Pokémon that created this energy source is still here, if we, the Dragon Shrine, don't take it in, it would be a shame for us as a player organization to be so domineering. Imbor, flamethrower. There is no need to hold back this time. Drive them out. Imbor then spat out another mouthful of scorching flame, which went straight towards Xia Fan and the others. Ash quickly instructed Pikachu to use Thunderbolt. Thunder shock and flames collided and dissipated in mid-air, reaching the ultimate splendor. And during this skill showdown, a pink ball of light suddenly appeared, emitting a silk-like halo, attracting everyone's attention. 2 seconds later, the halo dissipated, and a Pokémon similar to Munna, but twice as big appeared. No salary. Seeing it, Dr. Fennel exclaimed in surprise. Is that it? It appeared so easily. The white-haired young man was surprised, and then turned to look at his companions. What are you standing there for? Help me drive them away. The two men were attracted by Masharna and only reacted when they heard the shout. Conkeldurr Stone Edge. Scolipede Venom Drench. As soon as these two commands were given, the other two Pokémon suddenly launched an attack. Dozens of sharp pieces of gravel appeared in front of Conkeldurr and shot towards Xia Fan and his group. Following closely behind the gravel was Scolipede's venom attack. It flicked its tail, throwing out a pool of venom, which dispersed in the air and pounced towards Xia Fan and his group. These two attacks made Jenny, Dr. Fennel, and Ash on the opposite side change their expressions, and they quickly retreated to avoid them. Because in normal battles, you usually attack the opponent's Pokémon first. Even if there is a grudge, you will defeat the opponent's Pokémon first and then teach the trainer a lesson. Conkeldurr and Scolipede's attacks were now directed directly at themselves. If they are hit, they will be seriously injured if not killed. According to Xia Fan, this is a bit unethical. Munna protect. Dr. Fennel gave orders in a panic. A light shield immediately appeared above Munna's head, blocking everyone. Conkeldurr's Stone Edge was blocked, but Protect was also broken, so Scolipede's Venom Drench could only resist with his physical body. The venom hit Munna, and it screamed. Its pink body continued to turn green, and it fell into the poisonous contest condition. You guys. Scylla was a little angry, and before the other party could behave unsportsmanlike again, he quickly threw out his Pokeball. A red light flashed, and the grass-type Pansage emerged. Officer Jenny followed closely and released an Escavalier. Axu! Iris yelled, and Axu jumped out of her long hair. Compared to others, Iris' hair is like a Pokeball to Axu. After the three of them released their Pokémon, they joined Ash and fought against the four opponents. During the battle, the bald guy on the opposite side also released his own Pokémon, a garbage Pokémon called Garbodor that feeds on garbage and emits a foul smell. In this 4-on-4 battle, Ash and his team were at a disadvantage from the start. Judging from the fact that the Pokémon of the four opponents have evolved to the ultimate contest condition, their average strength is already far higher than Ash and his group. Less than a minute into the fight, Iris Axu used a body slam on the bald Garbodor, rendering him unable to fight. This doesn't seem right. Xia Fan, who was standing aside doing nothing, frowned slightly. From a previous conversation, he had roughly figured out the origins of the four guys on the opposite side. They were obviously a player organization from the Unova region. At first he thought that they appeared here with the same idea as the God-Catching Hall, to advance the plot on behalf of Team Rocket, but now it seems that something is obviously wrong. If he remembered correctly, according to the original plot, after Masharna appeared, they should have been repelled by Ash commanding Pikachu. Anyway, the main data collection task had been completed, and the capture of Masharna was not very important, and there was no need to worry about being punished by the organization if he was not captured. But now, this plot was obviously not quite what he knew, and the four people on the opposite sides did not want to be actors. I just want to beat Ash into a fool. Otherwise, Axu wouldn't have been beaten into this state, and Pikachu, Escavalier, and Panzage would not have been beaten into a state where they were almost unable to hold on. That's quite interesting. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. His original thought was that if they were actors, then he could just watch because they would have to run away in the end according to the plot anyway. But the situation is not right now. They are really going to beat Ash to death. That is not allowed. Ash is going to take him to encounter the legendary Pokemon's fairy partner. He must not fall into real danger. At this time, Iris came over holding Axu, looking a little angry. Mr. Xia Fan, why don't you come and help? Sorry, I thought you guys were enough. Xia Fan shrugged apologetically. With that, Xia Fan threw a Pokeball, and Jengar emerged from it. The next second, it used its Sucker Punch skill, rushed in front of Pikachu, Escavalier, and Panzage, swung its palm forward, and a strong storm suddenly rose. On the other side are Conkeldurr's Stone Edge and Scolopede's Venom Drench, Emboar Smog, and Garbodor's Sludge Bomb. A strong storm blew up, and all the attacks from the other side were returned to them. The sudden turn of events surprised everyone, and they all turned their eyes to Jengar. Especially the four guys on the opposite side, who claimed to be from the Dragon Shrine. You guys are a bit unsportsmanlike. At this time, Xia Fan walked up to Jengar with a smile on his face. Who are you? The white-haired young man among the four frowned slightly. Ash Sillin, Iris, and the others all knew each other. After all, they were characters in the plot. But Xia Fan's face looked very unfamiliar to them. At the beginning, Ash and his group did not fail to notice Xia Fan's unfamiliar face, but Xia Fan had been standing by as a spectator since the beginning of the battle, so they had to let down their guard and thought he was just an ordinary passerby player. But now this sudden outburst caught them off guard. I'm your father. Xia Fan, as always, likes to power trip back in front of the villain. At the same time, he patted Jengar on the back, and Jengar threw a Shadow Ball the next second. The target is the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man's pupils shrank. Emboar Flamethrower. Emboar rushed to the white-haired young man and spit out hot flames from his mouth to fight with Shadow Ball. But the flame was instantly counterattacked when it encountered Shadow Ball, hitting Emboar hard. Emboar screamed and fell to the ground. The four people opposite widened their eyes and their hair stood on end. I didn't expect this Jengar to be so powerful that it could kill Emboar in one blow. Retreat. The white-haired young man, who was the team leader, had the strongest sense of crisis. He quickly gave the order and took out the Pokeball to retrieve the fallen Emboar. One of the four shouted, Garbodor, poison gas. After a while, a black poisonous gas came out of Garbodor's mouth. When it dissipated, the four people on the opposite side had disappeared. Only Xia Fan and his group, and the suddenly appearing Musharna, were left on the ruins. Musharna. Dr. Fennel trotted over with Munna and hugged Musharna. As one of the researchers who had worked on the ruins, she had a deep bond with Musharna, so Musharna did not resist her hug, but was very happy. After staying in the ruins for 5 minutes, Officer Jenny called some police officers to come and investigate, and then took Dr. Fennel and Ash to the Pokemon Center because the poison Munna and the unconscious Axu urgently needed medical treatment. But before getting in the car, Iris suddenly discovered that something was missing from Xia Fan's shoulder. Mr. Xia Fan, where is your Pikachu? Iris asked puzzledly. I was just about to say this, but it suddenly disappeared. Xia Fan scratched his head with a worried look on his face. Why don't you take Officer Jenny's car to the Pokemon Center first, and I'll go find it. Mr. Xia Fan, how about I stay with you and help you look for it? Ash said, Don't worry. It's probably playing nearby, and we can find it. Now, it's important for your Pokemon to get to the Pokemon Center for treatment. The longer we delay, the more pain they will suffer. Xia Fan said as he forced Ash and Iris into the car. Just like that, after more than 10 seconds, the car drove away, and Xia Fan was the only one left on the ruins. He exhaled, connecting his consciousness to the shared world of spirit. Xiaohuan, where are you now? 2 seconds later, a response came into my mind. Master, I followed them to the underground path of Strident City. Mew transmitted his address coordinates to Xia Fan. It turned out that when the white-haired young man ordered his teammates to retreat, Xia Fan also gave Mew an order at the same time, which was to let Mew take the opportunity to follow. After getting the coordinates, Xia Fan released Deoxys and rushed there in speed form. A minute later, he arrived at the coordinate location. Mew was floating around the four people in stealth. When he saw Xia Fan, he immediately floated to his shoulder. Xia Fan then also entered the invisible contest condition, walked up to the four people, and looked down. They are currently communicating in front of a computer. The man in the computer had a buzz cut and a very dignified expression. He sat in a recliner and had the aura of a very bossy persona. This mission has been successfully completed, and all the information you collected has been transmitted, said the man in the computer. What about the energy analysis? Asked the white-haired young man. I have handed it over to the special team. Please stand by until the next mission begins. Yes, Boss Bammo. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen on the computer went dark. The four of them packed up and prepared to leave. And just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Boss Ataki? The man in the computer just now was Boss Ataki, the one from Team Rocket. The four people were startled by the strange voice, and they turned around quickly. They were shocked to find that it was the owner of the Jengar. Then they found that there was a Mew standing on that person's shoulder, and they were shocked again. Mew, who are you? The white-haired young man and his companions' hearts were pounding as they looked at this guy who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Don't be afraid. Am I that scary? Xia Fan waved his hand mischievously. Can you please answer my question? Is the Bama boss you mentioned the same Bama boss from the Rockets? The four of them looked at each other and made brief eye contact. Suddenly, the white-haired young man threw a pokeball. Embor, flare blitz. A red light flashed, and as Embor appeared, the burning flame on his neck immediately swelled, covering his entire body as he rushed towards Xia Fan at high speed. Xia Fan sighed when he saw this action. Facing Embor, who was rushing towards him, he did not let Mew step forward to resist. Instead, he pointed casually. The next second, a fiery red and sharp boulder, as sharp as a normal sword, suddenly rushed out from under Embor's feet. Under everyone's gaze, the sharp fiery red boulder pierced Embor. Embor let out a miserable growl. Embor! The white-haired young man was shocked and trembling all over as he looked at Embor, who was bleeding and screaming. Finally, after being reminded by his friend, he hurriedly took out the pokeball and took it back. Why bother? Why don't you just answer whatever I ask? Why do you have to attack me? Sigh. Xia Fan sighed again. Precipice Blades. That was Groudon's exclusive skill, Precipice Blades. How is this possible? A girl who was very familiar with Pokémon skills among the four people on the opposite side looked at the fiery red sharp stone and said in horror, This is not right. How can Mew use Groudon's exclusive skill? Xia Fan smiled and responded, What makes you think that the Precipice Blades is used by Mew? It can't be me. You. The four people opposite were stunned, then quickly shook their heads to shake off this ridiculous answer. Although it is incomprehensible, it is common sense that Pokémon skills can never be released by humans. The white-haired young man said coldly, Retreat. Retreat separately. Don't hesitate. Mew's power is not something we can handle. After you escape, be sure to pass on the news that Mew has been subdued to the organization. After saying that, the white-haired young man threw out another Pokeball. The red light flashed, and it was a ground and dragon-type Flygon. As soon as he was released, he jumped directly onto my back. His three companions followed suit and released their own Pokémon. 3 red lights flashed by, namely Arcanine, Yin Mega, and Magnezone. Like the white-haired young man, they sat on their Pokémon as soon as they were released and prepared to run away. But at this moment, in the reflection of their eyes, they saw Xia Fan pointing again, and a dazzling bluish-white ball of light suddenly condensed at his fingertips. Sensing danger and challenging common sense, the white-haired young man screamed, Run, run! As soon as the words fell, the Pokémon under them began to run away. However, 2 seconds later, the dazzling ball of light at Xia Fan's fingertips burst out with beams of light, and wherever the beams reached, they instantly melted and collapsed. After the four people's Pokémon were swept by the light beam, they screamed and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. They had no power to resist the light beam at all. The girl, who was very familiar with Pokémon skills, screamed again, looking terrified. It's Kyogre's Origin Pulse. How is this possible? How can a human use Pokémon skills? And it's the legendary Kyogre's exclusive skill. Witnessing Xia Fan releasing skills from his fingertips with their own eyes, the four opponents had no choice but to believe what Xia Fan had just said. Are you a human or a rare Pokémon? The white-haired young man said fearfully. Flygon's instant kill once again made him realize that the four of them would be doomed. Now, he just wanted to figure out what kind of creature this guy was. Human or Pokémon? Well, let me think. Xia Fan put his fingers to his chin, pondered for a moment, and finally shrugged helplessly. To be honest, I'm not sure whether I am still a human or not. As he spoke, Xia Fan put on a variety show in front of them. Within 2 minutes, hundreds of Pokémon were transformed, from common Pokémon to legendary Pokémon, and 1 or 2 skills were interspersed from time to time, which made the four opponents terrified and silent, and their fear of Xia Fan reached the extreme. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan changed from Ho-Oh back to his original form. He wrinkled his nose and smelled the odor of urine. It was the bald guy among the four people on the opposite side. He was scared to death by Xia Fan's power. It's really good looking, but useless. Xia Fan sighed, and with a flick of his hand, he used Psychic to throw the bald young man away from him and nailed him to the wall, then walked up to the white-haired young man. Can you answer my question now? Yes, he is Boss Giovanni, the former leader of Team Rocket and now the second in command of our Dragon Shrine. His status in our Dragon Shrine is second only to the president. The white-haired young man knelt on the ground and answered, while the other two also slumped on the ground, looking at Xia Fan trembling. Second in command? Yes. Our real boss is our president, Lin Feng. So, tell me, how did Giovanni, the former boss of the Rockets, become the second in command of your organization? I don't know much about this either. I only know that Boss Ataki's original Team Rocket organization was overthrown by an organization called Team Mutwo and the Blue and White Society in Kanto and Chengdu regions. He almost died there, and then he was encountered by our president when he fled to our Unova region. Our president recognized Giovanni's identity as the boss, and after learning about his experience, he invited him to join the Dragon Shrine. As long as he helps the Dragon Shrine conquer the world and capture the legendary Pokémon, he will help him return to Kanto and Chengdu region and take back everything that belongs to him from the Mutwo team and the Blue and White Society. Giovanni agreed and became the second in command of our Dragon Shrine. After he became the second in command, relying on his knowledge and connections, he invited many scientific and technological talents and scattered members of Team Rocket to join the Dragon Shrine. When everything was on track, he began to formulate a series of plans to capture legendary Pokémon. Develop a series of plans to capture powerful Pokémon and legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Is there any Mutwo among them? I don't know. The white-haired young man shook his head. I only know that we are currently carrying out the legendary Pokémon 3 Cloud God Capture Plan. 3 Cloud God Capture Plan. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Landorus, Thundurus, and Tornadus? Yes. The white-haired young man nodded. We are now preparing to capture them. Xia Fan nodded when he heard this, and then the corners of his mouth gradually rose. The white-haired young man began to look more pleasing to the eye. Yes, very good, very sensible. He didn't even need to use hypnosis. He just told me everything he wanted to know. He likes people like this. However, some things still need to be confirmed. Xia Fan squatted down and looked into the eyes of the 3 people one by one for a moment. After a while, their eyes became dull. Xia Fan began to confirm the answer through hypnosis, and the answer he got was that there was no difference. He then asked some other questions. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan lifted the hypnosis. He now knew everything he wanted to know, such as their names. The white-haired young man was Bai Huan, the leader of the 4-member team and an executive member of Dragon Shrine. The bald young man was Zhang He, a technical member. The other young man with an ordinary appearance was Yang Xie, and the only girl was Zhang Xian. After the three people on the opposite side smelling salts came over, they looked at Xia Fan with even more fear. They could feel that Xia Fan must have done something to them just now, although they didn't know what it was. Facing their fear, Xia Fan said calmly, "There are only two options before you now. 1. Become my insider and help me do things in your dragon shrine. 2. Die." Faced with these two obvious choices, the three looked at each other and chose the first path. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Zhang He, the other bald young man who had been psychic nailed to the wall. "What about you? 1 or 2? 1, I choose 1. The bald young man Zhang, he said without hesitation. As the only person who witnessed the entire process of his partner being hypnotized and tortured by Xia Fan, he was the one among the four who knew Xia Fan's horror best. "Very good. I like your ability to know the times. Here is my number. Write it down. If you need to contact me with any urgent information, just use this number." Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and in their pupils, a link suddenly appeared in the air. They began to look at Xia Fan as if he were a god, someone who could do anything. After they wrote down the contact information, Xia Fan patted his butt and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Xia Fan gave a warning. "By the way, let me remind you that I hate betrayal twice. Now that you have become my people, if I find out later that someone has betrayed me and does not do things according to my ideas, then wait for me to come to your door." As he spoke, Xia Fan pointed to the sky with one hand. The next second, a blue lightning suddenly struck down from soaring in the sky, pierced through the ground, and landed between Xia Fan's fingers, making close contact with Xia Fan. Xia Fan was not hurt at all by the lightning, but Bai Huan and the other three were frightened to the point of trembling with fear. Of course, as long as you can be like me and not be afraid of being struck by lightning, then you can treat my words as fart and act without any scruples. After saying that, Xia Fan took Mew and disappeared from the sight of the four people. The four of them were left looking at each other, then swallowing their saliva as they looked at the ceiling that was struck by lightning. This guy, Bai Huan, looked embarrassed and wanted to say he was a pervert, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "What did that guy do to us just now? Why do I feel drowsy and don't remember anything after waking up?" Yang Xie said. "He hypnotized you." After Xia Fan disappeared, the bald young man Zhang, he regained his freedom. He covered his wet area and slowly walked towards his companions. "I saw him ask Bai Huan the same question after you were hypnotized." "What?" Bai Huan's scalp tingled, and he was immediately glad that he had not lied from the beginning, otherwise he might have died and had to start over in the novice village. Could this guy actually be Mew, a different Mew who wants to control the world? Zhang Xian thought wildly. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand how a human could use Pokémon skills. Mew. The other three looked up and thought of the Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder, and then thought of the ever-changing show that Xia Fan performed in front of them. The bald young man Zhang, he said, "It's not impossible." "Who said there is only one Mew?" "It's not impossible that there are two." Bang! The white-haired young man Bai Huan suddenly hit Zhang, his bald head. "Don't talk about these nonsense now, but consider whether you really want to betray the Dragon Shrine and become that person's pawn. Do we have any other choice? I feel that unless we can capture a legendary Pokémon of the Guardian level, we have no chance of resisting him." Yang Xie scratched his head. He was really scared. "Brother Huan, you should disguise yourself and send your Embor to the Pokémon Center for treatment. I'm afraid it will die in the ball if you go too late." Hearing the word Embor, Bai Huan remembered that his Embor was pierced through the abdomen by Xia Fan's precipice blades. F***K. UB*************D. Why didn't you remind me earlier? After leaving the underground path, Xia Fan flew towards the Pokémon Center. As a result, when he passed by the Strident City Gym on the road, he saw Sillin standing at the door and waving goodbye to his two brothers, while Ash was standing in the shade of a tree about 10 meters away waiting for him. Xia Fan then teleported to a tree not far from Ash and lifted his invisibility, reminding Mew to transform into Pikachu. "Ash!" Xia Fan shouted from a distance. Ash turned around. "Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing here?" "Well, your Pikachu was found." "Found it? This little guy just ran into the woods with a beautifly for no reason. Xia Fan made up a story. Oh, Ash didn't think much about it. At this time, Sillin, who had just said goodbye to his brother, came over and happened to hear the conversation between the two. While Beautifly appeared in our Unova region, where are they? Sillin asked in surprise. His surprised expression stunned Xia Fan. Are Beautifly rare in the Unova region? Xia Fan hesitated. Sillin nodded repeatedly. No, while Beautifly has been found in the Unova region. Mr. Xia Fan, this is a great discovery. Tell me where you saw it. Can you take me to see it? Xia Fan's expression froze. This time he had lied too far. He knew nothing about Beautifly. Well, actually I'm not sure if it's wild or not, because when I saw my Pikachu, it just flew away. According to what you said, it might have been let out by its owner to play, because I also heard humans shouting at that time. Xia Fan said embarrassedly. Is that so? Sillin looked disappointed. Where's Iris? Xia Fan quickly changed the subject. Iris is still at the Pokémon Center. I came here with Sillin to say goodbye to his brothers. Ash said. Xia Fan nodded and then extended his hand to Sillin. Welcome to join our team. Let's help each other on the rest of the journey. Thank you. Sillin smiled and shook hands, and also shook hands with Ash. Thus, the 4-member traveling team for the Unova region was formed. 3 months later, Sanyan Island. This is an island that was once saved by the legendary Pokémon Mikomo. At this time, in a remote place on the island, 4 guys wearing black uniforms with dragon heads embroidered on their backs crossed the numerous mountain roads and came breathlessly to a stone tablet that seemed to be hundreds of years old. Is this the Thunder contract that Boss Giovanni mentioned? Zhang Zian said. Idiot, do you even need to ask? Apart from this monument, where else can you find it? The bald young man Zhang, he sneered. But can't you just ask? No, bang. Bai Huan, who was in the middle of the 4 people, suddenly hit the bald Zhang He on the back of the head. Stop talking nonsense, you are strong. Quickly pull that thing out and smash it. Bai Huan pointed at a lightning-shaped stone in the center of the stone tablet. At this moment, the stone was embedded in the stone tablet. Zhang He walked to the stone tablet with a laugh, took out the lightning-shaped stone with force, and then lifted it up to a stone pillar not far away and threw it away. With a snap, the stone broke. At the same time, the stone tablet behind the 4 people flashed a blue light. Bai Huan smiled and said, Very good. According to what Boss Banmu said, the violent god of thunder Thundurus will be here soon. Zhang Zian on the side whispered, Brother Huan, do you want to tell Xia Fan about this? Otherwise, if he finds out what we did today from other sources, we will be doomed. Bai Huan shook his head. We'll tell him later. It's best if we tell him after Thundurus comes out. If we tell him now, he will definitely come over and wait for us. Who could snatch him away by then? It's best to wait until we are almost done with the capture. What do you think? If you want to snatch it, let him go to the Dragon Shrine directly. Besides, I don't think you guys want to be held hostage by him all the time. The other 3 looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay. Driftvale City. A harbor city called the Gateway to the Unova region where many goods flow. Xia Fan and his team arrived here after a 3-month journey. At this time, Xia Fan and Ash have already obtained 4 badges and are trying to get the 5th badge from the Driftvale Gym in Driftvale City. Clay, we're here, Ash shouted excitedly as he pushed open the gym door. In fact, they had already arrived at Driftvale City the day before yesterday and met Driftvale City's gym trainer Clay the moment they entered the city. However, Clay said at that time that he had to investigate a newly appeared mineral vein nearby and asked Ash and Xia Fan to wait until he finished his investigation before coming back. They waited until yesterday evening, when Nurse Joy found Ash and Xia Fan in the Pokémon Center and told them that Clay had returned and they could go for the challenge tomorrow. So the 4 of them rushed here early in the morning after breakfast. However, as soon as Ash and Xia Fan walked into the gym gate, they saw Clay walking towards them from the other side with an unhappy look on his face. He walked up to the 4 people in a cowboy outfit and frowned. Who are you guys? Ash was speechless. Hello, I'm Ash. Didn't we meet at Harbor the day before yesterday? I hope you will let us challenge the gym this time. We met the day before yesterday. Clay frowned slightly. looking at Ash and Xia Fan, then sighed, "Sorry, I have something urgent to do now, so now is not the time for the gym match." "Oh, why?" Ash couldn't accept it. Wasn't this just a joke? Clay raised his hat. "Because there is no resurrection grass right now. It is not the time to have a gym match." Resurrection grass? Ash glanced at Xia Fan and Sillin beside him, hoping to get an answer. That thing, known as the King of Herbs, can instantly restore vitality to a Pokémon no matter how weak it is. The existence of this thing can greatly facilitate gym trainers to accept the challenge a second time. Xia Fan sighed, worried about Ash's basic knowledge. Xia Fan is right. Scylla nodded. "What's wrong with you, kid? You challenged the gym tournament without even knowing about the resurrection grass. That's outrageous," Clay said in dissatisfaction. "Anyway, now is not the time to challenge the gym tournament. But I finally got here. Can't you fight with me first and then go look for it?" Ash was unwilling to continue waiting. "No," Clay refused without hesitation. "Unless you can find the resurrection grass first. Otherwise, the gym will be in a rest contest condition before then." After that, Clay patted Ash on the shoulder and left his gym. Ash looked at Clay's departing back, feeling very depressed. "I was so happy for nothing. I thought I could finally have a gym match." "Well, since Clay won't play in the gym match unless he has the resurrection grass, let's go to the market first." Sillin comforted. "Okay." 20 minutes later, the four of them came to the big market in the city. Since it is a harbor city, there are many new and interesting things here. As soon as they entered the market, the four ran into a friend. "A good friend I met yesterday, Charles." When he heard that four people were looking for the resurrection grass, he immediately agreed to help ask someone he knew. 10 minutes later, Charles got a reply from an acquaintance and took Ash and the others to an herb shop. It turned out that although the store had a resurrection herb, it was from the Pokémon Center's collection, and its collection value was greater than its medicinal value, so it could not be sold. Ash lowered his head in frustration after receiving the reply. "Boss, is there really nothing else?" "No more. The resurrection herb is no longer available anywhere." The boss shrugged helplessly. "This is the first time this has happened, so I don't have any more in stock. In the past, I would immediately restock it when it was almost gone." Charles, a friend of the four, listened and asked in confusion, "Is it because of something that happened on Sanyan Island?" "I don't know." The boss shook his head. Iris looked confused. "Sanyan Island?" Charles turned around and smiled. "The grass of resurrection only grows on the legendary Sanyan Island." "The legendary Sanyan Island? Why is it called that?" Sillin became confused again. "That's because there are legendary Pokémon there," Charles said. "Legendary Pokémon?" Ash came to his senses and looked at Xia Fan. "Mr. Xia Fan, let's go over there and see how about we pick the resurrection grass ourselves." "Okay." Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. Then I looked up at soaring in the sky with some expectations. After more than half a year, he can finally capture new legendary Pokémon. 2 hours later, on a ship, Xia Fan and his group saw a small island in the distance. Ash said in high spirits, "That's Mikomo Island, right?" "It should be correct, according to the markings on the electronic map." Sillin smiled while holding the electronic map. "We're finally here, the legendary island." Iris jumped excitedly. 10 minutes later, the group of four successfully arrived at the island. Looking at the houses on the coast, they began to look for the residents on the island to ask about the resurrection grass. "Hello, Grandma. We heard that we can pick the herb of resurrection on this island. Do you know where it is?" The four of them saw an old lady picking things with a basket on her back on a meadow. "The herb of resurrection, although we can pick it here, it is not found everywhere," said the old lady. "Then where can we pick it?" Iris asked. "You have to go over that mountain and then go to the mountain behind it to find it." The old lady pointed the four people in a direction. "There's a young man named Ute there. You can go and ask him." "Thank you, Grandma." The four of them thanked the old lady and then walked in the direction she pointed. In this way, the four of them walked from day to dusk before finally reaching the second mountain. Except for Xia Fan, the other three were already panting and out of breath. "I can't do it anymore. Let me take a break." Ash slumped down on the ground. "Mr. Xia Fan, are you still a human being?" After walking such a long distance, I don't think you look tired at all. That's right, it's so inhumane. Even a Pokémon would be exhausted after walking this far. Iris, who was also slumped on the ground, shouted. Pika Pikachu! Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and walked on his own, lying on the ground, raising his hands and shouting. Xia Fan shrugged. It's okay. I think it's not that exaggerated. Look at Sillin. He didn't complain at all. Ash and Iris turned their heads and saw Sillin leaning against a rock with his back to them, his head tilted up at a 45-degree angle. The two walked forward in surprise, but when they got closer, they found that Sillin had actually fallen asleep due to exhaustion. I don't care. I also need to take a nap and rest. Besides, I seriously doubt whether there is really resurrection grass in a place like this. Ash and Iris looked at each other and decided to follow Sillin and take a nap as well. Looking at them, Xia Fan shrugged and began to stay by their side, waiting for them to wake up. Just about 5 minutes later, he saw a figure walking out of the woods in the distance. He was walking straight forward, but seemed to turn his head and see them, then walk towards them. Ute! Xia Fan remembered the man the old lady was talking about, and he kicked Ash and the other two. What's wrong? Please, let us rest for a while. Ash and the others woke up from their sleep and said helplessly, Someone is coming. It might be Ute. Xia Fan said. Hearing the name Ute, the three of them began to regain some energy and stood up despite their fatigue. After a while, a yellow-haired young man came up to the four people and started talking to them. From the conversation, I learned that this person was indeed the Ute mentioned by the old lady. After learning that the four came for the resurrection grass, Ute looked at soaring in the sky and invited them to rest for a night at his residence. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at Ute's cabin. There, they saw Lilligant, a grass-type Pokémon. At this moment, it was lying on the bed, looking very uncomfortable. What's wrong with it? Xia Fan asked puzzledly. I don't know what's going on. Ute sighed. Usually this Lilligant helps me find the resurrection grass in the forest, but now it's sick. Not only Lilligant, but even the Katones that usually fly in the nearby grass have become listless. Sillin pondered for a while and said, Lilligant and Cottonee are both grass-type Pokémon. Could it be caused by environmental factors? It's also possible that the land here has become barren recently, said Ute. What about the resurrection grass? Can it heal them? Ash asked. You've seen Lilligant's appearance, right? It's a little difficult to let it find itself now, so I have to look for it myself. But no matter how hard I look outside, I can't find it. When I finally found one, it was withered. Ute sighed again. I'm sorry, you guys may have to return empty-handed after coming here. No. The four of them shook their heads at the same time. But Mr. Ute, I want to know why the grass of resurrection only grows here. Iris asked puzzledly. This is a long story. Ute walked to his bookshelf, picked up a book, and spread it out for the four people to see. Since ancient times, there's been a legend about Landorus, the god of fertility. Long, long ago, this island was caught up in a fierce battle between the violent god of thunder, Thundurus, and the violent god of wind, Tornadus. It fell into an extremely dangerous contest condition. It was Landorus who stepped forward to stop the battle, but he was also injured. At that time, the islanders used the herb of resurrection to help the injured Landorus. Later, Landorus, who had recovered his strength, repelled Tornadus and Thundurus. In order to thank the islanders, Landorus made the land very fertile. This is the legend of this island. From now on, the grass of resurrection will grow on this island. After hearing this, the four of them let out a long oh. Ute looked embarrassed. But if the current situation continues, Lilligant and Cottonee will become weaker, and even the forest will wither. Even if it rains, it'll be fine. So I want to hold a rain dance ceremony tomorrow. Rain dance ceremony? Can it rain just by performing a ceremony? Xia Fan asked in surprise. Sure. Ute nodded. As long as we pray for rain in Landorus Temple, we can do it. Maybe Landorus will come because of it. Hearing this, Xia Fan's eyes flashed with a strange look. Singing boy. Just then, a Gerda child jumped in from a window with a bunch of yellow herbs in his hand. Ute saw it and smiled. Gerda boy, you are back. Singing boy. The Gerda child jumped to Uda's side and Ute looked at it and introduced it to the four people. This is my other partner. The Pokemon that helped Landorus in the legend is Gerda's child. Tomorrow's prayer for rain will require communication with Landorus through it. Singing boy. The Gerda boy held up the yellowing herbs in his hand. Have you helped me find a resurrection grass? Ute took the herb and looked at it, which had withered. He was a little disappointed. It is withered as expected. The Gerda boy was a little depressed. It's okay, little Gerda boy. If our prayer for rain is successful tomorrow, the situation will definitely ease. Ute comforted. The next morning, after Ute led a group of people through dense woods, they came to an ancient stone tablet on Sanyan Island. On the way, the group followed Ute's instructions and picked up the branches that fell on the ground one by one and made them into bundles of burnable branches. This is where the legendary Temple of Landorus is located. As Ute introduced, he walked to the stone tablet with a bundle of branches and put them down. Could you please help me put these branches under the stone tablet? Burning these branches will allow you to pass your thoughts to Landorus through the Gerda boy. According to Ute's instructions, Xia Fan and others placed branches around the bottom of the stone tablet. Ute lit one of them with a match. After a while, the rich smell of wood smoke began to float into the air. Ute looked at his Gerda child. Gerda boy, please. Singing boy. Ute withdrew his gaze, nodded to Xia Fan and his group behind him, and then shouted loudly to soaring in the sky. Lord Landorus, the land has become barren, and we can no longer harvest the grass of resurrection. Please send down the rain of grace on this Sanyan Island. While his master Ute was praying loudly, the little Gerda boy knelt on the ground, clasped his hands together as if praying, and silently recited a spell that no one else could understand. This lasted for about 10 seconds, and then a red psychic energy wave emerged from its body, rushing towards the firewood gas in the air. As the two substances merged, soaring in the sky gradually formed a large dark cloud with lightning and thunder, which looked like it was going to rain. Look, there are clouds appearing. Ash shouted excitedly. This is incredible, Scyllin exclaimed. Can a ritual notify Landorus to bring rain here? As a rainmaker, Yet looked at the dark clouds with a gradually confident expression. Very good. It will rain if it continues like this. However, at this moment, the dark clouds and soaring in the sky swelled, and the firewood gas from the burning branches suddenly turned into black twisters in the air. The strong winds made everyone present change their expressions. And in Xia Fan's mind, the divine beast perception suddenly moved again. He looked at the dark cloud and revealed a long-lost smile. 3 seconds later, a roar sounded from the jet-black twister, and then the roar-shattered twister, revealing a green, muscular Pokémon with some human features. Tornadus, Ute was panic-stricken and full of confusion. How could it be? How had it come to this island? I was clearly calling the legendary Lord Landorus. As soon as he finished speaking, the Pokémon called Tornadus and soaring in the sky suddenly pulled its tail downward and spun rapidly. After a while, a powerful twister was born and attacked Ute, Xia Fan, and others. In this crisis, Xia Fan threw out its Pokeball. A red light flashed, and the ancestor of the mad god, Jengar, made a brilliant appearance. It faced the fierce twister. Directly condense a Shadow Ball and throw it. Shadow Ball hit Twister, and Twister instantly collapsed. Tornadus, soaring in the sky, was stunned for a moment. Ute, who was pulling Ash and the others to escape, was also stunned. He turned around and looked at the laughing Jengar in surprise. Ash and the others were not surprised at all. After all, they knew Jengar's strength. Mr. Ute, what is going on? Why is it not the legendary Landorus who appears, but the legendary Tornadus? Ash asked. I don't know either. Ute gritted his teeth and shook his head. Suddenly, he paused, and a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something, and his expression became even more incredulous. I see. It's very likely that something happened to the Tornadus steel on the island. The Tornadus tablet? Ash wondered. After the Great War in the past, 2 evil-repelling stone tablets were erected on the island to prevent Tornadus and Thundurus from approaching the island again. But now, Tornadus has entered here, and the stone tablet of Tornadus may be... No, I must go and take a look. After explaining this, Yu turned around and was about to leave. Go ahead, I'll help you stop Tornadus. At this time, Xia Fan took a step forward with righteousness. Upon hearing this, Yu glanced at Jengar, who was already fighting with Tornadus in midair. Thank you, and you should be careful too. He thanked her, then took the Gerda boy down the mountain and ran towards the place where Tornadus's monument was. Curious, Ash and the other two followed closely behind. Looking at their departing backs, Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and took out an empty pokeball from his waist and started tossing it around. In the battle of soaring in the sky, Jengar was not inferior to Tornadus at all, and even had the tendency to overpower him. A few seconds later, Tornadus fired an air cutter at Jengar, successfully triggering its cursed body, which was then trapped in a cloud of black air and put into the disable contest condition. Jengar immediately fired a shadow ball, knocking Tornadus directly from soaring in the sky to the ground, smashing a huge rock. Xia Fan saw this and walked over with the pokeball. But behind a rock that Xia Fan hadn't noticed, Bai Huan and his group of 4 from the Dragon Shrine were holding telescopes and looking in his direction, with different serious expressions. Oh my God, Tornadus, one of the 3 cloud gods, was helpless against that Jengar. The bald young man Zhang, he said in panic. It's over. It's all your fault, Yang Xia. You just suggested that Xia Fan and Tornadus fight each other. Now, Tornadus is not rival at all. The organization will be here soon. Once Xia Fan meets them, as long as he is not stupid, he will understand that we did not inform him of the information in time, and he will definitely make trouble for us afterwards. Everyone can say that after the fact. You shouldn't have been the first to agree when I proposed it just now, Yang Xia said coldly. Who would have known that Xia Fan would arrive at the right time when Thunderous appeared on Sanyan Island without our notification? Don't forget, he's been following Ash. The protagonist's halo is really unpredictable. Ash will encounter what he is destined to encounter no matter what he does. Xia Fan just needs to follow him closely. Zhang Zian said, All right, why are you arguing? It's not impossible to tell him now. Bai Huan shouted, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Xia Fan's contact number. After a while, Xia Fan's joking voice came from the phone. Why? Are you calling to show your loyalty now? You're scared of hiding on this island and watching me get Thunderous, right? Hearing this, Bai Huan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly denied it. No, Boss Xia Fan, you are mistaken. We are indeed on Sanyan Island now, but we have never thought of betraying you. We are now implementing the plan to summon Sanyan God. We originally planned to inform you after Tornadus came out, but we didn't expect that you have already arrived here. The sneer made Bai Huan's heart skip a beat again. Really, Boss Xia Fan, I really didn't lie to you. We have already destroyed Thunderous's steel. It won't be long before Thunderous, one of the 3 legendary gods, will arrive here. As soon as the 2 of them meet, according to ancient legends, there will be a great battle. The residents of the 3-Cloud Island will try every means to make Landorus appear, thus facilitating the Dragon Shrine's plan to capture the 3 cloud gods to proceed perfectly. Our original plan was to wait for the 3 cloud gods to gather together, and then let them fight each other to wear down their respective combat power. When they were all seriously injured, the Dragon Shrine sent out fighter planes specially designed to capture the 3 cloud gods and captured all of them. And you, with our help, took the 3 cloud gods away without any effort. After this heated defense, the other side was silent for a while. Just when Bai Huan thought he had gotten away with it by talking nonsense, Xia Fan asked, You mean to say that another 3 cloud god, Thunderous, will arrive here soon? Let the 2 of them fight, causing the residents of 3 Cloud Island to summon Landorus in order to survive, right? That's right, Boss Xia Fan. You should find a way to get out of this situation now. Once the 3 cloud gods gather together and the Dragon Shrine takes action to capture them all, it won't be too late for you to take action with our cooperation. There was silence again on the other end, and after a while, the call was hung up. Xia Fan did not give Bai Huan and the others any instructions, nor did he express his agreement with their idea of waiting for the dragon shrine to capture the 3 cloud gods before taking action himself. Does this mean he agrees? Or does he not agree? Bai Huan looked at his phone, frowning slightly. I think he agrees. My plan is so good for him. It simply can't be better than this. Muttering, Bai Huan continued to look at Xia Fan with the telescope. As a result, he saw that Xia Fan threw the pokeball in his hand without hesitation at Tornadus, who was pinned to the ground and beaten by Jengar. There was a flash of red light, and Tornadus was taken in and could not escape. Hit the target with 1 shot. The next second, Xia Fan's voice rang in his mind. Do you think I need help from the inside to capture a legendary Pokémon? This, Bai Huan felt like something was stuck in his throat. Through the telescope, Xia Fan waved at them with a smile, holding the Pokeball that captured Tornadus in his hand. On the other side, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Xia Fan's mind. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Tornadus. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Flying type, legendary Pokémon. Tornadus, incarnation. Gender, male. Ability, mischievous heart. When a Pokémon with this ability uses a transformation skill during battle, the priority is increased by 1. Hidden ability, never give up. When a Pokémon with this ability is weakened by other Pokémon, its own attack power will be greatly increased. Tornadus, spiritual beast form. Imprisoned contest condition requires the power of reveal glass to unlock. Ability, regeneration. The body will recover slowly and autonomously after being injured. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Thrash, put yourself into a crazy contest condition and attack rival crazily for a period of time in the future. But when the action is over, you will fall into a chaotic contest condition. Arm hammer, swing a powerful and heavy fist to deal damage to rival, and your speed will be reduced. Hurricane, attacks rival with a strong wind. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into chaos, 30% chance. Air cutter, attack with sharp rival, easily hitting vital points. Rain dance, after using this move, the weather will change to heavy rain. In heavy rain, the power of water-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of fire-type moves will decrease by 50%. Hurricane and thunder will definitely hit the target. The weather ball attribute becomes water-type, and water-type moves are doubled. Crunch, attack with the crunch rival. Sometimes it will lower the rival's defense. Destruction ray, fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Dark pulse, a terrifying aura filled with malicious intent is emitted from the body, which sometimes causes rival to flinch, 20% probability. Looking at the skill bar that he hadn't seen for a long time, Xia Fan smiled. Although Tornadus is a legendary Pokémon, it has no unique skills. He looked at the skills from top to bottom, and the only one that interested him was Dark Pulse. Of course, it's not that he thinks the skill is awesome, but he thinks that Jengar's use of it is awesome, improving a ray skill into a field skill. He feels it's necessary to learn from Jengar. Refine this Dark Pulse into a domain-specific skill, and then you can become the king in this field. Thinking of this, Xia Fan murmured softly, System, I choose Tornadus Dark Pulse. After a while, the words Dark Pulse appeared in the skill column in his mind. Xia Fan then threw the Pokeball again. A red light flashed, and Tornadus was released. It looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Jengar, you can now play a fake match with it. By the way, tell it the rules under my command. Okay, Master. Jengar responded with a sneer, picked up the still dazed Tornadus, and rushed into the air to continue the battle. At the same time, he used telepathy to tell it some rules, such as the existence of the spiritual shared world, which predecessors were under Xia Fan, which predecessors should not be offended, and which predecessors should be offended, as well as that in the future it, Jengar, is the elder brother of Tornadus. The dream god Cresselia is its elder sister-in-law. The nightmare god Darkrai is its B************** D grandson, and it should scold them every time it sees them, and so on. Xia Fan didn't know about these remarks, because Jengar didn't teach through the spiritual world, but through telepathy. While Jengar and Tornadus were acting, he fired a dark pulse towards whereby Juan and the others were hiding, trying to scare them while waiting for Thunderous to arrive. Today he is determined to capture the three cloud gods in one fell swoop. Jengar and Tornadus performed for about 5 minutes, and then on Sanyan Island, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck from soaring in the sky. The noise was so loud that it shocked everyone on the island. The thunder lasted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, a roar was heard, and a blue, muscular Pokémon with human features flew out from the thunder, with his arms folded across his chest, an arrogant and contemptuous expression on his face. As soon as it appeared, it immediately caused chaos on Sanyan Island, and thunder continued to fall from soaring in the sky.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.